Chapter 1226. On a platform in the Against the Sky realm, a group of people appeared on it. Old Fogey Ming Xian, you came. This was the outermost area of the heaven-defying realm. As an old man appeared, a few people on the platform came to greet him. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely recognize that it was immortal Emperor Ming Xian, the sect master of the Sacred Sword sect, who had lost 1 trillion true spirits. Mysterious sect, Flying Eagle, you guys are so fast. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian said to both of them. We've just arrived as well. Xianzong's celestial emperor laughed. Now that you're here, we're all here. It was unknown when these 3 immortal emperors had come together. Is everything ready? All right, for this thing, this old man paid a great price for the Tianyan Tower to be willing to exchange it. Another celestial emperor in the crowd said. Lin Fei would definitely be surprised if he saw it. The 4 sect elders were here. Can you confirm the news? Zhuge Feiying asked. There's no mistake. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian nodded. Let's go. A certain celestial emperor summoned a warship, and the sky, full of runes, flashed, rushing into the depths of the Against the Sky space. Done. Amidst the raging winds, Lin Fei activated the heaven and earth smelt and finally managed to suppress the wind knife. Within the heaven and earth smelt, there were hundreds of green immortal pills. My guess was right. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing the immortal pills, he knew that his thoughts were correct. These wind blades can be compressed into immortal pills. Lin Fei took out the immortal pill and examined it closely. It emitted a fierce divine power, but unfortunately, too much of it had been lost. It was more domineering than the divine power pill. Let me try and see how effective it is. Due to the rapid increase in divine power, ordinary divine power pills were no longer effective. No matter how many he swallowed, it was like trying to put out a cart of firewood with a cup of water. Lin Fei naturally hoped that the effect of the green immortal pill would surpass the god power pill. He swallowed a celestial pill, and it melted in his mouth, turning into a powerful current on the spot. His body nearly exploded. Wow, the effect is so terrifying. After swallowing an immortal pill, Lin Fei realized that it was extraordinary. It surpassed the divine power pill. Lin Fei took the opportunity to direct the flood into one of his clones. After a while, Lin Fei squinted his eyes and laughed out loud. This is truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search. The wind blades formed from this energy can be compressed into god power pellets. The effects are extremely terrifying. A single green immortal pellet can increase one's divine power by 100 million dragons. This was beyond Lin Fei's imagination. 100 of them was equivalent to 10 billion dragon god power. 1,000 of them would be equivalent to 100 billion dragon divine power. Lin Fei suddenly felt as if a huge pie had fallen from the sky. By a freak combination of factors, I found a way to improve. Lin Fei looked at the raging wind in front of him. If he could refine all of them, each of his 18 Grand Mist avatars would experience a terrifying increase in strength. Collect. Lin Fei went all out. There wouldn't be a second chance for such a good opportunity. The moment the heaven and earth smelt was activated, it turned into a gigantic whirlpool and compressed these wind blades, turning them into green immortal pills. This was also Lin Fei's good luck. After cultivating the heaven and earth smelt, not only could he refine it, but he could also compress it, benefiting Lin Fei for nothing. In a heaven-defying space, a warship flew past. Inside the warship sat 4 immortal emperors. They were obviously Immortal Emperor Ming Xian, Immortal Emperor Zhuge Feiying, Immortal Emperor Xianzong, and finally Emperor Ku. How much longer until we reach the wind source zone? The one who spoke was Emperor Ku. As his name suggested, he was skinny and lethargic. Another 2 years. The one who answered was Immortal Emperor Ming Xian. Can this warship that we built withstand the astral winds of the wind source zone? Absolutely no problem. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian's tone was very firm. For this day, I have prepared for 200,000 years. No matter what, I have to enter the inner part of the wind source zone and obtain the supreme divine item. Every time the wind source zone was mentioned, the remaining 3 immortal emperors would frown. It's good that there's no problem. It better not be like the time 300,000 years ago. The 4 immortal emperors' expressions changed again. There was no other way. The wind source zone was like a nightmare. It was a terrifying place. Back then, they were all juniors. Their sect's patriarch brought them and several other sects to enter the heaven-defying space together. They obtained an incomplete map and learned that there was a divine item in the depths of the heaven-defying space. If they could obtain the divine item, the strength of their sects would be unimaginable. Even they themselves would achieve a huge improvement. Unfortunately, that time, they encountered the wind source astral winds in the wind source zone and suffered heavy losses. Almost all of them died. Back then, they only managed to escape from death. That place was a nightmare to them. If it was possible, they would rather die than go there again. Our warship is made of supreme-grade materials and refined by a blacksmith grandmaster. It is specially used to withstand the wind source astral winds. As long as we pass through the wind source zone, it will be easy to obtain the divine item. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian smiled proudly. For this day, Immortal Emperor Ming Xian had prepared for so long. It was all for that treasure. Lin Fei was also part of it. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian could not bear the loss of 1 trillion true spirits. I wonder what divine item is behind the wind source zone. The 3 immortal emperors looked at Immortal Emperor Ming Xian. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian was the oldest among them. Their sect's patriarch had died in the past. As for what good item was in the depths of the wind source zone, they were not too sure. Primal Chaos Divine Stone. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian said. Old geezer Ming Xian and the others are finally willing to make a move. I thought I would have to admit defeat. A young man in white walked out of the heaven-defying space. He was the sect master of the Sky Fisher sect, Immortal Emperor Shui Mantion. Sect master, is there something good in the depths of this heaven-defying space? Behind Immortal Emperor Shui Mantion stood 5 immortal emperors. They were all first-step immortal emperors and emitted boundless emperor's might. Patriarch said that there's a great terror in the depths of the heaven-defying space. These first-step immortal emperors were all hidden elders of the Sky Fisher sect. At their level, they would usually be cultivating in seclusion or collecting materials to refine treasures to face the emperor's tribulation of a second-step immortal emperor. All the hidden elders present knew how terrifying the heaven-defying space was. The periphery was still fine, but once they entered the depths, it would be a great terror. Yes, there is indeed something good. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian's eyes were spirited, because there is a rare primal divine stone in the depths. What? There's a primal divine stone? How is that possible? This is priceless. Whether it is used to refine treasures or temper one's body, the effects are unimaginable. The 5 immortal emperor elders were stunned. How did the sect master know about this secret? The Realm Lord battle is about to begin. I predicted that Immortal Emperor Ming Xian would make a move. With him leading the way, we must obtain the primal divine stone no matter what. If we can severely injure Immortal Emperor Ming Xian, we will have 1 less enemy 10 years later. Chapter 1227. Wind Origin Zone. Lin Fei did not know where he was, nor did he know that someone was coming for the Wind Origin Zone. Another Chaos Divine Stone. Wind Origin Zone. Lin Fei activated the heaven and earth smelt as he compressed out a series of divine power pills and swallowed them down in huge mouthfuls. Behind him, the 18 Grand Mist doppelgangers stood in a straight line. Bang, 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 one of the clones' aura surged, and his god power broke through. Great! Another clone has broken through to 500 trillion dragon god power points. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and kept the Chaos Divine Stone. Unfortunately, there were not many Chaos Divine Stones in this area. Occasionally, a few would appear. This made him conclude that there must be a large number of Chaos Divine Stones behind this gale. Right now, the most important thing was to increase the god power of his clones. Only 10 clones have reached 500 trillion dragon god power points. There are still 8 more clones. I need to continue working hard. 2 months later, each of the 18 doppelgangers had a total of 500 trillion dragon god power. Lin Fei was not satisfied. He needed to continue. This was not enough. For 2 months, Lin Fei had been compressing the gale day and night without stopping. In this area, the gale did not decrease at all. It was endless. Another 4 months later, which was equivalent to half a year, each of the 18 doppelgangers had the power of 700 trillion dragon god power. It could be said that the combined strength of the 18 clones was terrifying. The 18 primordial chaos clones were also on display. They were like a bottomless pit. No matter how much god power came, it would be sucked in. Lin Fei's god power was increasing, and so was his physical body. His true self-body, which had not improved for a long time, was advancing towards perfection. Awesome, this is awesome. 1.5 years later, Lin Fei was still working tirelessly on compressing the green gale. The 18 doppelgangers stood behind him like warriors, and every one of them radiated with terrifying divine power. What a pity! Another batch of god power pills was formed. Lin Fei took them out and ate them, guiding them into one of his clones. It took a long time to compress them, but after half a year, the speed became faster. The final clone has also broken through to 2 quadrillion dragon divine power. Lin Fei shouted in satisfaction. Looking at the thin cyan astral wind, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. This is the best I can do. In a short period of 1.5 years, Lin Fei had refined almost all of the azure astral winds in this place. Each of the 18 doppelgangers had a divine power of 2 quadrillion dragons divine power, which was only slightly weaker than the main body. Keeping the heaven and earth smelt, Lin Fei let out a long howl. 18 doppelgangers, perhaps 2 trillion dragon god power, equivalent to 18 first step immortal emperors. How could Lin Fei not be excited? His strength was soaring like a rocket. Lin Fei even suspected that he was daydreaming. This rate of improvement was too fast. Of course, Lin Fei was very clear that if he didn't have the heaven and earth smelt, it would be impossible for him to obtain the compressed energy of the astral winds. All of this was fate. Return. The 18 clones entered Lin Fei's body. Boom, boom, boom. With each clone that entered, Lin Fei's strength would increase exponentially. The divine power in his body was like a vast ocean, deep and unfathomable. 3 clones fused into his body. Lin Fei's body was filled with violent divine power. Over 9 quadrillion dragon divine power. The surging divine power made Lin Fei want to vent it out. Lin Fei punched out and divine power surged. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining thin cyan astral winds shattered like glass. The astral winds within 1 billion miles were all shattered. This power. Lin Fei took in a deep breath and punched out. His entire body returned to normal. Was this the limit of power? Just 3 clones fused in, and the power was already so terrifying. I wonder if I can fuse with a 4th clone? Lin Fei frowned. The violent divine power filled his body with energy. If he fought with Ji Kuan would definitely lose, and it would be a tragic one. My true self-body isn't at the perfect state. With 3 clones fusing, my divine power has reached the limit. It won't feel good, and if I force it, my body might explode. Not enough. Just 3 clones are far from enough. Well, I want a stronger power. Lin Fei's heart didn't waver. He cultivated the Tao of true self and believed in himself, the strongest existence. Over 9 quadrillion dragon divine power was really terrifying. Lin Fei wasn't satisfied. There were many geniuses in the world, and there were many heaven-defying emperors too. There was never a lack of power. Lin Fei also knew that the fusion of the 4th clone would be dangerous. Once he survived, he would enter another magical realm. In the entire world, Lin Fei dared to say that no one had reached such a terrifying level of divine power before becoming an emperor. If he sparred with immortal Emperor Mingxian now, he would be able to explode immortal Emperor Mingxian's body in less than 3 punches. It was very difficult to raise divine power. Raising a few trillion dragon god power in one go, other than a heaven-defying divine fruit, Nothing else could do it. Even if he did, there was no one who could refine it. Lin Fei had 18 clones and a heaven-defying advantage. In addition to the heaven and earth smelt, he was blessed by the heavens to reach this step. I'll go all out. Lin Fei gritted his teeth and prepared to take the risk. Whether he succeeded or not depended on the heavens. The fourth clone walked into Lin Fei's body. Torrential divine power surged over. Rise, rise, rise. The terrifying power nearly caused Lin Fei's body to explode. Cracks appeared on his tough body and fresh blood flowed. I can't take it anymore. Lin Fei was facing great terror. The ferocity of the divine power exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. It was going to make his body explode. The cracks on his body kept bursting open, and fresh blood gushed out. Compress for me, Lin Fei roared. The divine power exceeded what his body could bear. It was like a water jar. When the water was full, it would naturally flow out. He was in such a situation now, but it was even more terrifying than when it flowed out. At the crucial moment, Lin Fei's ferocity burst out. He planned to compress the divine power, compressing the original 10 into 1. This way, the divine power in his body would be more condensed, and the power produced would be even more terrifying. With a flash of inspiration at the moment of danger, Lin Fei knew that he had found the right way. Compressed divine power. No matter how much divine power, as long as it was compressed, his body could contain it. Between life and death, Lin Fei would do whatever he decided to do. The heaven and earth smelt flew out, and Lin Fei flew in. The heaven and earth divine fire surged into his body and started to suppress the divine power. One had to say that this move was used in the right place. The heaven and earth smelt was not something of this world. Compressed divine power. Instantly it worked. The violent divine power wanted to leak out, but it was suppressed by the power of the heaven and earth smelt. It remained in Lin Fei's body, unable to explode. Lin Fei's heart did not waver, and he allowed the heaven and earth smelt to compress it. The power that exceeded his body was suppressed, and the divine power was compressed bit by bit. It was compressed to 9,999 trillion dragon power, and only then did Lin Fei stop. That was too dangerous. I nearly burned myself. With a thought, Lin Fei's celestial power rumbled, and his body recovered. Looking at it, it took him an entire month to compress the divine power. This is it for now. Lin Fei did not dare to act recklessly. He kept the remaining 14 bodies and did not merge them. Chapter 1228. After experiencing a dangerous scene, Lin Fei did not dare to merge with the primordial chaos clones again. The fourth primordial chaos clone almost killed him, not to mention the next one. He maintained it like this. 9999 trillion dragon divine power was the limit of what his body could withstand. This amount of dragon divine power was very impressive. The 14 primordial chaos clones had the combat strength of an immortal emperor. Each of them was indestructible. Even an immortal emperor would have a headache facing them. The astral winds in the wind source zone were mostly cleared. Without them, it would be dangerous. Lin Fei charged forward. Without the astral winds, the number of chaos divine stones started to increase. Lin Fei collected them one by one, not letting go of a single chaos divine stone. Hua hua hua, Lin Fei collected the chaos divine stones like flowing water. Another chaos divine stone. In the sky, another chaos divine stone landed in Lin Fei's hand. There should be a large number of chaos divine stones up ahead. It was only after Lin Fei confirmed his guess. These chaos divine stones were clearly sent flying by a terrifying force. He had a chance to collect them. Could it really be a huge mountain? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and sped up. Without the astral winds in the wind source zone, Lin Fei sped up and collected more chaos divine stones. Not long after, an endless mountain appeared in front of him. This was probably the only mountain within 1 billion miles. Lin Fei sent his divine sense over. His eyes lit up and he was dumbfounded. He could not believe what he saw. I was right. Lin Fei was not sure when he came, But after seeing the mountain, he was sure. Chaos Divine Mountain. It was made up of all Chaos Divine stones. No wonder I found the Chaos Celestial stones in the astral winds. They must have been blown down by the astral winds and drifted in the astral winds for years to accumulate. Lin Fei appeared in front of the Chaos Divine Mountain. This Chaos Divine Mountain was 1,000,000 feet tall and 2 to 300,000 feet wide. If I dig it out, how many Chaos Divine stones will there be? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Happiness came too quickly. No matter where such a Chaos Divine Mountain was, once news of it got out, it would cause a huge storm across the universe. Ancient Fourth Step Immortal Emperors and Fourth Step Devil Emperors will be the first to participate in the fight. No one can control their desires. This was a Chaos Divine Mountain. We're almost at the wind source zone. On the bow of the warship, the 4 Immortal Emperors looked ahead. Back then, Immortal Emperor Ming Xian had come here once. It was hard for him to forget the scene back then. The wind source area ahead had caused them to suffer heavy losses. The Against the Sky realm is really not ordinary. If not for the warship made by the alchemist Grandmaster, it would not have been easy for everyone, Emperor Withered said. Warship runes bloomed. The power from the space was completely blocked. This is just the beginning. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian didn't think much of it. The astral winds inside are the most terrifying. I don't know how they formed, but the closer we get to the inside, the more terrifying the destructive power. The danger of the wind source zone made everyone nervous. Good heavens, a genuine Chaos Divine Mountain. Lin Fei examined it from top to bottom and confirmed that it was undoubtedly a divine mountain made of Chaos Divine stones. Open. A fist containing terrifying divine power smashed onto the divine mountain like a rainbow. Dong! A dull sound spread out. The Chaos Divine Mountain didn't move at all after a punch with 9,999 trillion dragon divine power. Not even a single Chaos Divine stone fell. Lin Fei blinked. What kind of joke is this? The power of my punch can't even break a single Chaos Divine stone. Again, Lin Fei was really dumbfounded. The Divine Mountain was really harder than he had imagined. Lin Fei didn't believe it. He transformed into a giant god fiend with 3 heads and 6 arms. He attacked the Chaos Divine Mountain like a violent person beating up a sandbag. His physical body's limit. Dong, 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 the dull sound was still there. First step, Immortal Emperors. Second step, Immortal Emperors. And even third step, Immortal Emperors died countless times under Lin Fei's torrential attacks. The Chaos Divine Mountain didn't move at all, not to mention the stone ships that fell. This time, Lin Fei was really helpless. A divine mountain is so hard that even my power can't break it. Lin Fei stopped and frowned. He had found a peerless treasure, but he couldn't take it down. He couldn't just leave it there forever. That wasn't a solution. There was a mountain in front of him, but he couldn't take it down. Lin Fei was depressed and tried all kinds of methods. The first was to take the Chaos Divine Mountain. In the end, the Chaos Divine Mountain didn't react. Lin Fei used all his strength, but still couldn't move it. If he couldn't move it, then he would attack with fire. Lin Fei released a fire dragon. It was the divine fire of heaven and earth. He tried to melt the divine mountain. This time, the divine fire suffered setback. The Chaos Divine Mountain didn't fall for it, and the divine fire couldn't do anything to it. This time, Lin Fei frowned deeply. Could it be that he really had to give up on this godly mountain? There was a treasure right in front of him that he couldn't take away. This was the most tragic thing in the world. I wonder if this will work. Lin Fei thought of an idea and took out an axe. It was made of starlight divine metal. It was fun back then, so he still had it on him. Let's try it. Lin Fei picked up the starlight axe and hacked at the God Mountain. The God Mountain that didn't rely on strength flashed, and a fist-sized Chaos Divine stone came out. Done. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. The Chaos Divine stone landed in his hand. It was the size of a fist. There are all kinds of strange things in the world. Everything has a counter. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. The starlight divine metal didn't let down its reputation. It really countered the Chaos Divine Mountain. In the entire world, I'm afraid there aren't many people who can mine this mountain. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed like an old fox. He was originally worried that if he couldn't take the Chaos Divine Mountain away, there would be a huge battle if someone found out. But now, the Chaos Divine Mountain needed specialized items to be mined. There were only a handful of Starlight Divine Metal that could be refined into axes. Come out. 14 Primordial Chaos clones walked out. Go and mine. Lin Fei didn't lack axes. The 14 Primordial Chaos clones immediately became miners. They raised their axes and charged forward. The 14 Primordial Chaos clones moved quickly. Piece by piece, the Chaos Divine Stones were mined. Collect. Lin Fei relaxed. He just sat there and collected the Chaos Divine Stones. He didn't need to do anything else. At the same time, he thought that the Chaos Divine Stones should have been blown down by the astral winds. This God Mountain is so big. It will take a lot of time to mine it all. Anyway, the heaven-defying space can speed up time. It won't take too long to mine the entire God Mountain. This time, the strength of the Academy's disciples will increase greatly. Also, the Black Mountain Demonic God and the others that I subdued. As long as I forge a set of Chaos Immortal armor and weapon for them. Lin Fei could almost imagine the scene when that happened. This astral wind? On this day, a battleship arrived at the wind source zone. Old Ghost, is this the wind source astral wind? Why is it different from what you said? On the battleship, light flowed. Chapter 1229. Wind source zone. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian widened his eyes so much that his eyeballs almost popped out. The scene in front of him couldn't be connected to the scene in the past. How did the wind source astral gale disappear? This shouldn't be the case. Back then, the wind source astral gale was densely packed here, howling incessantly. Without any treasures that could withstand the astral gale, one would surely die. But why is the astral gale so weak now? Immortal Emperor Ming Xian flew out and landed in the astral winds. The astral wind was very weak. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian flung his sleeves and shook off the astral winds. A huge question mark surfaced. Could it be the wrong place? Xian Sect Celestial Emperor flew out and frowned. If they were at the wrong place, it would be bad. It can't be. The wind origin zone is the only way. There is no mistake. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian shook his head. There must be something wrong with the wind origin zone, causing the astral winds to have problems. Let's go. The remaining 3 Immortal Emperors were not fools. When Immortal Emperor Ming Xian said this, he immediately realized that there was a problem with the wind origin zone. The wind origin astral wind would not disappear so easily. There must be a reason. Wind source zone. After they left, a group of people appeared behind them. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian recognized it with a single glance. Strange. The wind origin astral wind is a type of terrifying astral wind. Any immortal emperor would have a headache dealing with it. No wonder old Ghost Ming Xian obtained a flying treasure. However, the wind origin astral wind shouldn't be so little. Could it be that he was taken by someone to cultivate a secret technique? There were all kinds of secret arts in the universe, and there were countless of them. Some of the great secret arts required rare treasures, and the wind origin astral wind was one of them. It could be used to cultivate some powerful secret arts. Outside of this reason, Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian really couldn't explain why the wind source gale was so little to this degree. Something must have happened inside. Then he followed behind. To track old Ghost Ming Xian, Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian had used a top-grade treasure to hide his tracks. Even the astute old Ghost Ming Xian did not realize that he was being followed. With so many doppelgangers, it's great to work. In front of a huge mountain, Lin Fei sat on a throne with a pile of Chaos Divine Stones in front of him. Ever since the axe forged from Starlight Divine Metal could be used to mine Primal Chaos Divine Stones, Lin Fei had sent out all of his avatars to mine Primal Chaos Divine Stones like a swarm of locusts. After mining for a long time, Lin Fei discovered another benefit. Each of the primordial doppelgangers had 20 million dragon divine power, and the stronger the divine power, the faster the extraction. This time, Lin Fei's eyes narrowed as he smiled. Even with 14 clones mining, this Chaos Divine Mountain was still a massive object. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. Other than collecting the Chaos Divine Stones, Lin Fei had another thing to do, and that was to refine the Chaos Divine Stones. After leaving the Chaos Divine Mountain, the primal Chaos Divine Stones could be refined, just like in the heaven-defying dimension. His body was about to reach perfection. Lin Fei was not satisfied with this. He prepared to cultivate the chaotic body. This was a secret that could be seen from ancient records. Rumor had it that as long as one had enough Chaos Divine Stones, one could cultivate the Chaos body, which was one of the most terrifying physiques in the legends. There were even records of someone cultivating the Chaos body in the past. His physical body was invincible, and he was famous in the primordial era. It was too difficult to cultivate the Chaos body. One had to have enough Chaos Divine Stones, and their physical body had to be strong. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the conditions before him. With his true self-body at perfection and the chaotic body, he would be more confident when he became a martial emperor. The chaotic body is indeed one of the strongest physical bodies in the world. No wonder the chaotic alien race was so powerful back then. That chaotic alien race must have the chaotic body, right? Back then, Lin Fei had refined his right hand, and with that lesson, his physical body was even stronger than before. It was incomparable. Soon, he refined all 4 limbs. The chaotic body was divided into a few steps. The limbs were just the beginning. With the true self-body as a foundation, the refinement was very fast. Whoosh with a thought, a series of runes appeared on his limbs, extending all the way to his arm before stopping. As long as I cultivate the chaotic body, this peerless, immortal body will become even stronger. I should be able to fuse 18 clones in one go, right? Before the true self-body reached perfection, his physical body was already at its limit. Someone is coming. On the throne, Lin Fei had just refined a Chaos Divine Stone. After refining his limbs, he started to refine his back. Usually, he would release his divine sense to prevent any danger. There was movement in front, and Lin Fei noticed it immediately. The astral winds were absorbed by me. Without this barrier, someone really came in. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Now that my divine power has reached the limit of my physical body, and I have 14 clones, I really have nothing to be afraid of. Lin Fei squinted his eyes again. There is indeed no wind source astral winds along the way. How strange. A flying warship came from afar. On the deck of the warship, the 4 immortal emperors couldn't figure out the reason. It was because there was no wind source astral winds that they could easily pass through. There is something in front. Immortal Emperor Zhuge Feiying, who didn't speak much, pointed ahead. They were all immortal emperors. They could vaguely feel that there was something in front. Quick! Swoosh, 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 the warship moved like a stream of light. After a while, a black mountain appeared in front of the 4 immortal emperors with runes. Chaos Divine Mountain. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian's eyes widened as he looked at the mountain in disbelief. How is this possible? On normal days, a small piece of Chaos Divine Stone is already very rare, and now there's a divine mountain. We are rich. I can't imagine that there is such a divine mountain behind the wind source zone. The 4 immortal emperors were very excited. As long as they could take down this mountain, the 4 of them would have a bright future. The emperor tribulations that troubled them would be as easy as drinking water, and they wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. Wait, there seems to be someone on the mountain. Just as they were excited, Emperor Withered frowned and told them a piece of bad news. On the peerless treasure of the Chaos Divine Mountain, with their powerful divine senses, they really found someone. Now, their expressions changed. Someone had beaten them to it. This wasn't a good thing. If they wanted to pass through the wind source zone, they still needed to make some preparations to be confident of passing through. But now, someone was even stronger than them. Could it be a 4th step Immortal Emperor? Immortal Emperor Xian Zong lowered his voice. The 4's expressions changed again. A fourth-step immortal emperor was a terrifying existence that could turn them into dregs with one look. To be able to become a fourth-step immortal emperor, one's emotions were unpredictable. No one knew what kind of fourth-step immortal emperor they would encounter. However, they were really unwilling to let them leave just like that. It was fine if they didn't see it. After seeing the treasure mountain, they were mesmerized. The value of a chaos divine mountain couldn't be estimated. Even fourth-step immortal emperors would go crazy for it, let alone first-step immortal emperors like them. It was like a mountain of gold in front of them. What a divine mountain! Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian, who had been following them, couldn't help but be moved. A divine mountain formed by chaos divine stones. This was the first time Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian had seen it. The 5 Immortal Emperor elders behind him were also shocked. Outside the myriad heavens, every time a chaos divine stone appeared, it would cause a huge commotion, let alone a chaos divine mountain. Sect leader, we came to the right place. It's obvious that Old Ghost is here for the divine mountain. Sect leader, I think we have to take down the divine mountain no matter what. As long as we have this divine mountain, our sky-cracking sect will become a great sect in the myriad heavens. The 5 Immortal Emperor elders rubbed their palms together. They all knew the value of a chaos divine mountain. They were jealous. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian was completely moved. He tried his best to calm himself down. Don't be rash. There's already someone on the chaos divine mountain. It seems to be a supreme immortal emperor. We don't know the situation. Let's wait and see first. If it was an ownerless item, Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian would kill his way out. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian and the others were powerful. They had brought great treasures into the heaven-defying space to suppress them. Although it was a little difficult, it wasn't too difficult. We must get the divine mountain. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian had already decided. If there was a supreme immortal emperor on the divine mountain, he couldn't interfere. With the terrifying strength of a supreme immortal emperor, the entire sect would be razed to the ground. But he had the backing of a great sect. At most, he would ask them to help. The benefits of getting the Chaos Divine Mountain would be unimaginable. A little closer, greed overpowered their rationality. They moved closer. Just one look. With a treasure mountain in front of them, they were unwilling to leave. Just one look was good. As long as it wasn't a powerful immortal emperor, they had a way. If it was a supreme immortal emperor, they had thought of a way and prepared life-saving items. They should be able to leave the heaven-defying space. The Chaos Divine Mountain appeared clearly in front of them. While they were feeling uneasy, they finally saw a throne and the figure on it. It's that kid. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian took a few glances and widened his eyes again. Lin Fei, Immortal Emperor Xianzong, Immortal Emperor Zhuge Feiying, and Emperor Ku all saw it. Wasn't that the guy they were gnashing their teeth with? Why was he here? At this moment, they didn't have time to think so much. They heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a fourth-step immortal emperor. Even the heavens are helping me. I was almost fooled. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian's hatred for Lin Fei couldn't be expressed in a single sentence. Everyone, Lin Fei's strength is unfathomable. I don't know how he found the sacred mountain. What we need to do now is to suppress that kid and obtain the sacred mountain. Why don't we kill him? Emperor Ku said coldly. We can't kill him for the time being. We are also risking our lives to come to this place. Since this brat can come here, the master behind him might be here to guard the sacred mountain. If we kill Lin Fei, wouldn't it be the same as telling his master? At that time, Immortal Emperor Zhuge Feiying pointed out the key point. We have to be careful. Hua 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 for immortal emperors and their subordinates. A total of 50 to 60 people charged out of the void. Taoist Lin Fei, how have you been? I didn't expect us to meet here. We're really fated. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian looked straight at Lin Fei. So it's you, old thing. I didn't expect you to come here too. On the throne, Lin Fei opened his eyes and chuckled, but he didn't get up. The 4 immortal emperors charged over. Their eyes first fell on Lin Fei. Then they noticed the clones on the sacred mountain. Each clone stopped and stared at them. Be careful. Lin Fei hid his strength well. He cultivated so many clones, and each clone's strength is exceptionally terrifying. Immortal Emperor Xianzong reminded everyone. The four immortal emperors were very surprised that he cultivated 14 clones, and each of them emitted the same aura. Chapter 1230. 14 Doppelgangers. They were afraid. Doppelgangers were the hardest to cultivate. It was just one doppelganger, but there were 14 doppelgangers with the same aura. The four immortal emperors had no choice but to take this seriously. Perhaps, there was a powerful existence nearby. Lin Fei really did not expect that the person who came looking for him was none other than immortal Emperor Mingxian. These people are all in this together. I can catch them all at once. From the moment they appeared, Lin Fei had a plan. The Chaos Divine Mountain could not be exposed. Taoist Lin, how did you come here? Why did you take the God Mountain for yourself? What is the meaning of this? Immortal Emperor Xian stared at Lin Fei. Before understanding the situation, they did not dare to make a move. The terror of the Wind Source Zone was still fresh in their memories. For Lin Fei to be able to find this place, there must be a powerful existence supporting him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to reach this place. This God Mountain is yours. Lin Fei stood up. Of course it is ours. Immortal Emperor Xian answered. Otherwise, why would we come here? Emperor Wither added. Taoist Lin, you're occupying someone else's things, and you still have the right? Lin Fei raised his brows. You are that person again? Tell me your name. Such arrogance. My title is Emperor Wither. Emperor Wither said with a baleful look. The God Mountain was left behind by us in the past. If you know what's good for you, hand over the divine stones and leave obediently. The Chaos Divine Mountain was theirs. Lin Fei laughed out loud. You old fogies, you're really thick-skinned. This divine mountain is ownerless. Since when did it belong to you? If I were you, I would find a rope and hang myself. Zhuge Feiying said, Fellow Taoist Lin, you are very strong, but you can't fight against so many people. Be careful, a loose tongue may cause trouble. It would be such a pity for a genius with such potential to fall in this wind origin zone. So this place was called the Wind Source Zone. Lin Fei was indeed very surprised that they had found this place. He had rushed here on a whim, while they came with a purpose. Needless to say, they were probably here for the Chaos Divine Mountain. In fact, Lin Fei was mistaken about one thing. They only knew that there were primal Chaos Divine Stones in the Wind Source Zone, but the Chaos Divine Mountain didn't. What if I don't go? A cold light flashed across Zhuge Feiying's eyes as he said sternly, Then don't blame us for attacking you. The four immortal emperors, including their subordinates, were a rather powerful force. It would be easy for them to suppress Lin Fei. His biggest worry was the backer behind Lin Fei. Lin Fei clapped his hands and said with a smile, Fight? Do you know what I want to do the most right now? That's beating you up. Back then, the Sky-Cracking sect had already tolerated you for a long time. You traveled far and wide in search of me, only to find me effortlessly. Now, you've delivered yourselves to me. Boom! Lin Fei slapped the throne and shot out. Hua hua hua. The 14 primordial avatars all moved. Immortal Emperor Mingxian and the others were stunned. They all decided to suppress Lin Fei first. All of you go up and stop the avatars. Immortal Emperor Mingxian was already filled with resentment. To prevent any accidents from happening, the four of us will attack together and suppress Lin Fei. All right. Behind the four immortal emperors, over 40 people swarmed forward. Immortal emperors, half-step immortal emperors, first-step immortal emperor elders. They were a huge force. One of the avatars punched in the sky, and the divine power river whipped one of the immortal emperors. The immortal emperor did not even make a sound before he was torn into pieces. The river whipped again, and another immortal emperor was hit. The most ordinary attack. The terrifying divine power created 14 terrifying first-step immortal emperors. The 14 first-step immortal emperors were like ferocious tigers descending the mountain. In an instant, half of the immortal emperors died. Isn't it just an avatar? Die. A half-step immortal emperor stabbed a sword at one of Lin Fei's avatars. The sword pierced through, but the avatar seemed unharmed. It turned into a long river and coiled around the half-step immortal emperor. No matter how he struggled, the half-step immortal emperor could not break free. After a few breaths, he stopped breathing. This old man's subordinate, Immortal Emperor Ming Xian, suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Lin Fei's avatars were so powerful that most of the disciples he brought died in the blink of an eye. There were only 8 first-step immortal emperors left on the battlefield. The rest were all dead. It was so fast that no one could accept the result. Old thing, your subordinates are not that great. Lin Fei pounced at Immortal Emperor Ming Xian, who was closest to him. This old man will fight you to the death. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian brought many disciples with potential for the primal chaos divine stones, but they all died in the blink of an eye. How could he not be heartbroken? After the previous battle, an immortal armor appeared on his body. He also knew that Lin Fei was powerful in close combat. He retreated, and a black immortal bow appeared in his hand. It was a top-grade immortal artifact. Swish, swish, swish. The flowing light shot toward Lin Fei. This was specially prepared for Lin Fei. This was not an ordinary immortal arrow. It contained terrifying divine might. Old thing, I'm going to beat you until you're half dead today. Lin Fei did not react to the flowing light. He swatted with his left and right hands, and the terrifying force was sent flying, blocking the arrow that contained terrifying divine might. This move contained crushing force. Swish, swish, swish. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian shot out 10 arrows consecutively, exhausting a large amount of immortal energy. The might of one arrow could kill a first-step immortal emperor. This was one of the sacred sword gates' cornerstone treasures. Lin Fei moved very quickly, and the flowing light was sent flying. The hand of primal chaos is indeed impressive. His left and right hands were already the hand of primal chaos, isolating all rebound forces. Old Fogey Ming Xian's attack was very strong, and he was sent flying. Old thing, you're old. Lin Fei sent the terrifying flowing light flying again, arriving before Old Fogey Ming Xian. At the same time, Immortal Emperor Xian from the Mystic Sect, the Withered Emperor, and Zhuge Feng attacked simultaneously. It's my turn now. Lin Fei swatted with his right hand, and the palm formed by divine power slapped at Old Fogey Ming Xian with a thought. 9,999 trillion dragon divine power, a supreme strike. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian blocked with both hands. With 3 immortal emperors attacking, Lin Fei would definitely have to retreat or wait to be injured. Once he was injured, they would have the final say. With this block, a great terror came. His hands exploded, and his immortal armor turned into fragments. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian was submerged by the divine power palm, and his entire body was smashed into a meat patty. Every increase in divine power increased the might of one's strength by more than 100-fold. Furthermore, Lin Fei's divine power was raised to the limit. Immortal Emperor Ming Xian was only a peak first-step immortal emperor, so how could he withstand the power of this palm? He was smashed into a meat patty on the spot. The attacks of the 3 immortal emperors landed on Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not feel much of the power that could kill a first-step immortal emperor. He withstood it just like that. Only his chi and blood surged, and he did not vomit blood. Too weak, Lin Fei turned his head and chuckled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. This smile was like the smile of a demon. The 3 immortal emperors went to support Immortal Emperor Ming Xian. In less than a breath's time, Immortal Emperor Ming Xian was smashed into a meat patty, not far from death. Lin Fei suffered their attacks, but he didn't even spit out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 12:31. What the hell? How long has it been? Lin Fei's strength has increased again. What kind of joke is this? Bastard. The 3 immortal emperors scolded. Back at the Sky Crack Gate, Immortal Emperor Ming Xian was able to hold on for a while against Lin Fei. Just now, they saw old geezer Ming Xian turn into a meat patty without being able to withstand a single palm strike. Lin Fei's improvement is too terrifying. They had cultivated for millions of years, but their strength was not even comparable to Lin Fei. They felt that their cultivation was wasted. Brother Zhuge, use the array to trap him. We will execute the secret technique. Immortal Emperor Xian's sect did not like Lin Fei, especially after Netherworld Palace was destroyed by Lin Fei. Apart from that, Lin Fei's growth was too fast, and he did not put them in his eyes. All right, we've all underestimated Lin Fei. We didn't expect his strength to rise to this level. Zhuge Feiying said in a deep voice, "If we don't suppress Lin Fei today, none of us will have a good time." The scene before them was not a joke. Lin Fei, who was originally on the same level as them, was instantly listed as a threat by them. The three of them were peak first-step Immortal Emperors. With the secret technique, they could display the strength of a second-step Immortal Emperor. However, none of them were a match for Lin Fei. Terrifyingly powerful, Zhuge Feiying was the most proficient in arrays among them. None of them were a match for him in close combat. Trap him first. Hua hua hua, Zhuge Feiying moved quickly. He sent out array flags and inserted them into the void. Everything within millions of miles was shrouded in black fog. Top-grade array flags, top-grade trapping array. Rise! After the formation was set up, Zhuge Feiying formed a hand seal. The black fog that filled the sky hung down and swirled towards Lin Fei's limbs. You want to trap me? Easy. A river appeared on Lin Fei's left and right hands. This river was not a divine power river, but an astral wind river. It was an attack specially refined by the wind source astral wind. Hua Hua Hua, the two wind essence rivers, one on the left and one on the right, contained unparalleled power, and they swept toward the black mist. As soon as the black mist came into contact with the wind essence rivers, it was shattered into pieces. The moment the two winding rivers appeared, they displayed extraordinary might. Bang, bang, bang. As the black mist descended, everything within a few 100,000 miles was shredded into pieces. Hey you, this thing of yours won't do. Hua, hua, hua. The black fog was almost completely destroyed. Two long rivers broke through the void and rolled towards Zhuge Feiying. Not good. This Emperor's array formation can't trap Lin Fei. The moment the winding river pierced through the formation, Immortal Emperor Zhuge Feiying cursed in his heart. His top-grade formation flag was broken by a fierce force, and a hole was opened in the formation. It was the same as crippling it. In less than a breath's time, the formation was broken. Zhuge Feiying could not imagine how overbearing Lin Fei's attack was. Space-time transfer. Zhuge Feiying's attainments in the Tao of arrays were the most impressive among those present. Another formation flag flew out, and with him, as the center, space-time became chaotic. Tens of thousands of layers of space overlapped one after another, and he was already into space. The two winding rivers rolled forward, breaking through the space one after another, breaking thousands of layers of space. Taoist Lin, you're indeed very powerful. This emperor has underestimated you. Unfortunately, you can't break my space-time array. The two winding rivers could not hit him, and only then did Zhuge Feiying calm down. This was his greatest trump card. In the tens of thousands of layers of space, he could constantly move his body. Who could hurt him? It was precisely this space-time array that Zhuge Feiying was not afraid of meeting a second-step Immortal Emperor. Space-time array? Lin Fei did not think much of it, and he rushed into the space-time array. With this array, see how I break it. Stepping into the space-time array, a monstrous pressure came. Break! Lin Fei walked like a tiger and swung his sleeves, and his divine power was like the wind. The strength of this swing was the limit of his physical body, and the pressure of space was squeezed out. He punched the space in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. The power of one punch penetrated the space in front and behind him, instantly shattering thousands of layers of space. This array of yours is not bad, but in front of true divine power, it is nothing. Bang, bang, bang. Space exploded one after another. The space-time array simulated space, but it was not a real space. The power of one punch from Lin Fei swept through thousands of layers of space, and the remaining power continued to expand. After 3 punches, the space-time array became a decoration. Hua! 2 winding rivers flew out from Lin Fei's hands, turning into a huge green whirlpool. It was the wind source astral wind, which could turn into a winding river or a whirlpool. Zhuge Feiying was immediately sucked into the whirlpool. The wind source astral wind swept over, and Zhuge Feiying's body was turned into a bloody mess. This was the wind source astral wind that gave Lin Fei a headache in the past. The battle between the two happened in a split second. Immortal Emperor Zhuge Feiying used the array in an attempt to trap Lin Fei. Who would have thought that Lin Fei would be able to break the array with just a wave of his hand? And Immortal Emperor Zhuge Feiying was in danger. The taste is not bad, right? Lin Fei walked into the astral wind, and Immortal Emperor Zhuge Feiying vomited a mouthful of blood. He was seriously injured. This is the wind source astral wind, and you can actually refine it into a divine power. This emperor did not lose unjustly. Zhuge Feiying's vitality was greatly injured. The wind source astral wind was too powerful, and his physical body could not withstand the astral wind at all. This emperor admits defeat and is willing to become your follower. The moment the word follower came out, Immortal Emperor Zhuge Feiying was like a defeated rooster. He was a peak first step Immortal Emperor, but he was not a match for a rising star. In the blink of an eye, he became a prisoner. This was completely unexpected. I'm not interested in people like you. Lin Fei shook his head, and with the true self-world destroyer sword in hand, he pierced Zhuge Feiying's forehead, killing him along with his primordial spirit. Follower? Lin Fei was really not interested. With the chaotic divine mountain in hand, it was not a problem to create a batch of first-step immortal emperors. The two of you should leave with him. Lin Fei held his sword and looked at Immortal Emperor Xianzong and Emperor Wither. At this moment, the two's eyes were filled with fear. Among the 3 of them, Immortal Emperor Zhuge Feiying was not the strongest, but in terms of survival skills, he was number 1. Now he was still dead. Go! The 2 of them could not care so much, especially when they saw the clones attacking the first step Immortal Emperor Elder, and another one died in the blink of an eye. In addition, Zhuge Feiying was killed with 1 sword. They knew that they were not a match for him. If not now, then when? Lin Fei could not let them leave. Die! Immortal Emperor Xianzong and Emperor Wither each turned into a stream of light. Lin Fei caught up with Emperor Wither in a few steps, and Emperor Wither was scared out of his wits. Damn! How did you catch up to me? Isn't this asking for death? You are an immortal emperor. Do you not intend to spar? Taoist Lin, we have no enmity between us. Why do you have to do this? It was all because of old Ghost Ming Xian. I never intended to deal with you. Emperor Wither increased his speed. Do you think I will believe you? 2 long, green rivers. Their auras soared into the sky, and a monstrous whirlpool swept towards Emperor Wither. Emperor Wither's body flickered with brilliance, and in the whirlpool, the brilliance dimmed. The peak-grade immortal armor on his body was shattered into pieces, and in the blink of an eye, only white bones remained. Chapter 1232. Wind Source Astral Wind was a sacred art that Lin Fei cultivated. It had terrifying killing power. Emperor Wither was only a first-step immortal emperor, and his physical body wasn't very strong. Once he used his divine ability, he died on the spot. He didn't even have the chance to use his secret technique. Putting the 2 rivers away, Lin Fei stepped into the void of space. There was still 1 more person to kill. Immortal Emperor Xianzong. Emperor Withering, you have to hold on even if you want to die. Aren't you harming me? Immortal Emperor Xianzong saw Lin Fei chasing after Emperor Withering and was glad that he was lucky. He just needed time to shake off Lin Fei and he would be able to live. Then he just needed to spread the news of chaotic God Mountain and all the experts would gather. By then, it would be hard for Lin Fei not to die. Looking back again, Lin Fei appeared behind him. This time, Immortal Emperor Xianzong's hair stood on end. Emperor Withering was a scammer, even if he could hold on for 5 minutes. Immortal Emperor Xianzong, you run really fast. Are you a rabbit? Two rivers blasted over from the left and right. Xianzong Celestial Emperor could tell that the two rivers were made from the wind source Astral Wind. They were extraordinarily terrifying, and he didn't dare to face them head-on. Zhuge Feiying and Emperor Ku had both died under the two sword rivers. He didn't want to die. Taoist Lin, are you really going to kill us? Immortal Emperor Xianzong attacked the two rivers. If you didn't come to find me, I naturally wouldn't. Unfortunately, you guys are unlucky. Lin Fei shook his head. They had brought all of this upon themselves. Bloodstorm. With the true self-world destroyer sword in hand, he slashed out a ray of light. Invincible sword art, first sword. After his divine power reached this level, Lin Fei's sword was the only ray of light left in the world. Immortal Emperor Xianzong was unlucky. Meeting a monster like Lin Fei, his strength rose like a rocket. Without a doubt, Immortal Emperor Xianzong wouldn't be able to hold on for more than a breath, even if he took out his life-saving immortal artifact. His entire body was torn into pieces, and even his Yuan Shin couldn't come out. Killed with a single slash. How weak. The invincible sword technique was designed by the system to counter Lin Fei's strength. Lin Fei didn't even need to think about it. All dead. Although Immortal Emperor Ming Xian had been smashed into a meat patty and was on the verge of death, at least he was not dead. There was no one left. Wrong. All the people they brought were dead. Whether it was Xian's sect Immortal Emperor or Emperor Ku, none of them survived. How can he be so strong? Immortal Emperor Ming Xian regretted it. As a dignified Immortal Emperor, why did he have to make things difficult for a junior? Now, not only was he in trouble, but the sect behind him was probably going to be wiped off the face of the earth. It's too late for you to regret it. Lin Fei returned with his sword and appeared behind Immortal Emperor Ming Xian. With a stab, a head flew up. Another Immortal Emperor had fallen. You can only blame yourself for not seeing the situation clearly. If Immortal Emperor Ming Xian didn't come and act like he didn't see anything, Lin Fei wouldn't have taken the initiative to kill them. They were just too greedy. After easily finishing off the 4 Immortal Emperors, Lin Fei kept the storage rings. They were all filled with some true spirits. The person in the dark, after watching for so long, aren't you going to come out and meet me? Lin Fei's gaze landed on the void. Dao friend Lin, you are very capable. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian brought 5 first-step Immortal Emperors out from the dark. You can even detect our sect's secret art. Impressive. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian had been following them. Who didn't like such a chaotic divine mountain? Who didn't want to occupy it? The reason why he didn't come out was because he wanted Immortal Emperor Ming Xian and the others to fight with Lin Fei. Another reason was that Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian wanted to see Lin Fei's true strength. With 4 first-step Immortal Emperors attacking, Lin Fei had to use his full strength. They who were in the dark could reap the benefits. Lin Fei discovered that they didn't rely on their spiritual senses, but the system. When Immortal Emperor Ming Xian and the others arrived, Lin Fei secretly opened the system and discovered that there were people hiding nearby. It was just that he didn't know who they were. During the battle, just now, Lin Fei had been on guard, waiting for them to make a move. Unfortunately, they didn't make a move. So it's sect head Shui. Are you guys just passing by? Lin Fei asked casually. Lin Fei didn't want anyone else to know about the chaotic divine mountain. Lin Fei pondered over how to get rid of all of them. Lin Fei wasn't worried about the 5 first-step Immortal Emperor Elders. It was just that Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian wasn't easy to deal with. He had the strength of a second-step Immortal Emperor. Rumor had it that he had battle pets and a backer. If he wanted to kill them, it had to be foolproof. Taoist Lin, you are lucky to have found such a chaotic divine mountain. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian didn't mention Immortal Emperor Ming Xian and the others. They were all dead and of no value. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian could clearly sense Lin Fei's killing intent towards him. Very heavy. The 5 first-step Immortal Emperor Elders behind him were on guard. The scene just now was still fresh in their minds. Lin Fei was too terrifying. He was so strong that he killed 4 immortal emperors like he was cutting vegetables. Lin Fei said, "My luck is indeed not bad." Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian was wary. Even with his battle pets, he might not be a match for Lin Fei. "Taoist Lin, I'll be frank." Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian said, "I want the primal chaos godstones, but I advise you not to do anything. As long as I die, the news will spread, and my backer will come out in full force. At that time, fellow Taoist Lin won't be able to defend against the wolves, right?" "You're right," Lin Fei said. "I do have my misgivings. I regret not killing all of you immediately. That's why I'm speaking." Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian was very proud. At least Lin Fei had no intention of fighting to the end. "I won't make things difficult for you. As the saying goes, everyone gets a share. This chaotic divine mountain is so big and unique. Why don't we split it in half?" Lin Fei laughed. "You have quite a big appetite." Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian wanted to see Lin Fei being humiliated. "I might as well let you know that our sect backing is the renowned Heaven Connecting Gate. I don't think it's too much to split it in half." "No wonder you have such a big appetite." Lin Fei knew of the Heavenspan sect. It was an extremely powerful sect. A sect like the Sky Splitters sect was nothing in front of them. It was no wonder why they dared to have such a huge appetite. "Taoist Lin, if you agree, everything is negotiable." Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian stopped. Everyone could hear the threat behind it. "Why wouldn't I agree? As long as you're capable, you can even take the entire sacred mountain." Lin Fei squinted his eyes and said generously, "Don't tell me this guy is plotting something again." Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian did not believe that Lin Fei would be so kind. He must be plotting something. Chapter 1233. Lin Fei was straightforward. He split the mountain and arranged for his clones to mine it while he returned to his throne. He, without the Starlight Divine metal mining tools. "Let's see how you're going to mine it." It was very difficult to mine the Chaos Divine Mountain. That day, Lin Fei tried many methods before he found a way to mine it. Lin Fei did not believe that they had the ability to do so. Threatening him, "I will get rid of you sooner or later." Lin Fei was wary of the heaven-reaching sect behind the sky-cracking sect. That was a famous faction. Although it was not as strong as the Dark faction, it had many experts. Sect leader, could Lin Fei be plotting something? The 5 first-step Immortal Emperor Realm Elders were surprised to see Lin Fei agree so readily and assign them to their respective positions. They did not think that Lin Fei would be so kind. He probably wanted to kill them on the spot and keep this secret to himself. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian was good at reading people. He could not understand what Lin Fei was trying to do. "The 5 of you go and mine the Chaos Divine Stones." Shui Mantian was there personally to prevent Lin Fei from attacking. He was confident that he could defend himself. As for reporting the news, Shui Mantian would not do that. If he really did that, he would be the biggest fool in the world. Everyone would laugh at him. Shui Mantian knew that this was his chance. The Chaos Divine Stones were so important that no matter who got them, they would want to refine them and not sell them. A Chaos Divine Mountain was priceless. If this news spread, the heaven-reaching sect would arrange for people to come down immediately. Even the big shots would come down personally. At most, they would reward him with a few Chaos Divine Stones, some cultivation resources, and treasures. This was nothing compared to the Chaos Divine Mountain. With so many Chaos Divine Stones, Shui Mantian could refine them all and cultivate the legendary chaotic body. His body would be terrifyingly strong. With this body, he could easily become a world lord. 5 minutes later, the 5 first-step Immortal Emperor Elders returned with ugly expressions. "Sect leader, we seem to have been tricked. Chaos Divine Stones are extremely hard. We can't mine them. What should we do now?" The 5 first-step Immortal Emperor Elders were more excited than anyone else about mining the Primal Divine Stones. If the sect master ate the meat, they would drink the soup. That was no problem at all. Just when they were filled with fighting spirit, the heavens played a big joke on them. The treasure mountain was right in front of them, but they couldn't mine it. No matter how hard they tried, They couldn't extract a single piece of Godstone. There was nothing more tragic in the world. Immortal Emperor Xuan Montian's face darkened. How is this possible? Isn't Lin Fei's clone mining? On the Chaos Divine Mountain, Chaos Divine Stones were mined one after another. They grew bigger and bigger, constantly falling into Lin Fei's hands. There must be a mistake. It was no wonder that Xuan Mantian would think so. Sect Master, it's true. One of the elders said. Xuan Mantian couldn't sit still anymore. He personally came before the Chaos God Mountain and grabbed at it. He tried to grab a piece of Godstone, but it was useless. The God Mountain didn't move at all. Following that, Xuan Mantian tried all sorts of methods. The Divine Mountain remained motionless. Not a single Godstone was mined. Xuan Mantian was dumbfounded. What was going on? Why was it that he couldn't mine, but Lin Fei's clone could mine so easily? His original lofty aspirations and glorious future were mercilessly interrupted. Xuan Mantian was unwilling to accept this. He turned his gaze to Lin Fei's clone. After observing for a while, he finally saw something. What material is that made of? On the Chaos Divine Mountain, Lin Fei's clone was mining up and down. He was very busy. Lin Fei is really a bastard. Xuan Mantian cursed in his heart. How could he not curse? It turned out that Lin Fei was certain that he couldn't dig out any Chaos Divine Stones. Sect Master, what should we do? Their Sect Master was unwilling, but they were also unwilling. On the other side, Lin Fei, who was sitting on the throne, was laughing in his heart. Who asked you to be so smug? Now you can't dig anymore. Lin Fei instructed his clone to dig even more vigorously. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. 2/5 of the Divine Mountain was gone, and a huge portion was dug out. In the past half a month, Xuan Mantian was so anxious that his hair was about to turn white. He kept thinking of ways to mine the Chaos Divine Stones. That fellow, Lin Fei, is just watching the show. After struggling for so long, Xuan Mantian couldn't think of a way. He had tried everything he could, and the Chaos Divine Stones didn't give him any face at all. In the past half a month, he didn't get a single Chaos Divine Stone. Lin Fei had eaten almost half of the Chaos Divine Stones. This made Xuan Mantian grit his teeth. If not for his fear of Lin Fei's strength, he would have attacked Lin Fei long ago. Lin Fei calculated that we can't mine. In a heaven-defying space, it will take 2 years to go back and forth. That way, the Divine Mountain will end up in Lin Fei's hands. Xuan Mantian was truly unwilling. Thus, he took the initiative to look for Lin Fei. Taoist Lin, you are really scheming. You calculated that I can't mine the Chaos Divine Stones, right? I didn't. You said that everyone gets a share. I'll let you have it. If you can't mine the Chaos Divine Stones, it has nothing to do with me. Lin Fei chuckled. Speaking of which, Lin Fei's words made sense. Since the Chaos Divine Mountain had already been split, he could only blame himself for not being able to mine it. Taoist Lin, I am willing to pay a price to buy the mining tools in your clone's hands. Xuan Mantian suppressed his anger and suggested his idea. Buy the tools. Even though he didn't know that they were made from materials, they were definitely suitable for mining. You want to buy them? Lin Fei had already predicted this. Name your price. Lin Fei shook his head. I can't sell them because I don't have any extra. You really aren't selling? Xuan Mantian didn't believe that Lin Fei didn't have any tools. This guy didn't give him any face at all. He had the support of the Heaven Connecting sect, even though the support wasn't huge. After all, he was part of an organization. Lin Fei, this be asterisk starred, didn't give him any face at all. Xuan Mantian really wanted to kill Lin Fei and take his Chaos Divine Stones. Lin Fei shrugged. I'm sorry, I don't have any left. How can I sell them? I want to anger you to death. The 5 First Step Immortal Emperor elders were enraged. The #1 sect in the great metropolis world couldn't do anything to a brat. What a tragedy. If it was during normal times, whoever dared to say such things definitely wouldn't have a good ending. But now, they didn't dare to say anything. Lin Fei's combat strength was terrifying, and killing them was as easy as flipping his palm. They didn't even see the sect leader. Aren't you afraid of me reporting it? Lin Fei glanced at them lazily. I've thought it through. If you want to report it, go ahead. I'm already very sincere. Who asked you to be so useless? Hong, suddenly, Lin Fei's aura soared into the sky, and he stood up. What are you doing? His hair stood on end. The moment Lin Fei stood up, he was like a ferocious tiger. Chapter 1234. Can't take the scare, really can't take the scare. Lin Fei shook his head. He had already arrived at the Chaos God Mountain. Hong, hong, hong. He grabbed with both hands, and the indestructible primal chaos divine stones fell off like sharp knives. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony and kept them. The first step immortal emperor elders behind immortal emperor Xuan Mantian were all furious. Lin Fei didn't hide his words at all, and they heard it clearly. To be honest, they were indeed frightened by Lin Fei. They thought that he was going to attack. Immortal Emperor Xuan Mantian's face was filled with unhappiness. This was especially the case for the elder he brought with him. Just a single action from him was enough to scare them. Seeing Lin Fei use his hands to mine large pieces of primal chaos divine stones, he felt even more uncomfortable. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered. Using his hands to mine the primal chaos divine stones finally proved his guess. After refining the primal chaos divine stones, the primal chaos hand grabbed at the primal chaos divine stones. The tough stones were as weak as tofu and were easily grabbed. Refine, refine, refine. Once the primal chaos divine stones were collected, he used the divine furnace to refine them. The primal chaos divine stones were strange. They couldn't be refined when they were in the God Mountain, but once they were mined, they could be refined. Until now, Lin Fei still didn't understand. Why was that? Xuan Mantian, that fellow, is definitely not satisfied. He might attack at any time. Wait until I finish refining the remaining parts and form the primal chaos body. Let's see what he can do then. It wasn't difficult to kill them. Lin Fei was just afraid that news would spread. Now, Lin Fei wanted to provoke Xuan Mantian. The longer this dragged on, the more Xuan Mantian couldn't take it anymore. Lin Fei personally joined in the mining. Unexpectedly, the mining speed increased. Large pieces of primal chaos divine stones fell into Lin Fei's pocket. In a short time, the God Mountains suffered a huge loss. With the 14 clones, their mining speed became even faster. Originally, they mined 2/5. In the blink of an eye, they had mined 3/5. Xuan Mantian couldn't take it anymore. After all his calculations, the primal chaos divine stones came from a God Mountain and not one by one. He missed the opportunity. If he knew that there was a God Mountain, Immortal Emperor Xuan Mantian would definitely bring tools. This was a huge loss. Sect leader, you have to think of a way. The elders could no longer sit still. At this rate, the divine mountain would soon be completely emptied. At that time, there would be nothing left. Could it be that he had come here for nothing? They really couldn't accept it. This emperor will speak to him personally. Dao Friendlin, you're amazing. Even I was tricked by you. Immortal Emperor Xuan Mantian flew towards the divine mountain, staring straight at Lin Fei. This bastard was really too much of a bastard. In the great metropolis heaven, there was really no one who dared to do this to him, but he just had to run into Lin Fei. He couldn't kill him, and he might not even be able to kill him. Mind the divine mountains? Lack of tools. Even if he was powerful, he would still be defeated. Helpless, Immortal Emperor Xuan Mantian came personally. Plot? I'm not a calculative person. If you're going to say such useless things, then don't. I'm still busy mining godstones. Lin Fei made a grabbing motion, and another primal godstone appeared in his hand. Look at how good this godstone is. This emperor will endure it. What do I have to do for you to sell it? If he couldn't mine it, then he would buy it. Immortal Emperor Xuan Mantian wanted to buy it. Not selling. Lin Fei rejected. I will give you half of the divine mountain. You can't blame me if you can't mine it yourself. This thing is priceless. Do you think I will sell it? This emperor, I don't want much, just 1/10 of what you have. Xuan Mantian stared at Lin Fei. 1/10? If I don't give it to you, are you going to threaten me and inform your backers to deal with me? Lin Fei stopped. What a bastard. Neither soft nor hard. How could a mortal emperor, Shui Mantian, not see through it? Lin Fei was purely angry at himself. He wasn't willing to hand over the Chaos Godstone, not even 1/10. Dao friend Lin, if that's what you want, then I have no choice but to do so. Shui Mantian said, when the people from the heaven-reaching sect come, they won't be so polite. Although the Divine Heaven Academy is strong, I'm afraid they won't be able to withstand the attacks of the experts from the heaven-reaching sect. Shui Mantian wanted to use the heaven-reaching sect to pressure Lin Fei into spitting out some Chaos Godstone. I'm not afraid to use the heaven-reaching sect to threaten me. After this divine mountain was excavated, he could use it to cultivate his chaotic body. He could then use the Chaos Godstone to nurture a batch of supreme experts. He could also use the Chaos Godstone to set up a chaos formation. With more than 2/5 of the Chaos Godstone in his hands, Lin Fei's chaotic body became even stronger. It could be said that he was getting stronger every day. This, I really want to see it. Demon God Needle. At this moment, Shui Mantian no longer concealed himself. He knew that it was useless to say anything else. Lin Fei wasn't afraid at all. He made his move. The black shadows that filled the sky broke through the air and left. This was a demonic artifact that Shui Mantian had obtained. It was specially used to suppress the physical body. You finally made your move. I thought that you would be able to endure for a long time. Lin Fei's 2 green rivers appeared in front of him and enveloped the 2 of them. From the start, Lin Fei had been scheming against the other party. Finally, when he couldn't endure it any longer, he could make his move. The improvement of his chaotic body allowed him to disregard the other party even more. Hua hua hua. 14 clones rushed forward immediately and surrounded the 5 first-step immortal emperors. The 5 first-step immortal emperors instantly felt immense pressure. The 14 clones attacked at the same time. They weren't afraid of being attacked. It was as if 3 of them were attacking 1 first-step immortal emperor. In just a short moment, they were at a disadvantage. If there were no accidents, they would be in danger of dying soon. The 2 rivers swept out, and the sky full of demon god needles were sent flying. The rivers whipped immortal Emperor Shui Mantian and attacked from both sides. The terrifying power directly suppressed the other party. No one would know how terrifying Lin Fei was if they didn't exchange blows. Shui Mantian blocked from both sides. With every attack from the 2 rivers, the immortal armor on his body would release light, and his entire body would be enveloped in the light. Secret technique, torrential blood sea. Lin Fei's strength was beyond his expectations. Just from the 2 rivers, Shui Mantian knew how terrifying Mo Wuji was. If he had known that Lin Fei would grow so quickly, he would have joined forces with them to kill Lin Fei back then. Today's situation wouldn't have happened. The rivers swept over, and Shui Mantian exploded, turning into a sea of blood. Bang, bang, bang. A huge sea of blood exploded. The explosion of the sea of blood didn't affect Shui Mantian. A huge mouth appeared above the sea of blood, and a sacrificial altar appeared. I will sacrifice you and obtain everything you have. The blood-colored sacrificial altar pressed down. An ancient aura came from the sacrificial altar. Don't brag too much. Lin Fei punched the sacrificial altar. A strange energy came from the sacrificial altar and didn't move. On the contrary, the blood and qi in Lin Fei's body uncontrollably surged towards the sacrificial altar. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei was covered in blood. It was spurting out from his body. Chapter 1235. P.S. Sorry, I typed the wrong chapter number. A blood-colored altar descended from the blood sea, carrying an ancient aura. It seemed to be an ancient emperor's divine weapon. Lin Fei looked like he was made of blood. His blood landed on the altar, causing the runes on the altar to flash. Traces of blood-colored energy pierced through the air and pierced through his body. The blood-colored altar's divine aura was fully displayed. Not simple indeed. This is an ancient emperor's divine weapon. It doesn't counter immortal or divine power, but my blood. No wonder he dared to attack. The more blood it absorbs, the stronger the altar. Even if it was an emperor's divine weapon, Lin Fei wasn't afraid with his current defense. The blood-colored altar released traces of blood that pierced through his powerful defense, surprising Lin Fei. An emperor's divine weapon could not be underestimated. Taoist Lin, this is what you got for not knowing what's good for you. A huge face appeared above the sea of blood. It was immortal Emperor Shui Mantian. Unfortunately, you're about to die under the altar. I forgot to tell you, this is an ancient emperor's divinity that I obtained from a secret realm. It specialized in devouring fresh blood. Experts of your level are the most favored by this altar. In order to kill Lin Fei, immortal Emperor Shui Mantian used his greatest trump card. Because the altar wasn't forged by him, it was lacking in power and had to be activated with blood. Every time it was activated, it would consume a large amount of blood essence. In order to kill Lin Fei, everything was worth it. Die. A finger pressed down from above the blood sea, like Mount Tai. You can't. Lin Fei shook his head. His body shook and the blood sea shattered. With the true self-world annihilation sword in his hand, he slashed horizontally, breaking the blood traces. He punched with his right hand and the finger exploded. You are too weak. You can't use the Emperor's divine weapon's power at all. With the true self-world annihilation sword in his hand, he slashed 3 times. The blood-colored altar was already damaged, so how could it withstand the power of Lin Fei's 3 slashes? The first slash caused a crack to appear on the altar. The second slash caused the altar to shatter. With the third slash, the blood-colored altar shattered into pieces. After destroying the blood-red sacrificial altar, Lin Fei brandished his sword again. Invincible sword art, 1 sword reincarnation. The monstrous vortex instantly swallowed the blood sea. Cough, 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 after the sea of blood disappeared. Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian's face was pale as he continuously coughed out blood. His immortal armor had long lost its luster and was filled with cracks. The Skyspan Gate will come looking for you. Boom! Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian exploded. The invincible sword art, reincarnation sword, was even more tyrannical than the blood-spurting sword. Sect Master. A few first-step Immortal Emperor elders screamed in pain. They only managed to hold on for a few breaths of time. Coupled with the death of their sect leader, the first-step Immortal Emperor elders fell one after another. From start to finish, the battle did not last more than 10 breaths. Lin Fei sneered. There is no such thing in this world as a fisherman trying to reap the benefits. If all of you had charged out and taken out something like the blood-colored sacrificial altar when I was dealing with old fogey Ming Xian, I would probably have to go all out. Unfortunately, you are too conceited. Do you think that the Skyspan Gate can threaten me? Lin Fei recalled his clones and continued to mine the Chaos Divine Stones. Half a year later, the huge Chaos Divine Mountain finally disappeared before Lin Fei's eyes. It's finally over. An entire Chaos Divine Mountain, 14 clones, and Lin Fei himself had finally finished harvesting the Chaos Divine Mountain. Boom! Boom! After mining, the runes on Lin Fei's body flickered, and ancient runes leaped out. If someone was here, they would definitely recognize these chaos runes. Streaks of light flashed from head to toe. It lasted for a long time. When Lin Fei opened his eyes again, the chaos runes were all stored in his body. Fuse! 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 The 14 clones outside merged into Lin Fei's body one by one. His aura rose step by step, reaching a terrifying level. With him as the center, a storm appeared. His aura formed a storm. When the 14 clones merged, Lin Fei was already standing in the storm. The runes spun all over the sky. Now my divine power is truly monstrous. Lin Fei laughed loudly, and the storm exploded, disappearing into the distance. The primal chaos body is truly terrifying. After merging with 14 clones, I don't feel like my body will explode. Now, I have the strength to sit on the position of the Realm Lord. Once the primal chaos body was formed, Lin Fei merged with all his clones. After his strength broke through the limit, ancient memories were released from his divine power. So, after breaking through the 99, 99 trillion divine dragons divine power. My divine power became the ancient divine power. The divine power contains the aura of the ancient era. The strength of one punch is incomparably terrifying. After digesting the information, Lin Fei finally understood how terrifying the ancient divine power was. Lin Fei raised his hand and punched out. The ancient divine power turned into a long river. The power of this punch penetrated billions of miles away. It was unknown how many mountains it pierced. What a terrifying ancient divine power. After collecting all the chaos divine stones, Lin Fei did not plan to stay. The dean's ceremony was approaching. He had to show up for this matter. Apart from that, Lin Fei still had to refine the great array and upgrade the expert's equipment to face the attack of the Tontian sect. It could be said that there were still a lot of things waiting for him. In order to check if there were any chaos divine stones in the surroundings, Lin Fei had a month to check the surrounding area. Unfortunately, he did not find the chaos divine mountain. Lin Fei was completely relieved. If another chaos divine mountain appeared, it would be too abnormal. If news of just this one were spread out, the entire universe would be shocked. After the inspection was complete, Lin Fei rushed back at an even faster speed. He circulated his primordial divine energy and moved like a streak of light, shattering the remnant wind origin astral wind with a gentle bump. I didn't misjudge this kid. As soon as Lin Fei left, a huge head popped out of the void, covering the entire wind source area. I didn't steal it from the old ghost in vain. Primal chaos body. With this ancient immortal physique, the myriad worlds will be interesting. You all know how to play chess pieces, so do I. Soon, this brat will grow to the point where all of you will tremble out of the against the heavens space. Lin Fei returned to the invincible peak. Not much time passed in the outside world. As soon as he returned, Lin Fei gave some instructions and went into seclusion. Refining the great array with the primal chaos divine stones, Lin Fei could finally refine a fearsome array. Grand chaotic reincarnation array. This was what he had read in ancient books. There were records of the primal chaos alien race, and there were even some primal chaos cultivation techniques. Due to the scarcity of primal chaos divine stones, these ancient arrays were basically forgotten, and no one would refine them. Due to the lack of materials, no one could refine them. I'm rich. After checking, Lin Fei finally knew how terrifying the Grand Chaotic Reincarnation Array was. This Grand Chaotic Reincarnation Array needs to refine 999 array flags, but it won't consume many Primal Chaos Divine Stones. Lin Fei went to refine the array without a second thought. Cultivating the Primal Chaos body took a total of 2/5 of the Primal Chaos Divine Stones. From this, one could imagine the astronomical number of Primal Chaos Divine Stones. It was much easier to refine the array flags. Just like that, Lin Fei started to refine the array flags. With the Grand Chaotic Reincarnation Array, Lin Fei was not worried about those people barging into the college. As long as the Grand Chaotic Reincarnation Array was activated, even an immortal emperor would die. The refining of the array flags took Lin Fei a long time. It took him 100 years. The time spent on the purchase of points was accelerated, and it still took him 100 years. After refining 999 array flags, Lin Fei was completely relieved. It's really hard to refine without Primal Chaos Divine Stones. Lin Fei felt his heart ache when he thought about the wasted Primal Chaos Divine Stones. Now that the array flags were refined, he was completely relieved. It was almost time for seclusion. The college ceremony was about to begin. Lin Fei came out of seclusion and prepared to set up the array. In the sky above the college, Lin Fei took out the array flags and set them up in every direction. After each array flag was set, a ripple appeared in the void. After 999 ripples, the Grand Chaotic Reincarnation Array was completed and once again quietly disappeared into the void. It's done. Once the array flags were set up, Lin Fei immediately sensed it telepathically. As long as he willed it, the array would be activated and set up layers of killing traps. Senior brother, the array is set up. I will teach you the method to control it now. After the array was set up, controlling it required a mantra. Lin Fei imparted the mantra to Saint 33. From then on, the Grand Chaotic Reincarnation Array became the top array in Snow Sky Academy. Can this array really trap immortal emperors and kill them? Saint 33 couldn't handle the Mountain Gate Array. In a few days, you will know how powerful the Mountain Gate Array is. Do you know about the Grand Chaotic Array? This is it. Saint 33's eyes flashed with shock. Who didn't know about the Grand Chaotic Array? Legend had it that only the real big sects could set up such an array. Nowadays, it was very difficult to find such an array. There were rumors in the outside world, but they were not complete, and people were still fighting for them. If it really is the Grand Chaotic Array, Saint 33 didn't dare to imagine. It was too scary. Even immortal emperors would not be able to return. Lin Fei didn't tell Saint 33 about the Primal Chaos Divine Stones. It was too important, and it wasn't good for him to know too much. After checking, Lin Fei returned to the Invincible Peak and prepared to forge the Primal Chaos Immortal Armor. After Lin Fei left, a figure appeared in the sky. Extravagant, truly extravagant. It's completely made of primal divine stones, and it's set up with 999 array flags. Other than fourth step immortal emperors, other immortal emperors will be severely injured even if they survive. This person was naturally Demon Emperor Ji Cohen. With such a grand chaotic array, I don't have to worry about Holy Heaven Academy anymore. Devil Emperor Silence Earth thought, I wonder how many Primal Chaos Divine Stones this guy has obtained. If only he had Primal Chaos Divine Stones. This Emperor's secret art is just lacking Primal Chaos Divine Stones. No, I have to ask. Demon Emperor Ji Cohen flew towards the Invincible Peak. Having Primal Chaos Divine Stones was too important to him. Chapter 1236. Our agent is dead. One of the many worlds in the universe. In a sky city shrouded in mist, there was a palace. Outside the palace stood many immortal kings. At the end of the stairs were two immortal emperors, both wearing black armor. In the palace, there was a person standing with his head lowered. Which agent is dead? On the main seat sat a middle-aged man in gray robes with a mustache. He looked down and asked casually, Great Metropolis World, Heaven Splitter Gate, Xuanmantion. That person replied with his head lowered. Oh, Heaven Splitter Gate, Xuanmantion, the guy who obtained the blood platform? The mustache middle-aged man muttered, Go investigate who killed the agent. No matter who it is, they have to pay the price. We can't lose the benefits of Great Metropolis World because of Xuanmantion's death. All right, inform Duan Yun and tell him to come. Yes. The palace quietened down. Xuanmantion obtained a blood platform. How could he be killed? Could it be that those things secretly did it? The mustache middle-aged man thought, I heard that Great Metropolis World hasn't had a sector lord in the past 100 million years. Those old things should want to make great contributions, not long later. A young man in embroidered robes came in from outside. Disciple greets Master. Why is Master looking for Disciple? The young man said, Your fiery temper needs to be changed. You are an immortal emperor. You can't be so rash. The mustache middle-aged man scolded. Disciple understands. Back to the main topic. Master wants you to go to Great Metropolis World and investigate the disappearance of Heaven Splitter Gate's sect leader. The young man frowned. Master, you can just send someone else for this. There's no need for Disciple to go, right? You probably don't know. Great Metropolis World's Sector Lord battle is about to begin. Not only do I want you to investigate, but I also want you to join Great Metropolis World to fight for the position of Sector Lord. The young man's eyes lit up. Disciple is willing. The mustache middle-aged man was very satisfied with his disciple. Come over. Master has some things to tell you. Chaos got stones. Lin Fei was prepared to enter seclusion for the second time. Demon Emperor Silence Earth came and went straight to the point. He asked for the Primal Chaos God Stones right away. Lin Fei was really surprised. How'd he know? Master, the Chaos Grand Formation outside, is made entirely of Chaos Divine Stones. Others might not be able to see through it, but it can't fool my eyes. You're calling me master? Lin Fei was startled. Did he hear it wrong? Didn't you say that you'll have to wait until I achieve the martial monarch realm? Why are you bringing it forward? Demon Emperor Ji Kun was indeed planning to change his words after Lin Fei became a great emperor. As soon as he entered, he felt a terrifying aura. In a short time, Lin Fei's power increased again. Towards the aura of danger, Fiend Emperor Ji Kun never believed that he would sense wrongly. Master, your strength has increased, and I am no longer your match. I am willing to become your follower. Demon Emperor Silence said sincerely. Lin Fei hid his primordial divine power very well. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard that. To be honest, you're here for the Chaos Divine Stones, right? Give me a reason. He laughed in his heart. Once his strength recovered, Demon Emperor Silence would regain the strength of a fourth-step Demon Emperor. Where else could he find such a good thing? Master, I've cultivated a powerful secret technique. I've already cultivated the first few levels, and I'm just a step away from mastering the secret technique. However, this secret technique requires special materials, and I'm just short of Chaos Divine Stones. There was such a secret technique. Lin Fei instantly understood. There were so many secret techniques in the Great Thousand Worlds. There were naturally many that required Chaos Divine Stones to cultivate secret techniques. For example, the chaotic body required Chaos Divine Stones to cultivate. If it wasn't for a fortuitous encounter, there wouldn't be many people in the entire universe who could cultivate it successfully. This should be enough, right? When Demon Emperor Silence Cohen said that he wanted to be a follower, the heavenly Tao changed and a mysterious connection was formed between the two. He had a fourth-step Demon Emperor as his follower. When Lin Fei took out the 500 kilograms of Chaos Divine Stones, Demon Emperor Silence Cohen, who had seen much of the world, was so moved that he started crying. Master, this is too much. He only needed 300 kilograms of Chaos Divine Stones to cultivate the final level of the secret technique. Demon Emperor Silence Cohen never expected that his master would take out 500 kilograms of Chaos Divine Stones. Even now, Demon Emperor Silence Cohen had only collected 15 kilograms of Chaos Divine Stones. The reason was simple. There were too few Chaos Divine Stones. With a follower, Lin Fei was naturally happy. He had a huge number of Chaos Divine Stones on him, so 500 kilograms was just a drop in the ocean. Since you're willing to be my follower, of course I won't treat you badly. Lin Fei was very direct. All right, after you cultivate this secret technique to the large success stage, how strong is it? Demon Emperor Silence Cohen patted his chest and said, Master, as long as I cultivate the final level, my strength will recover to that of fourth-step Demon Emperor. I can kill any ordinary fourth-step Immortal Emperor. Then go and cultivate it. With a fourth-step Demon Emperor around and the Chaos Array, no matter how many came, they would all die. After sending off Demon Emperor Silence Cohen, Lin Fei had one less thing on his mind. A secret technique. With the Chaos Divine Stones, my combat strength will increase by another level. It won't be an ordinary level of terror. Lin Fei was looking forward to seeing Demon Emperor Silence Cohen's strength after he came out of seclusion. Lin Fei quickly collected his thoughts. Using his divine sense, he summoned a demon god. This was the demon god he subdued from the Heaven Fiend Demon Emperor's lair. Master, the Black Mountain Demon God had a tall and sturdy body. At this moment, facing Lin Fei, he knelt on the ground with a thud. His body was trembling uncontrollably. Demon gods cultivated god force. Even though Lin Fei hid his ancient god force, the Black Mountain Demon God could still sense the ancient aura. Stand up. The Black Mountain Demon God broke out in cold sweat. Master human, there is something on your body that we are afraid of. Afraid? Lin Fei immediately knew that it was the ancient god force. He sealed it completely. Only then did the Black Mountain Demon God recover. It was as though he had been fished out of a river. Is the ancient god force so terrifying? Lin Fei thought to himself. He didn't ask about it. Black Mountain, you have been stuck at the immortal Emperor realm for a long time, right? The Black Mountain demon god nodded, replying to Master, it has indeed been a long time. If there's a chance for you to break through to this level, do you dare to do so? Lin Fei wasn't confident about using the Chaos Divine Stones to increase his strength. This subordinate is willing, the Black Mountain demon god said excitedly. Even if there's only a 10% chance, this subordinate is willing to try. All right. Lin Fei didn't waste any time. He got the Black Mountain demon god to stay behind while he went to forge the Chaos Armor and Chaos Divine Sword. He wanted to create a batch of powerful fighters. During this period, Lin Fei used the leveling up system to analyze it. In theory, there was a high chance of success. The demon god's body was extremely strong. It should be very suitable. In the space where time flowed, Lin Fei quickly forged a set of Chaos Armor and Chaos Divine Sword. He even used the primordial language and added his own understanding. Whether I succeed or not will depend on the Black Mountain demon god. Chapter 12:37. In the secret chamber, an intense scene was about to begin. Could he fight against a first-step immortal emperor? The Black Mountain demonic god had never thought that his strength would not increase after being imprisoned by the Sky Fiend Monarch for a long time. He was still far from becoming a half-step immortal emperor. It was too difficult to become a first-step immortal emperor. 99 lightning bolts, the attack of a heavenly Tao treasure. The latter was even more difficult than the former. Hearing that it could fight against a first-step immortal emperor, the Black Mountain demonic god had to give it a try no matter what. Lin Fei took out the Primal Chaos Armor and Primal Chaos Divine Sword. Naturally, he named them himself. There was nothing more suitable than this. The Black Mountain demonic god recognized them as his master, so he did not even ask. After receiving them, he realized that they were extraordinary. Ancient memories surfaced in his mind as he cried out involuntarily. Treasures made from Primal Chaos Divine Stones. Who didn't know that Primal Chaos Divine Stones were extremely expensive? To be honest, the Black Mountain demonic god had never seen one before. Calm your mind and refine them properly. The Black Mountain demonic god became even more excited. Back then, when he was training outside, he once heard that an immortal emperor obtained a broken Primal Chaos Armor and fought against a half-step immortal emperor without losing. From then on, he became famous. Yes, the demonic god's physical body is still stronger. He should be able to refine these two treasures. Lin Fei kept watching, afraid that an accident would happen. With his current strength, as long as he made a move, he would be able to control everything. The death of an immortal emperor meant that there would be one less demonic god. Lin Fei did not wish for such a thing to happen. Time passed minute by minute. Half a day later, just as he thought that he had failed, the Black Mountain demonic god leaped up. A black armor covered his entire body. At the same time, a black divine sword landed in the Black Mountain demonic god's hand. Attack me. The Black Mountain demonic god did not disobey. The black divine sword turned into a dot and pierced towards Lin Fei's forehead. This sword was fast and ferocious. Ding! Lin Fei did not dodge. He allowed the black divine sword to pierce his forehead. His primal chaos body shook, and the Black Mountain demonic god was sent flying. His entire body smashed into the secret chamber. Master, this subordinate is guilty. The Black Mountain demonic god quickly knelt down. It's okay. You did very well. Lin Fei waved his hand and smiled. He thought to himself, as expected of one of the supreme treasures in the world. The attack of the Black Mountain demonic god can reach the strength of a first-step immortal emperor. Moreover, the divine sword refined from the Primal Chaos Divine Stone specializes in breaking through all kinds of physical bodies. Any peerless immortal physique can be penetrated with one strike. This is the true killing move. Lin Fei calculated the power of the attack and made a comprehensive calculation. With the Chaos Battle Armor and Chaos Divine Sword, the demon god strength would increase to a whole new level. I'm not wrong. Chaos Divine Stones are indeed good stuff. After that, Lin Fei asked the Black Mountain Demonic God some questions. The Black Mountain Demonic God came one by one and gained a new understanding of the Chaos Armor and Chaos Divine Sword. As for the Black Mountain Demonic God, he was already shocked. With a Primal Chaos Battle Armor and a Primal Chaos Divine Sword, Mo Wuji's battle prowess would increase, and he would step into the first step Immortal Emperor stage. In the future, it would be hard to say who would be the one killing first step Immortal Emperors. The Primal Chaos Battle Armor can also be controlled freely. It can conceal the aura of the Primal Chaos Godstones, making it look like an ordinary battle armor and an ordinary immortal sword. This is great. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the Chaos Battle Armor. He left the Black Mountain Demonic God behind to familiarize himself with the Chaos Battle Armor and Chaos Divine Sword before going into seclusion to forge them. After the experiment was successful, Lin Fei planned to forge the rest of the equipment. He wanted to create a batch of powerful demon gods. With the foundation of the first set, Lin Fei's forging speed became much faster. Soon, he finished forging dozens of sets of equipment. The demon gods definitely needed them. They were all immortal emperors. Lin Fei also wanted to forge a few sets for his woman. With this set of equipment, he could even catch his opponent off guard at a crucial moment. Lin Fei tested it before. The Chaos Battle Armor could neutralize the rebound force. No matter how good an immortal armor or battle armor was, there was still a problem. The rebound force. No one would be able to withstand it for a long time, especially during a huge battle. The Chaos Battle Armor did not have this problem. Lin Fei was even happier when he started forging. When he was almost done, Saint 33 sent a message. It turned out that the ceremony was about to start. He reminded him not to miss it. Lin Fei had no choice but to come out of seclusion. Fortunately, the forging of the Chaos Armor was more or less complete. Lin Fei immediately looked for the demon gods and ordered them to refine the equipment. At the same time, he ordered the Black Mountain Demonic God to become the captain of the Demon God Guards and manage the dozens of demon gods. The Black Mountain Demonic God accepted the order and left. After Lin Fei came out of seclusion, he went to see his wife. He took out the Chaos Battle Armor and Chaos Divine Sword and helped them refine them. Husband, this battle armor is amazing. It can change at will. Lin Jiqing and the other 3 women could change their armors at will. This was the first time he saw such a transformation. This is good stuff. Use it when you are in danger. Also, this Chaos Divine Sword is of a high grade. Prepare more immortal pills and use them to activate it. The Chaos Battle Armor was fine, but the Chaos Divine Sword was a high-grade equipment. With Lin Jiqing and the other strength, they could not activate it. They could use immortal pills to activate it. With the Chaos Battle Armor and Chaos Divine Sword, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Whoever dared to look down on Lin Jiqing and the others would definitely suffer a great loss or even die. After a busy day, as the sun rose on another day, the Holy Heaven Academy was bustling with colorful flags. The disciples were very excited. This was because their senior brother, Lin Fei, would become the new dean of the academy. Normally, such a ceremony would not have a big impact. Unfortunately, it was Lin Fei this time. In the great metropolis heaven, anything that involved Lin Fei was definitely a big deal. In fact, everyone called Lin Fei Demon Lord Lin in private. He destroyed a large sect like the Nether Palace just like that. His methods were not ordinary cruel. The battle between Lin Fei and Sword Immortal by Dee's disciples was a secret. Only a few people knew about it, and it would not spread outside. Junior brother, everyone is waiting for you. Saint 33 had a smile on his face. Today was a big day for the academy. It was rare for someone of his age to be able to sit in the Holy Heaven Academy. And Lin Fei opened the door and walked out in high spirits. At this moment, the square of the Holy Heaven Academy was filled with people. Apart from the disciples of the academy, all the sects in the great metropolis heaven sent gifts to congratulate Lin Fei for becoming the dean of the Holy Heaven Academy. Do you think Immortal Emperor Ming Xian and the others will come? That's hard to say. Last time, Demon Lord Lin offended all of them. I heard it's a trillion true spirits. The square was divided into different areas, where the leaders and elders of the sect were gathered together, whispering to one another and discussing with one another. In the past, they would not bother to come over such a small matter. If Demon Lord Lin wanted to be the dean, who would dare not come? If he bore a grudge against them, they would not have a good ending. It was better to be safe than sorry. Heaven Saint Sect's immortal Emperor Wu Mu has arrived. There were people in the square to receive them. Immortal Emperor Wu Mu brought a few young disciples with gifts and sat down in an area. Along the way, everyone came up to beat Zhao Hu. Heaven Saint Sect was one of the top 10 sections. Who dared to not give them face? Immortal Emperor Wu Mu sat down. Old Ming Xian isn't here yet? That shouldn't be. After sitting down, Wu Mu looked around and couldn't help but be curious when he didn't see them. Under normal circumstances, they should have appeared. Master, Lin Fei hasn't become an emperor yet. We came personally, and he didn't come out to receive us. He clearly doesn't respect our Heaven Saint Sect, said a disciple behind. Shut up. If you don't speak, no one will say that you're mute. The disciple quickly shut his mouth. Not long later, many large sects arrived. Xintian Sect, Sacred Sword Sect, and Kunlun Sect have arrived. A few more figures descended from the sky. They didn't sit down, but hovered in the air. Lin Fei, get out. Get out. Lin Fei, you're the mastermind. Hurry up and come out. Otherwise, I'll slaughter everyone in your Holy Heaven Academy. The moment they arrived, they shouted and called Lin Fei's name. That was disrespectful. The disciples of the academy were furious. They could call Dean Lin's name, too. What's going on? Old Ming Xian, Zhuge Feiying, why aren't they here? Immortal Emperor Wu Mu looked at the three sects above thoughtfully. The other sects had different expressions. Something was wrong. How dare you call the master's name? A bloody figure flashed across the sky. A Xintian sect elder was just about to speak when the bloody figure was sent flying by someone, splattering blood all over the place. This person is so powerful. He sent an elder of Xintian sect flying with one slap. Holy Heaven Academy really hid their strength. The bloody figure stopped. He was dressed in a red robe and had a murderous aura. The people of Xintian sect were furious. The person who was sent flying was an elder of Xintian sect who was half a step into the immortal emperor realm. You're courting death. Anger was written all over the faces of the elders of the heavenly profound sect. Only Lin Fei was powerful in the heavenly divine academy. The rest of them were annihilated just like that. An elder rushed up and attacked with his divine ability. He didn't control it at all and was about to start a massacre. You? The red-robed man laughed loudly. The bloody figure flashed across the sky. It was strange and enchanting. The divine ability attack stopped. The elder who attacked, a half-step immortal emperor, fell from the sky. After landing on the ground, he turned into a dried-up corpse without a trace of blood on him. Mighty! Before the ceremony started, 2 half-step immortal emperors had fallen. The other forces were shocked. Who was the red-robed man? He was too fast. They didn't even know how he killed that half-step immortal emperor. The red-robed man said, "Those who came today are guests. If anyone is here to cause trouble, don't blame me for being ruthless and killing all of you. If you don't believe me, feel free to try." His cold voice was filled with killing intent. Many people felt a chill. Bloody figure, you are disobedient again. Those who came are guests. How can you kill them so casually? At this moment, everyone saw a young man walking out. Dean! Dean! The disciples were the first to call out. In the eyes of the disciples, the dean was the strongest. Master, the red-robed man, was bloody figure. After hearing that, he stood behind Lin Fei. His eyes were fixed on the elder of Xintian sect. It seemed like he would attack with a command. Chapter 1238. Holy Heaven Academy. This scene was too unexpected. No one had expected such a scene to occur. 3 of the top 10 sects in great metropolis world would forcefully barge into Holy Heaven Academy. This was really shocking and unexpected. What happened? Many people were guessing. Who would have thought that Lin Fei of Holy Heaven Academy would personally bring people out? A random red-robed guy killed two half-step immortal emperors? Half-step immortal emperors. No one would have thought that Lin Fei didn't apologize and instead threw out such a sentence. Do you want to die? Or do you want to live? The square was instantly in an uproar. Lin Fei's words were so overbearing. No one present dared to offend any of the sections. Lin Fei offended three at once. In the sky, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he stood in the sky. His bold words made the legend become reality. The Skycrack sect held a meeting. It was said that Lin Fei was very arrogant, and everyone paid attention to him. Rumors were just rumors. No one saw it with their own eyes. Today was the first time they saw Lin Fei's domineering aura. The name Demon Lin was not fake. The moment Lin Fei said that, the people of the three great sects immediately became like provoked ferocious beasts, thoroughly provoked. Demon Lin, if you have the guts, you won't be able to hide the fact that you killed our sect leader. Demon Lin, do you dare to admit that you killed our sect leader? You killed our sect leader, and you still dare to be so righteous. You are probably the only one in the world. The elders of the three sects were all furious. They stared at Lin Fei as if he had killed their father. Hua! There was a huge uproar on the square. Everyone was shocked. Immortal Emperor Xianzong, Immortal Emperor Zhuge Feiying, and Immortal Emperor Ming Xian had all died? That was impossible. All of them had been famous for a long time, and each had their own trump cards. How could they have died in the hands of Demon Lin? That was too unrealistic. Everyone's first reaction. That was absolutely impossible. On second thought, the situation today was very much in line with what they had said. Among the three immortal emperors, Immortal Emperor Ming Xian didn't get along with Fiend Lin. The other two were about the same. Under normal circumstances, they would definitely attend such a grand event today. Everyone knew the reason. In the end, none of them came. The death of three immortal emperors was a huge matter, so the elders and disciples of the sect would definitely not spout nonsense. Faced with the accusations of the elders of the three sects, Lin Fei did not move at all. He said calmly, "It seems that everyone does not intend to give me face." Lin Fei shook his head. "I won't give it to you. Don't tell me you can kill us right in front of us. If you don't give me an explanation today, not only will you be finished, the Holy Heaven Academy will be finished as well." The elders of the three sects looked at each other with a hint of pride in their eyes. Under such circumstances, they really didn't believe that Demon Lin would dare to attack them. Who would dare to do that in front of so many people? They wanted to use the power of public opinion to suppress Demon Lin. As long as Demon Lin admitted to it, everyone would be secretly afraid of his cruel methods and keep a certain distance from him. Lin Fei stretched out his finger and flicked it at them. Saber light flashed. "Not only did you not give me face, but you also dared to shamelessly threaten the Holy Heaven Academy. I will never show mercy to such people." Even though he didn't know that they guessed it was because of him, Lin Fei didn't care anymore. Such a big day was just the right time to show off his might and prevent future troubles. Hua hua hua, two long rivers of wind source astral wind rushed out from Lin Fei's left and right hands, turning into endless green gales that howled out and enveloped the people of the three sections. Hua hua hua, the gales howled, and the flesh of the immortal emperor elders at the outermost area flew everywhere. It was a tragic sight, and in an instant, only white bones were left. The wind source astral wind danced up and down, and the sky was filled with green shadows. Demon Lin really dared to attack. That was what the elders of the three sects wanted. "Demon Lin, die. Today, we will destroy your Holy Heaven Academy." They shouted. Their shouts were replaced by fear in the next second. One by one, the immortal emperor elders turned into white bones in less than 2 breaths and fell from the sky. "Damn it, what is this? My physical body. Save me, I don't want to die." Many elders of the three sects came this time. Although it wasn't a sea of people, they stood together in a large group and looked quite imposing. As Lin Fei threw out 2 sword rivers, the situation became chaotic. What a terrifying astral wind. This kind of divine power is too terrifying. That elder just now has the combat power of a first-step immortal emperor. We even went to watch the ceremony when he became a great emperor. That's a first step immortal emperor. He turned into white bones in a few breaths. Demon Lin is really cruel. He attacked without saying a word. He wants to kill them all in one fell swoop and kill them all in the sky above the square. Many of the people in the square were related to the three sections. At this moment, seeing the white bones falling, their hearts sank to the bottom of the pond. Demon Lin's strength was too terrifying. With one divine power, he could easily kill a first-step immortal emperor. Demon, a peerless demon. Killing them was equivalent to going against the three sections. Demon Lin's decisiveness in killing meant that the three sects couldn't win against him. Those forces who had planned to attack in private immediately gave up, and their backs were covered in cold sweat. Legend had it that the three sects were powerful, and they never failed to deal with the people they wanted to deal with. What was going on today? You guys, did you see that? Immortal Emperor Wu Mu, who was sitting in the front row, said to the disciples behind him. The young man who had looked down on Lin Fei turned pale and lowered his head. He wasn't a match for Lin Fei's divine power. Lin Fei could kill him in a second. Could it be that Lin Fei hid his strength that day? Immortal Emperor Wu Mu warned his disciples. As the disciples of an immortal emperor, each of them had the right to be arrogant. Today, they finally saw what a peerless demon was. Lin Fei was a peerless demon. The three sects are really aggressive. Could it be that Demon Lin killed them secretly? Immortal Emperor Wu Mu was deep in thought. Luckily, I didn't target Lin Fei. The other sects probably won't be able to sleep well at night. Haha. Immortal Emperor Wu Mu planned to personally visit Lin Fei after the ceremony ended. Maybe there would be an unexpected gain. The astral wind was still howling. The few sect elders who were in the astral wind, the strongest few, were filled with fear. The aura of death descended on them. They were aggressive, but in less than one round, they all died in Demon Lin's hands. They didn't expect such an outcome. In the astral wind, they struggled and begged Lin Fei for mercy. They were afraid. One divine power gave them a huge slap in the face, causing them to spit out 3 liters of blood. Would Lin Fei let them off? Of course not. Chapter 1239. Get someone to clean up. In a short period of time, the aggressive people from the 3 sects were all dead in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Lin Fei displayed his savagery and domineeringness, confirming his reputation as a demon. The people from the 3 sects were killed just like that. Even if they surrendered in the end, he still killed them all. Especially the last strike, it showed how terrifying it was. Many people knew that they definitely wouldn't be able to survive that divine ability. Just that divine ability alone made Demon Lin's strength so terrifying. What if he attacked? No one dared to imagine how terrifying that would be. Terrifying? It was simply terrifying. They wouldn't dare to think about attacking Demon Lin in the future. That was the only thought in everyone's mind. They knew that they wouldn't be able to start such a massacre. Very quickly, a disciple of the college took the corpses away. The square returned to normal. Sorry for making everyone wait. Lin Fei cupped his fists at the crowd and spoke casually, as though nothing had happened earlier. Out of the 10 sects, the 3 sects didn't have any representatives. As for the rest, Lin Fei greeted them one by one. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Lin Fei. Demon Lin lived up to his name. If it was a normal person, they would have chosen to lower their heads right away. After all, the 3 sects wouldn't be able to withstand such pressure. In the end, Demon Lin killed the people from the 3 sects without saying a word. Because of that, none of the sect elders present dared to give Lin Fei face. They had a smile on their faces and list Lin Fei as a dangerous person in their hearts. At the same time, they secretly distanced themselves from him. Today, Lin Fei wiped out the people from the 3 sections. The people from the 3 sects would probably rush over soon. This was a dead end that couldn't be solved. If Lin Fei dared to do that, he would definitely have to pay the price. Lin Fei greeted them one by one. After a short while, it was time for the ceremony. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. Junior brother, what they said just now, could it be true? Saint 33 found a chance and asked quietly. Senior brother, I am here. Lin Fei didn't say it clearly and just chuckled. Senior brother, I believe in you. Saint 33 was no ordinary person. He was able to tell what Xiao Chun was talking about, and his heart leaped in fright. Junior brother was indeed junior brother. He didn't even know when he would make a move. Amazing, truly amazing. Fellow Taoist Lin, how have you been? Just when he thought that no one would come, another unexpected person came. It was Qing King. Lin Fei was curious as to why this fellow would come. However, today was a ceremony, and those who came were guests. As long as they weren't here to cause trouble, he didn't care. Long time no see. Qing King stared at Lin Fei, and his eyebrows jumped. Mother asterisk Kerr. What kind of medicine did this kid eat this time? Why is he giving off such a scary vibe? He's like an ancient beast. I heard you wanted to be the dean of the academy, so I came uninvited. Qing King laughed. He did not look like he had done a Lin Fei. It is a great honor to have Qing King here. This way, please. Lin Fei found a place for Qing King to sit down. Not long after, the fragrance of flowers filled the air. Fellow Taoist Lin, how have you been? The Flower Empress arrived. Her strength had increased since the last time. She had already become a second-step Celestial Emperor. Lin Fei was puzzled. What were they trying to do by coming here one after another? After exchanging a few pleasantries, he brought them over. Qing King and Flower Empress were both veteran Celestial Emperors. Many people were surprised that they came one after another. When did their relationship become so good? All sorts of guesses appeared. After that, more Celestial Emperors came one after another. Lin Fei did not know the names of some of them. Could it be that my reputation is so great? Lin Fei blinked. He received another Celestial Emperor. His heart was full of questions, but he could only suppress them in the end. He would think about it after the ceremony. Lin Fei believed that he would definitely be able to get some answers. If they were guests, he would be polite. However, if they had any ill intentions, he might beat them to death with his ancient god power. It's time for the ceremony. Lin Fei, please come up. Saint 33 became the master of ceremonies. Lin Fei tidied up his clothes and slowly walked up to the stage that was already prepared in front of everyone. As long as the ceremony was over, he would be the new dean of the Holy Heaven Academy. Qing King, congratulations on becoming a second-step Celestial Emperor. The Flower Empress smiled and congratulated him. Qing King returned the greeting. You too. We've finally taken that step and become second-step Celestial Emperors. Then why are you here? The Flower Empress asked. Why can't I come? I'm here to congratulate you. Qing King wasn't going to be tricked by Flower King, so he said in a serious tone. Is that so? The Flower Empress obviously did not believe him. Why don't you tell me why you're here? Qing King asked. Have you fallen for fellow Taoist Lin? You know me. I have indeed fallen for fellow Taoist Lin. Don't you think he's a suitable cultivation companion? The Flower Empress said. Let me ask you, how many young geniuses in the world can compare to fellow Taoist Lin? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? The Qing King sneered. Speaking of which, the dean's ceremony was not a big deal. In the past, Saint 33 would not personally attend. However, it was different now. Lin Fei was the most powerful dean apart from the divine heaven old ancestor. Saint 33 was naturally happy. Holy Heaven Academy, a small academy. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by tens of thousands of people? A country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin. Boom, 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 in the sky, a battleship with flags hung all over it appeared and stopped in the sky above the Holy Heaven Academy. A strange voice came from the warship. This is the Tongtian sect's warship. The Qing King and the Flower Empress exclaimed. Who didn't know about the Tongtian sect? The higher-ups on the plaza recognized the symbol on the warship. It was the symbol of the Tongtian sect. Master, they're too presumptuous. Let me teach them a lesson. The bloody figure was formed by the demonic vine. Along the way, with the chaotic armor and chaotic divine sword, his battle power increased by leaps and bounds. His expression was cold and murderous. Not for now. Lin Fei waved his hand and stopped the bloody figure from going up. Tongtian sect? I didn't expect them to come so quickly. However, I've already set up the chaotic reincarnation array. As long as I make a move now, I can make all of them stay. After measuring his strength, Lin Fei made a calculation. Where did this mad dog come from? Whose master didn't lead the dog properly? Hurry up and lead the dog back. If you make me angry, I'll beat you to death. Lin Fei's voice was deafening. Lin Fei, how dare you? Open your dog eyes and look. What warship is this? This is the Tongtian sex warship. On the warship, a half-step immortal emperor elder shouted at Lin Fei. Bang! Lin Fei flicked his finger, and a half-step immortal emperor elder exploded on the spot. A puny half-step immortal emperor dares to jump around? I really don't know how to write death. Too domineering. He killed him just like that. Sect leader, he's Lin Fei, an arrogant person. On the warship, a middle-aged man whispered to an arrogant young man beside him with a gloomy face. Arrogant indeed. The young man's eyes flashed with disapproval. Great metropolis world's peerless demon? The young man smiled. Put away the warship. Let's go and meet this kid. Shenwei's warship was put away. A group of people appeared in the sky. They were clustered around a young man in embroidered clothes. Isn't that the Sky Fisher Sect's deputy sect leader, Immortal Emperor Fei Yin? I know the few elders beside him. They're all Sky Fisher Sect elders. What's going on? Why is an Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian here? Strange, really strange. Many people knew the Sky Fisher Sect's people. At this moment, they couldn't figure out what was going on. The appearance of the Sky Fisher Sect shocked them even more. Even though the higher-ups knew that the Sky Fisher Sect was the Sky Fisher Sect's backer, most of the people below did not know. At this moment, they finally understood how terrifying the Sky Fisher Sect was. No wonder it could sit on the #1 sect. Their backer was amazing. But why did such an amazing backer come back to the Holy Heaven Academy? A big question mark appeared in everyone's mind. Lin, Taoist Lin, this is our Sky Fisher Sect's new sect leader, Duanyun Immortal Emperor. Fei Yin had wanted to call him Lin Fei, but he changed his mind. Duanyun Immortal Emperor? Everyone was shocked. Where did Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian go? Why did they change their sect leader? And this sect leader seemed to have a powerful background. He should be from the Sky Fisher Sect. Wasn't everyone shocked? Many people thought about what had happened with the 3 sections. Could it be they thought of a terrifying outcome? They didn't dare to think further. If all of this was true, then Demon Lin was too terrifying. Sky Fisher Sect's Duanyun Immortal Emperor, Qing Emperor, and Flower Emperor weren't from the great metropolis world. They knew a lot of information. Duanyun Immortal Emperor and the others knew some things. He was a very amazing Immortal Emperor. He was only a peak first step Immortal Emperor, but he had already cultivated a supreme secret technique. Rumor had it that he had once killed a 3rd step Immortal Emperor. He was a true first step heaven-defying Immortal Emperor. Such a sick Immortal Emperor came to the great metropolis world to be a sect leader. Only a weirdo would believe him if his brain was clamped between a door panel. Flower Emperor and Qing Emperor quickly saw some clues. That brat Lin Fei might have done something atrocious again, causing the Heavenspan Gate to start making arrangements in the great metropolis heaven. Such a young sect leader. Looks like I have to congratulate the Sky Fisher Sect for having a new sect leader. Ha! Lin Fei's expression did not change as he chuckled. Let's see what happens first. When he killed Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian, Lin Fei thought that he didn't spread the news. Everyone had their own selfish motives, especially the huge Chaos God Mountain. Who would dare to let it go so easily? It was impossible for Lin Fei or Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian. The reason why the Sky Fisher Sect found him should be related to Immortal Emperor Shui Mantian's death. Lin Fei's words caused the expressions of many Sky Fisher Sect elders to change. What a move to disrupt morale. Duanyun Immortal Emperor was too young, and the Sky Fisher Sect was the top sect. Many old fellows probably wouldn't be convinced and would cause trouble in secret. Lin Fei wanted to make things difficult for them, especially Vice Sect Master Immortal Emperor Fei Yin. Chapter 1240. Waves were stirring. Another good show was about to begin. There were many people present who didn't like Lin Fei. His killing spree just now made them subconsciously fearful. One-step Immortal Emperors half-step immortal emperors he killed without batting an eyelid. His methods were ruthless. After the sky-cracking sect came, they brought out the sky-connecting sect. They were excited. The sky-cracking sect was something they looked up to, so the sky-connecting sect was a place they would never be able to enter. The sky-connecting sect was a true power. Half-step immortal emperors and first-step immortal emperors were nothing in such a sect. Rumor had it that a first-step immortal emperor was merely a person in charge of a sect in the sky-connecting sect. Any first-step immortal emperor was comparable to a sect elder in a low-level world. Demon Lin is dead for sure. The sky-cracking sect brought out the sky-connecting sect. According to Lin Fei's character, he will definitely not accept it. By then, Divine Sky Academy will definitely be removed from the list. A brute who only uses violence is so weak in front of a true power. Many immortal emperors were watching the show. The opposing big shots snickered secretly. Lin Fei could have offended anyone, but he had to offend the sky-cracking sect, which had the support of the sky-connecting sect. This was going to be a good show. Previously, Lin Fei had killed a half-step immortal emperor from the sky-cracking sect. Those first-step immortal emperor and half-step immortal emperor experts who had just reached the sky-connecting sect didn't dare to think that they were powerful after seeing Lin Fei kill them with ease. The combat power of a genius was indeed terrifying. Immortal Emperor Fei Yin, as the vice sect leader, wanted to be the sect leader more than anyone else. After Immortal Emperor Xuan Montian's Jade Stone was broken, he used the power of the sect to temporarily take the position of sect leader. The sky-connecting sect didn't really care about the sect leader's position. They just needed to complete the various tasks on time. They thought that the position of sect leader was already set in stone. Unexpectedly, the higher-ups sent a young man to be the sect leader of the sky-splitting sect. This news was like a bolt from the blue. Immortal Emperor Fei Yin was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Although he was arrogant in the sky-splitting sect, he was instantly in trouble when he met the disciples of the sky-connecting sect. The position of sect master could not be handed over so easily. In the name of sparring, he planned to show off his strength. In the end, the other party defeated him in a single move, and all the old fellows in the sect were convinced. The position of sect master was gone. Immortal Emperor Fei Yin seized the opportunity and used his flattering ability to quickly curry favor with a new sect master, thus securing his position as the vice sect master. Immortal Emperor Fei Yin finally found an opportunity to teach Lin Fei a good lesson after seeing how arrogant Lin Fei was and didn't put them in his eyes. Based on his usual observations, Immortal Emperor Fei Yin could guess the sect master's intention. It seemed like he wanted to capture Lin Fei and interrogate him. Immortal Emperor Fei Yin was even more excited. Today was the day to perform well. Kneel down and welcome me. Lin Fei laughed. Was there something wrong with this guy's head? How dare you say such a thing? Provoke me? Attack them uncontrollably? If Lin Fei was an ordinary person, if he really dared to do that, once he did it, he would fall right into the other party's trap, and then the other party would have a reason to deal with him. Unfortunately, Lin Fei was not an ordinary person. He was the demon Lin that outsiders spoke of. What is your surname? Surname? Immortal Emperor Fei Yin was stunned. Was there something wrong with Demon Lin's head? He thought that he was frightened by him. Immortal Emperor Fei Yin, Vice Sect Master of Sky Fisher Sect. He purposely puffed out his chest. Are you afraid? Then kneel down to welcome the Sect Master. It is an honor for a small academy like yours to have the Sect Master come personally. Immortal Emperor Duanyun was very satisfied. Back then, Immortal Emperor Fei Yin was quite useful. He came to Sky Fisher Sect to fight for the position of World Lord. Even though it was a small world, the position of World Lord was still very tempting. Ever since he came to Great Metropolis World, Immortal Emperor Duanyun knew about Lin Fei. He was a terrifying person in Great Metropolis World. Those old fellows all admitted that. Moreover, after the death of Sky Fisher Sect's Sect Master, Immortal Emperor Duanyun investigated and found some potential enemies. Lin Fei was at the top of the list. The investigation by the higher-ups was just an excuse. Fighting for the position of World Lord was the key. They had to find someone to take the blame. Immortal Emperor Duanyin chose Lin Fei and brought people here personally. If he could make Lin Fei, a genius of great metropolis world, kneel down to welcome him, he would invisibly establish his prestige in great metropolis world. By then, no one would dare to look down on him. It would be beneficial for him to control great metropolis world in the future. Immortal Emperor Duanyin let the Vice Sect Master do it. So it's Immortal Emperor Fei Yan. It's an honor to meet you. Lin Fei chuckled. Immortal Emperor Fei Yan said proudly, since you know me, why don't you kneel down to welcome me? If Lord Sect Master is unhappy, you will be the first to bear the consequences. He thought about how Lin Fei would feel when he knelt on the ground. Immortal Emperor Fei Yan became even more proud. So what if you are powerful? You can do whatever I want. After one slap, you still have to raise your head and wait for the second slap. The disciples of Divine Sky Academy were all furious. The Immortal Emperor's aura shrouded them, and they all panicked. Kneel down. Immortal Emperor Fei Yan laughed. He secretly glanced at Lord Sect Master's expression and felt even more proud. As long as I succeed today, Lord Sect Master will definitely treat me as his right-hand man. Do you think that kid will kneel? Qing Emperor asked Flower Emperor. What do you think? Flower Emperor asked. Probably not. Qing Emperor said based on his understanding of Lin Fei, he might attack, but once he does, he will fall into a trap. That Immortal Emperor Fei Yan is really a despicable person. He did this for Lin Fei. If it were you, what would you do? Flower Emperor asked with a smile. Bow down. Qing Emperor thought for a while and said, the Tong Tian sect is very powerful. We can't offend them. Why don't we make a bet? Flower Emperor's beautiful eyes were filled with joy. I heard that you obtained a good treasure in the land of inheritance. Immortal Emperor Fei Yan could not wait to see Lin Fei kneel down. It was a wonderful feeling to see a genius kneel in front of him. Lin Fei took a step forward and appeared in front of Immortal Emperor Fei Yan. He punched Immortal Emperor Fei Yan's head. Kneel your ****. I am the dean. I will kneel just because you want me to. Are you my father or mother? Immortal Emperor Fei Yan's body shone brilliantly. The sky full of runes and the immortal armor that he was proud of were shattered into pieces. He was dumbfounded. His immortal armor was shattered? Are you still kneeling? Lin Fei's slap came down. Immortal Emperor Fei Yan took a punch, and his consciousness stopped. It was as if he was about to fall into darkness. A mouthful of teeth flew out from his mouth. The person who dares to make me kneel is not born yet. Lin Fei retaliated with a backhand slap. Due to the immense force, Immortal Emperor Fei Yan's body twisted 365 degrees to the left. His entire body was twisted like a fried dough twist with blood gushing out incessantly. He was no longer breathing. Damn, he can't even take a hit. How dare he be an immortal emperor? Lin Fei stopped and said casually. To the people present, this scene was unforgettable. 2 slaps had killed an immortal emperor and turned him into a fried dough twist. That was the most terrifying thing. How many people present could do that? Chapter 1241. Lin Fei was probably the only person who dared to say such a thing to the Vice Sect Master. Duanyin Celestial Emperor was a very arrogant person. In a place like Great Metropolis World, Duanyin Celestial Emperor thought that there was no one who could compete with him. Even if there was, they would be young elites or even geniuses from other worlds. Who would have thought that a country bumpkin would dare to kill Deputy Sect Leader Fei Yan in front of him? Although he was his dog, he was the first one to get close. Duanyin Celestial Emperor was really unhappy. You are really bold. Duanyin Celestial Emperor's eyes flashed fiercely. I, as a sect leader, have underestimated a hero. You dare to kill someone in front of heaven-reaching sect. Amazing, really amazing. Perhaps only the Duanyin Immortal Emperor alone knew what this meant. The elders of the 3 great sects had been killed earlier. Although everyone was shocked that Skycracking Sect's deputy sect leader had been killed, their strong hearts had already accepted Demon Lin's brutality. As expected, he was a brutal fellow. Everyone knew that Fei Yin Celestial Emperor was a dog of sky-reaching sect. Even if he was a dog, no one present dared to kill him in front of him. Demon Lin had done it. More importantly, he had casually beaten him into a dough twist. This kind of method, this kind of power, they knew that they could not do it. Qing Emperor, you have lost. The Flower Emperor smiled. You are so good. You managed to predict all of this. Qing King's face fell. The impossible had actually happened. Lin Fei had really attacked. Fei Yin Celestial Emperor, Sky-Cracking Sect's deputy sect leader, had been beaten into a dough twist. Any Celestial Emperor's body was really strong. Under the heavenly Tao lightning, their bodies would improve greatly. There was a huge difference between a Celestial Emperor's body and a normal Celestial body. Qing Emperor knew that it wouldn't be hard to kill Fei Yin Celestial Emperor. A second step, Celestial Emperor had the ability to crush. It was so clean and decisive. Qing Emperor knew that he couldn't beat someone into a dough twist on the spot. To beat a celestial body into a dough twist required fierce and domineering power. It's not that I calculated it. It's that Lin Fei himself is such a person. The Flower Emperor said, think back to the inheritance grounds. Fellow Taoist Lin was being chased by the Immortal Emperor. From the start to the end, Zhang Xian had never thought of surrendering. It was no surprise that something like this would happen. The Tongtian Gate would never have thought that someone would dare to make a move on them. Let them eat a shriveled-up one. Qing King had to admit that Lin Fei was stronger than him. Back then, he might have had this mentality, but now it was gone forever. Lin Fei's heart stirred slightly. The quality of the people that come from the great sects is indeed different. I beat him up like a fried dough twist on the spot. If he can recognize me as his master, he won't make a move. He's not easy to deal with. The sect of Transcendence was a powerful force, a hegemon in the myriad worlds. Lin Fei was fearful. If there was a suitable reason, he could kill all of them without worrying about what the Tongtian Gate would say. Unfortunately, the Duanyun Immortal Emperor did not make a move. Thank you for your praise. I'm a very bold person when I make a move. I'll kill any Tom, Dick, or Harry. Lin Fei said seriously. You and I are both geniuses. We are both young and have high positions. How about we spar? I have always wanted to know the gap between us. Lin Fei did not intend to let the Cracked Sky sect have it easy. Let's fight first. The Duanyun Immortal Emperor's eyes flashed with displeasure again. A bumpkin was a bumpkin. He dared to spar with him? He kept putting gold on his face. This was the first time he had met such a person. Coming from the Tongtian Gate, the Duanyun Immortal Emperor always remembered that he was a high and mighty figure. He was a second-step Immortal Emperor at such a young age, a heaven-defying Immortal Emperor. He was not some bumpkin like Lin Fei could compare to. This violent maniac, only a country bumpkin would look at the sky from the bottom of a well, unable to differentiate good from bad. Elder Ming, Elder Fong, go down and spar with Dean Lin. Don't embarrass the Cracked Sky sect. The Duanyun Immortal Emperor was unmoved. Yes, the two elders were the only remaining hidden cultivation elders. Their expressions could not help but change slightly. Even though they could not predict Lin Fei's strength, they knew that he was a terrifying opponent. The Duanyun Immortal Emperor was from the Tongtian Gate. Even if they were not fated, they could not reject him. Taoist Lin, you killed the vice sect leader. We have to fight. Once the two of us attack, you can only surrender. The two hidden elders were peak first-step Immortal Emperors. Their auras soared into the sky. They shouted, and their Tao of sacred powers swept over. Their first attack was to kill. They had to win. Even if nobody dares to make a move. Lin Fei casually glanced at them and walked up just like that. The attacks of the great Tao of mystical powers rained down on Lin Fei's body like a torrential storm. A layer of obscure, flowing light flashed across his body. Whoosh, a water-like sword swept across the two peak first-step Immortal Emperors. In the sky, there were two more heads. The heads of the heaven-cracking sect's hidden elders. So weak. Lin Fei smiled. It's better for sect leader Duanyun to do it himself. This time, the Duanyun Immortal Emperor's expression turned ugly. 2 secluded elders had been killed with a single sword strike. This person was simply not putting the Heavenspan Gate in his eyes. The Duanyun Immortal Emperor didn't want to let the hidden elders test Lin Fei's strength. When he beat the Vice Sect leader up, he paid more attention to Lin Fei. In the blink of an eye, the 2 hidden elders died. This was a slap in the face. They were indeed weak. Damn it, there is no reliable person in the heaven-cracking sect. Hidden elders? Their strength is like dog shit. No wonder they haven't shown it yet. The Duanyun Immortal Emperor cursed in his heart. The 2 hidden cultivator elders died with their eyes wide open. They were both famous experts. Back then, when they became famous, Lin Fei was still unknown in some corner. Unfortunately, they did not know how terrifying Lin Fei's strength was. The difference was too big. It was normal to be killed instantly. It seems like we came to the right place. The Flower Emperor's eyes lit up. Daoist Lin must have obtained some benefits in the inheritance ground. This sword attack is filled with ferocious power. It relies on strength to completely crush the opponent. What a domineering sword. The Qing Emperor and the Flower Emperor had advanced to the second step Immortal Emperor not long ago. Killing 2 hidden cultivation elders in one move was not something he could do for the time being. Lin Fei did it. They had to admit that Lin Fei was more amazing than them. It was true that there would always be someone stronger than you, and there would always be someone stronger than you out there. A heaven-defying genius was indeed terrifying. He had the power to kill experts above his level. The stronger Lin Fei was, the happier they were. The premise was that he could survive. It was obvious that Lin Fei was provoking the Tong Tian Gate disciples. He might even kill them here. Sect leader Duanyun, you don't dare. Lin Fei stared at the Duanyun Immortal Emperor. I will kill 2 of your immortal emperors with one sword. Let's see how long you can endure. Dean Lin, you are indeed amazing. You were just a country bumpkin, and I didn't put you in my eyes. But now I feel that I need to change this view. The Duanyun Immortal Emperor said, you are very suitable to be my follower, because you are qualified. The Duanyun Immortal Emperor took a step forward, then another 2 steps. After 3 steps, his aura soared into the sky and crushed over. This was the aura of a second step Immortal Emperor. Ordinary Immortal Emperors would be suppressed and unable to move. It was indeed shocking for a heaven-defying Immortal Emperor to say that he wanted to be a follower. Follower. It wasn't casual. It required a certain amount of talent. Many Immortal Emperors would only be able to be servants and would not be able to become followers. Your aura is good to scare people, but it is still too weak to deal with me. Lin Fei laughed and charged forward. I feel that a disciple of a big sect like you is qualified to be my follower, even if it's just SOSO. He grabbed with his 5 fingers, and a monstrous vortex appeared. It shrouded Duanyun Immortal Emperor, and the crushing aura tore a hole on the spot. Such a fierce power only shrouded Duanyun Immortal Emperor. The elders surrounding Duanyun were also enveloped. They instantly felt the needles landing on their bodies. Their powerful bodies began to distort, scaring them so much that they immediately fled. They glanced at each other in dismay. That grab almost caused them to die under the hands of their opponent. It was truly terrifying. Lin Fei, this child, was also frighteningly ferocious. In a short period of time, everything that Lin Fei had done had made them regard Lin Fei as a great devil. At this time, Lin Fei's demonic aura was monstrous. If it wasn't for the Duanyun Immortal Emperor, they would have run away immediately. An invincible guy. 5 sword mountains. The Duanyun Immortal Emperor realized that this Lin Fei was a strong enemy. He attacked with a powerful secret mystique. The 5 sword mountains turned into 5 sword rivers and surged over. The sharpness of the metal made everyone realize that this was a terrifying mystique, a mystique that was cultivated with metal. Dang, dang, dang. The 5 sword rivers cut on Lin Fei's 5 fingers. Suddenly, it was like metal colliding with metal. Brilliant sparks flew, but Lin Fei was unscathed as he blocked the cutting power. Satisfying, really satisfying. The 5 sword mountains failed in its first attack. It gathered momentum again, and its power increased again. Everyone could only see rays of light in front of them. Get lost. Lin Fei clenched his hand into a fist. Suddenly, he flicked one of his fingers at one of the sword rivers. The sword rivers surged and roiled as they were repelled. Then, he flicked his second finger at a second sword river, sending it flying hundreds of millions of miles away. It even sliced off a 30,000-meter-tall mountain. The divine power had truly reached the great success stage and became an ancient divine power. Lin Fei could already use absolute power to suppress any power. As an expert of the Tongtian sect, there was no doubt about Duanyun Immortal Emperor's strength. The five-mountain sword mountain's mystique could even kill a second-step Immortal Emperor. A powerful mystique or secret technique could affect one's strength. The Duanyun Immortal Emperor, who came from the Tongtian sect, had powerful mystiques and secret techniques. Naturally, it was not an exaggeration. When he used a great mystique, the mystique of an immortal emperor was above all the other immortal emperors. Seeing that his mystique couldn't do anything to one hand, the Duanyun Immortal Emperor thought, "This guy's physical body is so strong. No wonder he is so arrogant. He has the capital to be arrogant." Chapter 1242. Above the academy, two silhouettes moved up and down so fast that their figures couldn't be seen. Only some powerful immortal emperors could barely see their figures moving. For ordinary immortals, they could only see two terrifying auras exploding. Bang, bang, bang. Large sways of the void exploded. Saint 33 immediately activated the grand formation. The void exploded into pieces, but the terrifying auras couldn't affect anything in the academy. As soon as the grand formation of the mountain gate was activated, many people realized that the formation was extraordinary. The power of the two heaven-defying geniuses was perfectly blocked outside. The range was compressed in the void. Otherwise, with the strength of the two, the aftermath was enough to raise the academy to the ground. In the void, the powers spread out like waves, and everywhere it passed, the void was torn apart. In the void, Lin Fei was like a great demon. A three-legged black cauldron spun and pressed down. The void was obliterated into nothingness. This was an ancient emperor's divine weapon, and it had terrifying suppressive power. With this suppression, the void of billions of li instantly caved in and shattered with a bang. Such a terrifying power, but Lin Fei's body only shook a little, and he perfectly withstood it. His two hands slapped upwards, and the terrifying three-legged cauldron was slapped away. Sect Master Duan, your strength isn't enough. After slapping away the three-legged cauldron, Lin Fei punched the air. The punch was like a meteor, and it landed on Duan Yun's chest. A bright light exploded, and Duan Yun spurted out a mouthful of blood. True self-world-destroying seal. He raised his hand again, and Lin Fei's terrifying seal pressed down on the spot. Freak, what a freak. How can his divine power be so terrifying? It's more terrifying than any divine power cultivator I've ever seen. Every punch and kick has reached the level of breaking through with brute force. This kind of thing shouldn't exist. Duan Yun's immortal armor was uneven, full of fist marks. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He summoned the three-legged cauldron to block in front of him, and the ancient divine weapon caved in. "You're no match for me." Lin Fei's clothes fluttered, and another seal came down. Duan Yun put away the three-legged cauldron, and his heart ached. The terrifying power almost destroyed the divine weapon. Not necessarily. The Duan Yun Immortal Emperor opened his mouth and spat out a black bead. It was the size of a fist, and it spun rapidly, dissipating the power of the seal. "You can perfectly reduce my attack power?" Lin Fei strode over, his 6 arms smashing down on the black pearl. Every time his palms landed on the pearl, his attacks would be nullified. "Country bumpkin, you are the strongest person I have ever seen. Unfortunately, you don't know that there are many good things in the myriad worlds." Duan Yun Immortal Emperor laughed. "As long as I control this bead, you will always surpass me." This was Duan Yun Immortal Emperor's trump card. He could kill a heaven-defying second-step Immortal Emperor and a third-step Immortal Emperor, but he was helpless against Lin Fei. There is no need to mention how sullen Immortal Emperor Duanyun felt. Lin Fei's strength was limitless. No matter what kind of attack it was, he could break it with a single blow. Duanyun Immortal Emperor's power was very strong, but he still could not suppress Lin Fei. He had no choice but to use his most powerful treasure, which was an emperor's divine weapon given to him by his master. This bead really has some tricks up its sleeve. Lin Fei was not surprised. After all, he came from the heaven-connecting sect and was a heaven-defying immortal emperor. It was normal for him to have a life-saving treasure. Isn't it just a broken bead? I think you need to use your immortal power to activate it. Let's see how long you can activate it. Lin Fei laughed and rushed over again. His attacks were like a storm, punching and kicking. Duanyun Immortal Emperor was drowned in the storm, unable to escape. The black bead spun very fast, and Duanyun Immortal Emperor's expression changed. His immortal power was consumed like water. 10%, 20%, 30%. The black bead was a good thing, but could not withstand Lin Fei's violent attacks. Duanyun Immortal Emperor's immortal power was constantly consumed, and he realized that he had overlooked an important problem. His opponent was Lin Fei, a devil from the great metropolis heaven. Relying on this treasure, Duanyun Immortal Emperor could usually counterattack, relying on his tyrannical power to reverse the situation. Unfortunately, Duanyun Immortal Emperor met a terrifying opponent who could not be viewed with the eyes of an ordinary person. The power to counterattack was disintegrated. Using 3 secret techniques consecutively, he still could not suppress Lin Fei, and Duanyun Immortal Emperor finally panicked. Great Metropolis Heaven actually has a genius that is more powerful than me. Bang! 6 rainbow lights slapped on the black bead. The black bead's speed slowed down, and it seemed to be powerless. A part of its power blasted on Duanyun Immortal Emperor. You lost. The opportunity flashed by. Lin Fei attacked with his sword. It was a fast and ruthless sword. With a slash, Duanyun Immortal Emperor's head flew into the sky with a bloody light. His body disintegrated, and the black bead also stopped. Come here! Lin Fei reached out and grabbed, and the black bead landed in his hand. He threw it into the heaven and earth furnace, suppressing it. You win. The head flew out, and a body reassembled. Duanyun Immortal Emperor was revived. Lin Fei's sword swept across the sky and landed on Duanyun Immortal Emperor's neck. With just a thought, Duanyun Immortal Emperor would face death for the second time. As expected, Lin Fei replied with a smile. Duanyun Immortal Emperor lost. His celestial power was exhausted, and he was powerless. He was killed by Lin Fei with 1 slash, and he accepted his loss wholeheartedly. I admit that you're stronger than me. If I had enough celestial power, it would be impossible for you to defeat me so easily. Lin Fei said in his heart, I didn't even use my full power. I only used 60% of it. You lost anyway. Lin Fei said, this is the truth. You better let me go. It will be good for you. Duanyun Immortal Emperor said, otherwise, my master will arrange for other disciples to come. At that time, you will be in endless trouble. At this moment, Duanyun Immortal Emperor was very calm. Kill you? Lin Fei shook his head. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Why would I kill you? I'm a good person. Fighting and killing is not suitable. I have my ways to deal with people like you. Lin Fei unceremoniously took away Duanyun Immortal Emperor's treasures. As for Duanyun Immortal Emperor's gaze, he completely ignored it. After taking away most of the treasures, Lin Fei was satisfied. The 3-legged cauldron and the black bead were also unceremoniously taken for himself. This was what a loser deserved. Now, you can leave. He lost all his treasures, elixirs, and miraculous medicines. Duanyun Immortal Emperor only had 1 immortal armor left on him. It was tattered and almost scrapped. He was in a very bad situation. You are ruthless, Duanyun Immortal Emperor said harshly. At this moment, he was not Lin Fei's opponent at all. I really hope that you will come again next time. Lin Fei laughed. If I were you, I would leave immediately. Otherwise, if we encounter danger later, it's possible that we'll be eaten alive. You have guts. Next time, I will definitely make you pay. Chapter 1243. Lin Fei is a devil, deliberately tricking people. Immortal Emperor Duan Yun turned around and left, cursing in his heart. How could he do such a thing? With one sentence from Lin Fei, Immortal Emperor Duan Yun knew that he was in danger. This was not the territory of the Through Heaven sect, but the great heaven world, an inconspicuous small world. He was wounded, his vitality was greatly damaged, and his treasures were gone. He could not prevent someone from ambushing him in the dark. This was the reason why he left. Immortal Emperor Duan Yun came from the Through Heaven sect. He was quite famous, and he was a second-step heaven-defying immortal emperor. With such an opportunity, it was hard to guarantee that someone would secretly kill a heaven-defying immortal emperor. It was worth it to pay a price. Moreover, Immortal Emperor Duan Yun had turned into a toothless tiger. Although he looked fierce, he was easy to deal with. You don't want your things? Seeing Immortal Emperor Duan Yun leave, Lin Fei did not stop him. He shouted at his back. Immortal Emperor Duan Yun, who was leaving, almost vomited blood. This was intentional. Just as expected, there was a commotion in the square. Lin Fei descended from the void and closed the array of the sect. He heard the sound of something breaking through the air. Not killing you doesn't mean that others won't kill you. A heaven-defying immortal emperor. Lin Fei did not need to know whether that guy was dead or not. Anyway, he knew that it was not easy to return to the Through Heaven sect. He would have to fight a big battle, and his vitality would be greatly damaged. He would not come to find trouble with him for a while. Senior brother, continue. Lin Fei walked out unscathed. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Even the heaven-defying immortal emperor of the Through Heaven sect could not do anything to Demon Lin. If they had any doubts before, the battle just now made them know how terrifying Demon Lin was. It was easy for him to destroy the forces in their hands. Among the 10 major sects, except for the 4 major sects, the other sects had complicated expressions. Many of them looked at Immortal Emperor Wu Mu. This guy had good means. He knew that Demon Lin was extraordinary and had a certain relationship with him. They no longer doubted the death of the leader of the Through Heaven sect. This must be Demon Lin's doing. Immortal Emperor Duan Yun from the Heaven Connecting sect was a heaven-defying immortal emperor who was more than 10 times stronger than them. In the end, he still suffered a crushing defeat and left without saying anything. Of course, whether or not they could return was still a question. Should I properly improve my relationship with Lin Fei? This was the only thought in the sect leader's mind. Once Lin Fei got excited, their sect wouldn't have a good time. They were immortal emperors, but in front of Lin Fei, they were nothing. He could kill them with just a flick of his finger. In the following ceremony, they worked extra hard. If they didn't work hard now, when would they leave a good impression? As for those forces that had come, they had truly broadened their horizons today. It wasn't that they hadn't seen domineering people before, but they had never seen someone as domineering as Demon Lin. In the 6 major sects, Immortal Emperor Witchwood saw this and sneered at their actions. Opportunists, what's the use of sucking up to us now? I have good taste. After the Tong Tian Gate, no one else came to disturb him. Lin Fei successfully became the new dean. All the major sects came to congratulate him, saying that he was young and promising, and all kinds of polite words were thrown at Lin Fei. Lin Fei could only laugh at this. This was a world where the strong were respected. Without strength, people wouldn't even bother to look at him. Sect leaders, if there's nothing else, why don't you stay and have a good gathering? I have something to discuss with all of you. After the ceremony, Lin Fei found the 6 sect leaders and said that he wanted to have a gathering. Everyone's expression changed slightly. They didn't know what this Demon Lin Fei was going to do. No problem. Immortal Emperor Witchwood was the first to say, "What a bootlicker." The other sect leaders looked at him in disdain. It's rare for us to come here, and it's Dean Lin who invited us. How would we dare to not accept? Yes, there's nothing going on in the sect. None of the sect leaders would reject an invitation. Lin Fei nodded. Tonight, I will invite all of you to a banquet on Invincible Peak. I hope that everyone will come on time. Definitely. Definitely, definitely. At this moment, Lin Fei's words were already very intimidating. Fellow Taoist Lin, you are so impressive. The 10 great sect leaders of the great sky world are all so scared of you that they don't even dare to breathe loudly. The Flower Emperor smiled brightly as he walked towards Lin Fei. Of course not. Lin Fei chuckled. They're just giving me face. I wonder why fellow Taoist Hua is looking for me. Nothing, can I look for you? The Flower Emperor said plaintively. Lin Fei said indifferently. If fellow Taoist Hua has nothing to do, I will go and greet everyone. Not saying? I'll leave. Lin Fei was very clear that this woman, the Flower Emperor, was not an ordinary woman. Back then, she had already passed the second Emperor tribulation and become a second-step immortal emperor. Her strength was even stronger, so she definitely wouldn't rashly come knocking on his door. Then I won't disturb you. The Flower Emperor did not say anything. He smiled and turned to leave. I'll look for you another day. She left just like that? Lin Fei was slightly startled. He had still underestimated this woman. Humph, humph, another day is another day. I'm not afraid of what tricks you play. Lin Fei retracted his gaze and chuckled. You've been defeated? As soon as the Flower Emperor left, the Qing Emperor mocked the Flower Emperor. What do you think? The Flower Emperor asked. Why don't you give a try? No rush, no rush. The Qing Emperor shook his head. In any case, we are all working for others, so there's no rush. Me too, the Flower Emperor said coldly. In today's battle, Lin Fei's power has reached a large extent. Today, he left behind those 6 sect leaders. Maybe something big will happen. You should plan what to do next. The Flower Emperor flew through the air. Looking back at the Holy Heavens Academy, he sighed softly. This Lin Fei's growth is really fast. Soon, he will be the #1 person in the great sky world. I have to report this matter as soon as possible. The Qing Emperor thought, if Tong Tian Sect's immortal Emperor Duan Yun can suppress Lin Fei, then everything will be fine. Who would have thought that Lin Fei is so strong? Tong Tian Sect became a stepping stone. Things have become troublesome. That woman is right. The great sky world is about to change. Shaking his head, the Qing Emperor also left. After the Flower Emperor and the Qing Emperor left, many immortal emperors took the initiative to congratulate him. Lin Fei was still very polite to the immortal emperors. He greeted them with a smile. Today's ceremony was livelier than expected. Immortal Emperor Duan Yun of the Tong Tian sect had suffered a crushing defeat, which made Lin Fei stand out. None of the forces, big or small, were unconvinced. Every force came to express their goodwill. After greeting the immortal emperors, Lin Fei handed the remaining matters to Saint 33, asking him to arrange it personally. Saint 33 was very familiar with this. He found someone to arrange it. Even though today's battle had given the sky-piercing gate a slap in the face, Saint 33 was still very excited. This was especially true for the 6 sect masters. In the past, they had always looked down on him from above. They had never humbled themselves to cater to him. Junior brother, you're really amazing. You scared them with one sentence. This feels good. The lively day passed quickly. Soon night fell. The battle in the day immediately spread throughout the great sky world, causing a huge uproar. If the previous rumors of the land of inheritance were doubtful, then today's battle was real. No one dared to doubt it. Those forces that did not go were all panicking. The people of the top 10 sects could be killed easily, let alone these sections. Now, all the sects were anxious. They personally brought congratulatory gifts to the Holy Heavens Academy. No matter what, they had to show off. As a result, the entrance of the Holy Heavens Academy was very lively. On the Invincible Peak, a few sect leaders came together. Leave? They had never thought of leaving. As soon as they landed on the Invincible Peak, they felt that the Invincible Peak was extraordinary. It was a real paradise. The effects of cultivating here were unimaginable. Everyone, welcome to my humble abode. Lin Fei came out to welcome them. The 6 sect leaders were shocked, but they were still very happy. At least, Lin Fei did not arrange for an immortal emperor to welcome them. At least, he knew his place. Lin Fei smiled and led them in. In a courtyard, he asked them to sit down. Actually, I've been wanting to chat with all of you for a long time. Since we're finally free tonight, let's have a drink together. Lin Fei sat down and picked up his wine cup as he spoke. The 6 sect leaders picked up their wine cups immediately. Even though the banquet was filled with celestial wine and celestial fruits, they were not here to eat, so none of them were calm. Not long ago, they did not take Lin Fei seriously. As long as they mobilized their forces, it would be easy to suppress Lin Fei. They believed that they had the ability. No matter how strong a person was, how strong could he be? In the blink of an eye, they were splashed with cold water. Lin Fei used his strength to tell them that the sect was nothing in front of him. Even powerful immortal emperors were defeated by Lin Fei. If they were not mistaken, the 4 sect leaders were killed by Lin Fei. If they were alone, they would not be a match for him. Unless they left the Greater Heaven Realm, their lives would be in danger as long as they were in the Greater Heaven Realm. Dean Lin, we were disrespectful at the last banquet. Let's toast you. One of the sect leaders, Immortal Emperor Kuan Ling, picked up his wine cup and took a sip. There was nothing wrong with apologizing. Everyone could see what the situation was like. Immortal Emperor Kuan Ling was the first to lower his head. The other immortal emperors did not dare to disdain Immortal Emperor Kuan Ling for lowering his head so quickly. Previously, they had discussed that they should at least put on airs in front of Lin Fei. In the blink of an eye, their battle line was broken. Lin Fei chuckled. These sect leaders were quite smart and knew what to do. Everyone drank a cup. Actually, you don't have to be like this. I, Lin Fei, am very easy to talk to. Easy to talk to? Was that possible? Everyone cursed silently. Lin Fei was a violent maniac. Once he made a move, he would beat people to death. Chapter 1244. Everyone was restless. Lin Fei gave them too much pressure. One look, one action, it was unprecedentedly terrifying. If they could, they would never want to face Lin Fei, let alone attend the banquet tonight. Who knew what Lin Fei wanted to do? If he killed them, it would be a big loss. Among the 6 sect leaders, Immortal Wu Xian was the only one who could sit still. He had no enmity with Lin Fei, so he would not cause trouble for him, right? Immortal Wu Mu was delighted. If he had known, he would not have done it in the first place. Of course, Lin Fei did not care about what they thought. He picked up a glass of wine and looked at everyone with a smile. Everyone felt goosebumps. If it was any other time, they would have glared at him and stood up. The purpose of inviting everyone here tonight is actually very simple. It is to discuss one thing. I believe it will be beneficial for everyone. Lin Fei took a sip of the celestial brew and said faintly, although our great metropolis world is not famous, the battle of the Boundary Lord will begin soon. My original intention is to let someone from our great metropolis world be the Boundary Lord. What do you all think? What was Lin Fei thinking? They could not figure out Lin Fei's thoughts. Dean Lin, you are right. The position of Boundary Lord is ours to begin with. Immortal Wu Mu said. Immortal Emperor Kuan Ling also said, that makes sense. That's right. Yes. Lin Fei said again. The battle of the Boundary Lord is destined to be a bloody battle. Because of this, we, the big sects, should be united. We call the shots in our territory. Everyone could only go along with Lin Fei's words. Subconsciously, they caught a few hints and seemed to understand what Lin Fei was saying. I plan to completely clean up our great metropolis world. Lin Fei threw out a bomb with a smile. For example, to clean up some sects that betray us, so that the great metropolis world will not be in a mess in the future. What do you all think? So soon, the 6 sect leaders sucked in a mouthful of cold air as they understood Lin Fei's intention. This was to clean up some united people. Those who were not united were naturally the Black Heaven sect and the other sections. This emperor is the first to agree with Dean Lin. The battle of the realm lords should be fought by the people of our world. It's quite necessary to clean up the sects that aren't united. Immortal Emperor Wu Mu said in a deep voice. Moreover, after eliminating the unstable existences, we can unify the great metropolis world. The other sect masters looked at immortal Emperor Wu Mu in disdain again. Aren't you a little too fast to have sided with Lin Fei so quickly? No matter what, you're still one of the 10 great sect leaders. Disagree? They knew very well that Lin Fei was taking advantage of the situation to get rid of Black Heaven sect and the others. As long as they didn't agree, it would soon be their turn. If Lin Fei acted alone, it would set off a huge wave in the great metropolis heaven. People would think that he was too domineering and would easily arouse the disgust of the masses. But once they all joined in, Lin Fei's actions would be justified. He wanted to drag them down with him. What a good method. Lin Fei was very satisfied with immortal Emperor Wu Mu's words. What do you think? He was making his stand. There are indeed some unstable existences in our great metropolis world. We should unite and eliminate them all at once to maintain the stability of the great metropolis world. Immortal Emperor Kuan Ling wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Once there was a stand, there would be a second stand. The rest did not dare to hesitate. Apart from a sky-cracking sect, the other 3 sects would be completely removed from the great metropolis world. In the future, there would only be the 6 sects left in the great metropolis world. They had to agree, even if they didn't agree. To avoid trouble, why don't we all go back now and prepare to depart tomorrow morning? Lin Fei finished the celestial brew in one gulp and put down the cup. I believe no one has any objections, right? Objections? Who would have any objections? Of course, the only thing they did not expect was that Lin Fei could not wait to act. The 6 sect leaders swore a heavenly Tao oath that they would not dare to spread the news. Husband, you're planning to act against them so soon? A beautiful woman walked in from outside. Their sect leaders died in my hands, and I slaughtered all their elders during the day. Now that we've become enemies, why don't we get rid of them all at once? Lin Fei smiled. Moreover, they're not good people. If we don't drag them down with us, they might stab us in the back. Husband, are you worried that the experts from the other worlds would occupy these sects and obtain the slots to enter? Is that why you want to destroy them first? Lin Jiqing laughed lightly. That's right. You're the best. I'm indeed worried about this. Lin Fei did not hide it. Anyone who wants to participate in the great metropolis world has to be from the great metropolis world. Therefore, I want to control the great metropolis world and try to control the number of people to prevent unnecessary things from happening in the future. Lin Fei had thought about this for a long time. It was finally time to carry it out. He would first eliminate the 3 sects and leave the sky-cracking sect for the time being. Other than that, Lin Fei did not plan to let go of the old fogies cultivating in the great metropolis world. He wanted to eliminate every single one of them and make them a powerful force for the Divine Heaven Institute. Lin Fei wanted to build his own team. Everyone, are you all ready? Nightfall. On the peak of a mountain, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. The 6 sect leaders appeared one after another with their people. They were all elders. The weakest among them was a half-step immortal emperor. Apart from them, they were all first-step immortal emperors. Facing Lin Fei's threat, the 6 sect leaders brought their strongest elders. There were a total of 70 to 80 people. The overall strength of the great metropolis world is still too weak. Looking at the 70 to 80 experts, Lin Fei shook his head. The great metropolis world was really a rural place. Any major faction could easily eliminate these factions. It was more than enough to deal with the 3 sects. Let's go to the Black Heaven sect now. I'll break the Mountain Gate formation. As for the rest, I'll leave it to you guys. Just take out all the higher-ups in one fell swoop. It's best if you don't let any of them escape. I'm sure everyone can do that. Lin Fei did not care whether they agreed or not. He took out a document and showed it to everyone. It was filled with the names of the higher-ups and elders of the 3 sections. We can do it. Facing Lin Fei's gaze, they nodded. No one could stop the destruction of the 3 sections. Lin Fei said, "That's great. You guys can distribute the disciples below the higher-ups. I don't want any of them. As for the mountains and fields, you guys can distribute them. I want 2/3 of the sect treasury. You guys can distribute the rest." They would not reject such benefits. Their eyes lit up. At least, Lin Fei did not take all the benefits for himself. Chapter 1245. Black Heaven Sect. This was one of the top 10 sects in the great metropolis heaven. At this moment, the atmosphere inside was very depressing and gloomy. The news from the day came back very quickly. At first, no one believed it. So what if Demon Lin was strong? Would he really dare to kill someone? The news that came back after that made their jaws drop. The entire sect was shrouded in dark clouds. Demon Lin really made his move. Not only did he attack the Black Heaven sect, but he also attacked the elders of the other two sects, causing them to perish on the spot in the Divine Heaven Academy. This was something they could not imagine. After that, the new sect master of the Sky-Cracking Gate, Immortal Emperor Duanyun, a heaven-defying immortal emperor of the Sky-Piercing Gate, suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Demon Lin and left in a sorry state. There were even rumors that Immortal Emperor Duanyun was ambushed on his way back and almost died outside. When this news came out, everyone was restless. Sect leader, what do we do now? Many elders were gathered in the palace. All of them were the higher-ups of the Black Heaven sect. The one who was addressed as sect master was the vice sect master. Initially, the Black Heaven sect had a main sect master and two vice sect masters. After the immortal emperor of the Black Heaven sect fell, White Heaven sect lost another sect master, leaving only the vice sect master. Nine Heaven's immortal emperor had an ugly expression on his face. Demon Lin was extremely daring and killed the people from the 10 great sects on the spot. The Nine Heaven's celestial emperor didn't have the courage to question him and annihilate the Holy Heaven Academy. He was afraid that if he went there, he would definitely die in the Holy Heaven Academy. Everyone calm down. The Nine Heaven Celestial Emperor said solemnly, Demon Lin killed our Black Heaven sect's vice sect master on the spot. The Black Heaven sect's sect master must have died in his hands. We must take revenge for this. This Celestial Emperor has already decided to join forces with the other sects to deal with Demon Lin. After that, we will uproot the Divine Heaven Academy and remove it from the great metropolis world. Avenge the leader of the mysterious martial school. Kill Demon Lin. All the elders were enraged. This was the only solution the Nine Heavens immortal emperor could think of. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the palace shook. Everyone was swaying, almost unable to stand. Not good. Someone is breaking the formation. The Nine Heavens immortal emperor cursed inwardly. He had already appeared outside the palace. One by one, figures flew out from the Black Heaven sect. Ripples appeared on the mountain gates, grand formation. It's Demon Lin. Outside the mountain gate formation, Lin Fei had transformed into a giant and was attacking the mountain gate formation. With every punch, the mountain gate formation would ripple. The people from the 6 great sects are here too. This is bad. The Black Heaven sect elder's expression changed as well. With just Demon Lin, they thought that with the mountain gate formation, he wouldn't be able to break through. Now that the 6 sects were all out, the situation was totally different. Demon Lin, what do you want? The Nine Heavens immortal emperor said sternly. You people from the Black Heaven sect don't know what's good for you. I'm here to remove your name today. Lin Fei laughed and punched the mountain gate formation again. The entire mountain gate formation was on the verge of collapse. Everyone, head to the formation and activate it. We can't let Demon Lin charge in. Nine Heavens Celestial Emperor said hurriedly. He landed in the formation and controlled it to try to stabilize it. Too strong. Back then, more than 10 Celestial Emperors couldn't even shake Black Heaven sect's mountain gate formation. I didn't expect Demon Lin to be so strong. Not long from now, the mountain gate formation will be broken. The 6 sect leaders and the Celestial Emperor elders behind them looked at one another. Lin Fei's strength was more terrifying than they had imagined. They had never seen a person with strength that could shake Black Heaven sect's mountain gate formation. This key was used to deal with their sect? Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. They still had to help out later. Initially, they had planned to go easy on him, but it seemed like that was impossible. Lin Fei, this fellow, was truly terrifying when he became savage. Walala, walala, The mountain gate formation rippled like waves and gradually couldn't hold on any longer. Nine Heaven Celestial Emperor was shocked by Demon Lin's strength. No wonder the elders who went during the day died in his hands. If this continued, the mountain gate formation would be destroyed. Pung, finally, a crack appeared in the formation of the mountain gate. The fierce force caused the mountain gate formation to not be able to repair in time. Lin Fei broke a hole and rushed into the array formation. Activate the internal array formation and kill Demon Lin. Nine Heavens Celestial Emperor couldn't care less. He informed everyone to activate the array formation within the mountain gate formation and kill Demon Lin. He had reason to believe that as long as Demon Lin was killed, the 6 sect leaders outside would definitely not attack again. Boom, boom, boom. Once Lin Fei entered, the array formation attacked. It was enough to kill in Celestial Emperor. Black Heaven Sect's mountain gate formation is indeed terrifying. It can barely block a 3rd step Celestial Emperor. Lin Fei walked in the array formation and allowed the attacks to land on him. They were quickly disintegrated by the runes and did not cause any damage. Die. In one of the array formation's eyes, Lin Fei punched through the air and broke through countless layers of space, killing a half-step Celestial Emperor inside. Although the mountain gate formation was amazing, Lin Fei did not think much of it and directly broke it with force. We can't block it anymore. He's a demon. Inside the mountain gate formation, the elders died one after another. Lin Fei was like a demon, rampaging in the mountain gate formation and killing everyone. Blood flowed like a river, and no one could withstand the power of his punch. Break! Lin Fei stepped on the center of the array formation, and a terrifying ancient power spread out. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful mountain gate formation collapsed at that moment. Cough, cough, cough. Nine Heaven Celestial Emperor, who was in the center, was sent flying by the terrifying power. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he watched the huge mountain gate formation being broken. The mountain gate formation left by our ancestor has been broken just like that. Kill. As soon as the mountain gate formation was broken, 70 to 80 powerful cultivators outside rushed in. Nine Heavens Celestial Emperor, after tonight, the Black Heaven sect will cease to exist. Lin Fei strode forward and grabbed the Nine Heavens Celestial Emperor by the neck and lifted him up. If you guys did not go against me, everyone would be fine. Unfortunately, you can only blame yourselves for being too confident. No, Lin Fei grabbed lightly, and the Nine Heaven Celestial Emperor was crushed into a pile of minced meat. The difference in power between the two was too great, and it was a one-sided battle. An hour later, the upper echelon elders of the Black Heaven sect were all killed. As for the disciples, when they saw the elders killed and the deputy sect leader dead, they knew that the situation was hopeless, so they surrendered and spared their lives. The 6 sect leaders and the elders behind them sighed. The huge Black Heaven sect was destroyed in less than an hour, and all the upper echelon elders were killed. From then on, the Black Heaven sect no longer existed in the great metropolis realm. When they saw the Black Heaven sect disciples, as well as the herbs and immortal beasts left behind, they were relieved. Especially when they saw the black figure, Lin Fei, they no longer had any thoughts. Who asked you to offend Lin Fei? Leave a few immortal emperors to guard the place. The rest, follow me. Lin Fei was not worried that they would be greedy, so he led them to immortal Emperor Mingxian's sect. The 3 sects had to be dealt with before daybreak. That night was destined to be a sleepless one. First, it was Black Heaven sect, then the other 2 sections. They were all removed from the great metropolis realm, and now the 3 sects no longer existed in the great metropolis realm. When Lin Fei attacked, even though the 2 sects had many experts, they weren't enough for him to kill. The upper echelon elders were easy to deal with, and the disciples all chose to surrender. As for the fanatics, no one would hold back. They were destroyed one by one. When dawn arrived, the 3 sects were removed from the list. This news spread right away. The entire great metropolis realm was in an uproar. Demon Lin was indeed Demon Lin. The day before, he came to ruin their plans, And, at night, he brought people to take revenge, wiping out the 3 sections. After the 6 sects were involved, they all knew that. After losing their sect leader and some elders, the 3 sects became toothless tigers. It was no wonder that they would attack. Even they were tempted. The 3 sects were wiped out, and all the factions, big and small, shut their doors and ordered their disciples not to go out. They didn't want to be involved in such a huge matter. Lin Fei, I wanted to ally with the 3 sects, but he beat me to it and wiped them all out. Cough, 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 in a secret room. Duanyun's celestial emperor's face was ashen white, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. After hearing the news, he spat out another mouthful of blood. During the battle at Holy Heaven Academy, Duanyun's celestial emperor was heavily injured, and his treasures and top celestial pills were stolen. Along the way, he was ambushed by the enemy, and he fought bravely, barely keeping his life. Duanyun's celestial emperor had already cursed all 18 generations of Lin Fei's ancestors. Killing with a borrowed knife was done to perfection, and he was nearly finished. Before Duanyun's celestial emperor could recover, Lin Fei made a huge move, wiping out the 3 sects in one go, and even pulling the 6 sects in. In the eyes of outsiders, it wasn't Lin Fei who did it alone. Duanyun's celestial emperor was clear that this was definitely Lin Fei's doing. This person was unbelievably cruel. Sect leader, then what should we do now? Just open the mountain gate formation. Duanyun's celestial emperor said, no matter how bold Lin Fei is, he wouldn't dare to attack us. But even so, the elder was still panicking. Duanyun's celestial emperor sent the elder away. I still underestimated Lin Fei's means, and his strength is also slightly higher than mine. Looks like I have to inform Master and ask him to arrange a few senior and junior brothers to come over, or else I can't do it alone. In great metropolis world, some rogue celestial emperors also heard the news. Apart from shock, there was more shock. After a few days, another piece of news came out. A piece of news targeted at rogue celestial emperor. The current dean of Holy Heaven Academy, Lin Fei, sent out a message inviting rogue celestial emperor to be a guest. This made many people feel incredulous. Was Demon Lin planning to attack rogue celestial emperor? Rogue celestial emperor's circle was also filled with shock and anger, because Lin Fei gave them a deadline of 1 month, after which he would take the initiative to be a guest. This was clearly not taking him seriously. This made rogue celestial emperor lose face. Chapter 1246. Great Metropolis Heaven. On a black swamp. On the black swamp, corpses were everywhere. There was no lack of skeletons that were tens of thousands of yards long. After a long time, they gave off a terrifying aura. This swamp had a very impressive name. Swamp of Death. Back then, this place was once an ancient battlefield. It was said to be an ancient battlefield, but there were no treasures left behind. Apart from endless skeletons, there were rumors that the treasures were taken away. There were also rumors that the ancient battlefield was actually a small battlefield back then. Whether it was true or false, no one knew for now. On this swamp, a powerful immortal emperor lived, and he made the Swamp of Death his territory. Outsiders would die if they stepped in. On this day, on the Swamp of Death, 3 powerful auras descended. On the swamp, giant beasts of death grew their black heads out from the rotting mud and tried to capture their prey in the sky. Light exploded, and the heads of the giant beasts of death exploded. Fresh blood flowed everywhere. Old ghost, if you don't want all your beasts to die, put them away quickly. A hoarse voice reverberated throughout the Swamp of Death. The beasts of death crawled back into the Swamp of Death. Peace returned to the Swamp of Death. How arrogant! The beasts returned, and bubbles popped up from the Swamp of Death. A gray-robed elder with an ice-cold body came out from the Swamp of Death. He stood on the Swamp of Death and looked at them coldly. Old Ghost Yudu, an old friend is here, but you don't have to pull a long face. This gray-robed elder's Dao title was Yudu Devil Emperor. He was the master of the Swamp of Death. If you have something to say, then say it. If not, then scram. I have no time to accompany you. Yudu Devil Emperor said coldly, even though that person was a friend of many years. Old ghost, you're still the same. No wonder you can't come out from the swamp of death alone. The person opposite him was a black-robed elder with thick brows and big eyes. His Dao title was Devil Emperor Chu Feng. The two behind him were also Devil Emperors. Their reputations weren't as great as Yudu Devil Emperors. They could be said to be their seniors. Old ghost, I'm actually here to tell you something, in case you lose your life carelessly. Devil Emperor Chu Feng said, do you know that the 3 big sects have been wiped out? That brat from the Holy Heaven Academy let out some ruthless words, asking us seniors to be his guests. Otherwise, he will personally pay a visit and have a talk with us. If that's all, you can leave now. Yudu Devil Emperor said, if Lin Fei really comes to find us in this swamp of death, I'm the heaven. Even if he's a dragon, he has to lie down. This old ghost, his temper is still so bad. Devil Emperor Chu Feng shook his head. Humph, you don't know how to appreciate my kindness. Don't blame me for not reminding you when you are in trouble in the future. Let's go. The 3 silhouettes broke through the sky and left. Humph, humph. Devil Emperor Chu Feng, you want to pull me into your group? Nice try. Yudu Devil Emperor sneered. Isn't it just a Lin Fei? He's not even a world lord. Does he really think he's the #1 person in the great metropolis heavens? It's fine if he doesn't come, but if he does, I'll definitely make that brat suffer the consequences. Gulp, 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 peace returned to the swamp. Brother Chu, what do we do now? Devil Emperor Chu Feng waved his hand. No matter. There are many rogue immortal emperors and devil emperors in the great metropolis heavens. If Lin Fei wants to take the lead, he has to ask us first. Originally, old ghost Yudu was willing to come out, which greatly increased our power. Now, it looks like we should find other immortal emperors and devil emperors. We have to stop Lin Fei. Ever since the news of Lin Fei inviting immortal emperors and devil emperors to be guests spread, the entire great metropolis heavens was in shock. The 3 big sects were wiped out, and a large amount of wealth was divided. Lin Fei came with great momentum. So many people didn't dare to doubt Lin Fei's words. However, his words were like a huge wave among the rogue, immortal emperors. They didn't care about the affairs of the world and focused on cultivating to prepare for the tribulation. Now that a rising star had said that he wanted them to be guests, how could the immortal emperors and devil emperors sit still? Devil Emperor Chu Feng was one of them. At the same time, Devil Emperor Chu Feng was one of the good friends of Black Heaven Sect's Immortal Emperor Xian Sect. He had gone out to purchase materials a few days ago and didn't know about this. When he returned, there was a huge change. Therefore, Devil Emperor Chu Feng gathered a few like-minded people to make Lin Fei feel better. Didn't Lin Fei want everyone to be guests? Let's see who will go in a month. Let's see what he'll do then. If he really dares to make a move on the immortal emperors and devil emperors, it'll be interesting. Devil Emperor Chu Feng's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. After the 3 big sects were wiped out, Holy Heaven Academy would have to be curried favor again. This was no longer something that Lin Fei needed to worry about. After releasing the news, Lin Fei first found a time to break open the black bead and kill the Dao imprint in it. He refined it completely, turning it into an ownerless object, and handed it to Saint 33. Lin Fei really didn't care for such a defensive treasure. After knowing its effects, Saint 33 couldn't bear to part with it. It was a peak-grade immortal artifact that was personally refined by a few almighty beings. With this peak-grade immortal artifact, Saint 33's combat power had increased significantly. After that, Lin Fei divided the wealth. He ate the meat, while the others drank the soup. Everyone was happy and let out all kinds of rumors to smear the 3 big sections. Lin Fei was very happy. At the very least, they had done something good. The sky-cracking gate didn't move, which surprised Lin Fei. Duanyun, Immortal Emperor, wasn't an idiot. He knew how to endure. The more it was like this, the more unhappy Lin Fei was. For the time being, he could still make a move and let him be free for a period of time. Outside, Lin Fei waited for the immortal emperors and devil emperors to come to visit. As time passed, There wasn't much time left in the month. None of the immortal emperors and devil emperors who were cultivating in great metropolis heaven appeared, and no one came to visit. A bunch of old fools. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Don't blame me then. On the invincible peak, Lin Fei sneered. Until the last day, not a single immortal emperor or devil emperor came to visit. Lin Fei's words were like a fart. No one cared about it. The people outside were all watching. Many people had guessed this result. Even though Lin Fei had been in the limelight recently, no one would care about Lin Fei since he hadn't become an emperor yet. If you don't come, I'll go and find you. A month later, many people saw a figure walking out of the Holy Heaven Academy. He took a step and traveled billions of miles. In a few steps, he disappeared from everyone's sight. He's going to make a move. Demon Lin is going to make a move himself. Quick, follow him. The shocking battle is about to begin. Will the east wind suppress the west wind, or will the west wind suppress the east wind? I'm really looking forward to it. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 1247. In the void, Lin Fei strode toward the south. During this month, Lin Fei did not idle around. He asked for help from the sect to collect information on immortal emperors and demon emperors. After a month, he already had a list in his hands. Demon Emperor Kilo, mid-stage first step immortal emperor. This was the first demon emperor that Lin Fei wanted to find. Not long after, Lin Fei appeared in a dangerous place filled with thick fog. He opened his mouth and blew away the terrifying poisonous fog, revealing a sinkhole in the depths. Demon Emperor Kilo lived in this sinkhole. Demon Emperor Kilo, I'm here to pay a visit. Please come out. Boom, boom. A deafening sound rumbled and exploded. The whole sinkhole shook. Who's causing trouble? A thin figure flew out of the sinkhole. It was Demon Emperor Kilo. Without saying a word, he took out a black gourd and spat out black fog. As soon as the black mist appeared, even the void was corroded. Oomph. Do you really think that I'm easy to bully? After being hit by my bone-dissolving black fog, no matter how strong your body is, it's useless. I can borrow your name to display my power. Blame yourself for finding me. Holding the gourd, Demon Emperor Kilo revealed a proud expression. Everyone in the great metropolis world knew about the news that Lin Fei had spread. How could Demon Emperor Kilo not know about it? In fact, he did not take Lin Fei seriously. A rising star would not believe it if he did not see it with his own eyes. Demon Emperor Kilo, is this the reason why you didn't come? Lin Fei leisurely walked out of the black fog. He shook his head lightly and struck a palm at Demon Emperor Kilo. If that's the case, you're not qualified to put on airs. Demon Emperor Kilo was very confident in his treasure. But when Lin Fei walked out, his expression changed drastically. How could his opponent's body be so strong? Bang! This palm swept across like a monstrous flood, crashing into Demon Emperor Kilo's body. Demon Emperor Kilo's tyrannical body encountered great terror, and his entire body was sent flying hundreds of millions of miles. Pervert! After sending Demon Emperor Quile flying with a palm strike, Lin Fei took a step forward and appeared in the sky above Demon Emperor Quile. Then, he stomped down on Demon Emperor Quile. Boom! 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 Within the bottomless pit, Demon Emperor Kilo's miserable screams could be heard. This emperor admits defeat. Don't hit me anymore. My immortal armor is about to break. Demon Lin is indeed a pervert. I didn't expect Demon Emperor Kilo to lose so miserably. Those who had caught up heard Demon Emperor Kilo's miserable cries before they even arrived. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. A demon emperor had been dealt with so quickly. Was Demon Lin really going to visit them one by one? That was a huge sum of money. If that was the case, then from today onwards, Demon Lin would be the #1 person in the great metropolis heaven, and no one would be able to compare to him. Southern region. Beside a large azure lake, there were a few immortal emperors sitting together. I heard that Lin Fei went out personally. I wonder who he will look for first. An old woman said expressionlessly. They won't come looking for us anyway. A middle-aged man sneered. If they come looking for us, with just a few of us, he won't be able to return. We, the 5 emperors of Luo Water, are not just for show. If Lin Fei dares to come, we will really defeat him and let him know the power of the 5 emperors of Luo water. Beside the lake, 5 people said disapprovingly. These 5 people were rogue cultivators. Back then, they had become sworn brothers and settled down beside the Luo water lake. They had opened up a sacred cultivation ground and had made quite a name for themselves in the great metropolis heaven. They had naturally heard the news that Lin Fei had released, but they didn't pay much attention to it. If the 5 of them joined forces, they could easily dominate the second step immortal emperors, unless they encountered a heaven-defying immortal emperor. With the 5 emperors of Luo water here, I can save myself a lot of trouble. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky. A black-robed man walked out. Who are you? How did you get in? The 5 emperors of Luo water were shocked. Someone was able to avoid their divine senses and appear in the sacred ground silently. Their expressions instantly turned ugly. If the other party made a move on them, they would obviously be at a great disadvantage. I'm Lin Fei, the current dean of the Holy Heaven Academy. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Lin Fei introduced himself. The 5 emperors of Luo water were shocked once again. So you're Lin Fei. They had heard of his name, but they had never seen him before. Compared to him, he was ridiculously young. Since everyone knows my name, then it's fine. I won't waste any more words. I believe you all know why I'm here. Lin Fei said indifferently. The 5 of you, come at me together. Let me witness the power of the 5 emperors of Luo water. The 5 emperors of Luo water were not ordinary people. They knew why Lin Fei came looking for them. Great. We also want to experience fellow Taoist Lin's power. The old lady was the first to speak. She opened her mouth and spat out a snow lotus. The snow lotus landed on Lin Fei and froze the space-time of this area, making it impossible for him to move. Do it, the old lady said. The other 4 celestial emperors attacked one after another. The 5 emperors of Luo water had great teamwork. Among them, the old lady had comprehended the space-time Tao and could freeze space-time. She had a great advantage, and many people had fallen because of this. After the old lady froze space-time, the other 4 attacked immediately. Terrifying emperor might fill the air. Their divine abilities were like the sun and the moon, shaking the heavens and earth. They wanted to completely defeat Lin Fei. Not bad space-time power, but it's a pity that it's still too weak. The snow lotus above her head spun rapidly. It was sent flying by a punch. Lin Fei walked out from it, waving his hand to summon a flood of energy that blocked all the attacks. He had already appeared in front of the old woman and tapped out with a finger. The old woman was sent flying, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. The remaining 4 celestial emperors were shocked. Lin Fei easily blocked their attacks. His battle prowess far exceeded their imagination. It was unbelievable. All of you lie down too. The sword in Lin Fei's hand slashed out, slicing through their waists. The 4 immortal emperors coughed out blood at the same time, losing all color in their eyes. The sharp aura left a ghastly crack on their immortal armor. We lost. At this time, Lin Fei had already turned and left. The 5 emperors of Luo water had never been defeated so thoroughly before. But in front of Lin Fei, they knew how quickly they were defeated. Before, they didn't take Lin Fei seriously. Only now did they know how terrifying he was. He could kill them with just a thought. Even though they were wearing immortal armor, they couldn't block Lin Fei's killing intent. Not long after, the news of the 5 emperors' defeat spread, causing another huge uproar. Lin Fei headed south. He went to visit all the devil emperors and immortal emperors. To Lin Fei, it was a visit, but in the eyes of others, Lin Fei was beating them up one by one. The cultivating immortal emperors and devil emperors kept scolding Lin Fei for not knowing what was good for him, but no one was willing to take revenge. At first, it was the first step immortal emperor who was defeated. Not long after, the news of the second step immortal emperor old monsters being defeated spread out. Everyone's nerves had become thick. He was really going to sweep the entire great metropolis heaven, from the south to the north and then to the west. No one could stop Lin Fei's footsteps. Everyone who came knocking on his door was defeated without exception. Only then did they realize that there was always someone better out there. They had been looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Lin Fei's influence also reached a peak. Such a feat was almost 1 in a million for someone who hadn't become an emperor yet. Back then, there were some geniuses in this world, but they weren't as terrifying and heaven-defying as Lin Fei. Yude, Devil Emperor, rumored to be a third-step Devil Emperor, a true big shot. I wonder how strong he is. On this day, Lin Fei appeared outside Death Swamp. Along the way, almost no one could force Lin Fei to use his full strength, so he had already lost interest. This third-step Devil Emperor made Lin Fei look forward to it. It was rumored that this was an old Devil Emperor that had lived for hundreds of millions of years. Dao friend Lin, since you're here, why don't you come in and take a seat? On Death Swamp, gurgling sounds could be heard. After that, a huge, lifelike face appeared above the Death Swamp and spoke to Lin Fei. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Fei took a step forward and appeared above Death Swamp. The face on the swamp opened its mouth to bite at Lin Fei, and the entire sky was under the face. Go down. Lin Fei raised his hand and pressed down. A huge palm, no smaller than the face, appeared in the sky. The palm pressed down on the opponent's face, and the huge Death Swamp instantly tumbled nonstop. Not bad. It can withstand 70% of my power. Lin Fei rushed down, and a huge pit appeared above Death Swamp. It was forcefully squeezed out, and a black palace appeared 100,000 yards below the surface. It was filled with a deathly aura. No wonder you could sweep through everyone. No wonder their skills are inferior. On the palace, a gray-robed elder appeared. It was Yudu, Devil Emperor. The black face on the swamp was one of his divine arts. Even though it was just a face, it could swallow a strong practitioner at the peak of second step Immortal Emperor in one gulp and kill him directly. Otherwise, Devil Emperor Chu Feng wouldn't have come looking for him. You're flattering me, Lin Fei said. What hadn't Yudu, Devil Emperor seen before? There were also a few heaven-defying immortal emperors that died in his hands. It could be said that it was unprecedented for him to sweep through everyone as an immortal emperor. This made him interested. I've cultivated for a long time, and it's hard for me to be interested in anything in this world. Today, I'm interested in you. I wonder how big of a surprise you can bring me. Whoosh, Yudu, Devil Emperor, transformed into black water and rushed up. This was a divine art, undying divine art. The black water merged, and a huge black iron rod smashed down from the sky. The ferocious power smashed onto Lin Fei's corporeal body, forcing him to take a step back. What powerful power! After cultivating the body of chaos, Lin Fei was protected by the power of chaos. This rod of Yudu Devil Emperor didn't cause too much damage to Lin Fei. To be able to force Lin Fei to take a step back, this Yudu Devil Emperor was very impressive. For the time being, there was really no one who could do this. Chapter 1248. Lin Fei took the initiative to attack and swept away all the Devil Emperors and Immortal Emperors along the way. He covered all the big and small things in great metropolis heaven, and everyone paid attention to him. When Devil Lin found the legendary Yudu Devil Emperor, the legendary third-step Devil Emperor, it caused an uproar. All kinds of mocking and ridicule came continuously. No one was optimistic about Devil Lin. In great metropolis heaven, Devil Lin's battle power was unparalleled, and he suppressed the immortal emperors and devil emperors. Who was Yudu Devil Emperor? The legendary third-step Devil Emperor's power was unfathomable. He cultivated the undying god's pain. Back then, a heaven-defying immortal emperor tried to take him as a follower, but he didn't succeed. His name spread throughout the worlds. Ever since that battle, no one dared to find Yudu Devil Emperor. The chances of Devil Lin finding Yudu Devil Emperor weren't high. It was a pity that they didn't dare to chase after him to take a look. Yudu Devil Emperor's Swamp of Death was a terrifying existence in great metropolis heaven. Whoever went would die. While the outside world was guessing, underground palace, Lin Fei was fighting Yudu Devil Emperor. Yudu Devil Emperor showed enough respect and showed his full power as a third-step Devil Emperor. He didn't hide anything and went all out. Bang, 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 a huge iron rod would sometimes transform into a black current, sometimes as fierce as a tiger, and sometimes as soft as water. With a thought, it would burst forth with terrifying power. This power was enough to kill immortal emperors below third-step Devil Emperor. Normal third-step Devil Emperors might not be able to handle it. Lin Fei, who was wearing a black robe, had 6 arms that were like rainbows that smashed onto the iron rod. The void behind him shattered, as expected of my fierce reputation. Now, try my secret technique, rod skills. The older Yudu Devil Emperor got, the more shocked he was. Ever since that battle back then, he had displayed his divine might and escaped from a heaven-defying immortal emperor. His name had spread throughout the worlds, and he had comprehended the undying divine art. Unless it was a heaven-defying immortal emperor of a fourth-step Devil Emperor, normal immortal emperors wouldn't be able to kill him. After cultivating for thousands of years, Yudu Devil Emperor's power had increased again. Normal third-step Devil Emperors would be defeated in 3 moves. This was the confidence that belonged to Yudu Devil Emperor. Yudu Devil Emperor had naturally heard of the name Lin Fei before. The Heaven Devil Emperor of First-Step Devil Emperor had died in the hands of this young man, but he didn't care. Even when Immortal Emperor Chu Feng personally invited him, he didn't give him any face. After exchanging blows, Yudu Devil Emperor finally realized how powerful Lin Fei was. His physical body was terrifyingly strong. Moreover, if he wasn't a third-step Demon Emperor, the force of a slap on the iron rod would have bounced back and sent it flying. Boom, 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 Yudu Devil Emperor's aura arose again. Ordinary methods could not do anything to Lin Fei. He had no choice but to use a secret technique. Hua, hua, like the sound of flowing water, it rushed up, black shadows densely packed. Fellow Taoist Lin, if you can block this old man's secret technique, this old man admits that he is inferior to you. Behind him, a cold wind assaulted him. Another gust of cold wind came from the left. Gusts of cold wind surged towards Lin Fei. What a powerful secret technique. The cold wind blew across his skin, causing his skin to crack like silk. It's nothing to block your secret technique, divine art. Lin Fei was full of heroism. He retracted his 3 heads and 6 arms and stood with his hands behind his back. I'll stand still and witness Senior's secret technique, divine art. You are too arrogant. You are destined to regret it. Yudu Devil Emperor's voice came from all directions. Body of chaos. Faint ripples came from Lin Fei's body. Bang, 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 gusts of cold wind that were like 10,000 mountains smashed on a Lin Fei's unyielding body. Over 100 cold wind attacks. Ripples appeared on Lin Fei's body. This divine art secret technique is indeed very strong. As expected of a strong practitioner of the older generation in Great Metropolis World, he probably occupies a position among the third-step Demon Emperors. Lin Fei thought to himself, the body of chaos is ridiculously strong. My corporeal body is as sturdy as a mountain. It doesn't move an inch. Whoosh, black shadows and cold wind surged towards Lin Fei continuously. The entire process lasted for over 10 breaths. Whoosh, the black shadows dispersed, and Yudu Devil Emperor let out a light sigh. He said helplessly, I'm not your match. I didn't expect a heaven-defying immortal emperor like you to appear in Great Metropolis World. When you succeed, you'll be a heaven-defying immortal emperor. Disappointment. Yudu Devil Emperor had been famous for a long time. He had used all his divine arts and secret techniques, but he was still helpless against Lin Fei. He was convinced of his loss. To be able to admit his failure, Lin Fei's impression of Yudu Devil Emperor became much better. Standing in this position, there weren't many who could be so upright. I admit it. Lin Fei cupped his hands and said, I'm not confident in dealing with your undying divine art. Yudu Devil Emperor was most proud of comprehending the undying divine art. Back then, heaven-defying Devil Emperor couldn't do anything to Yudu Devil Emperor because of the undying divine art. I want to know if you have cultivated the body of chaos. Yudu, Devil Emperor's eyes were like torches as he stared at Lin Fei. He wanted to know urgently. And that's right, I have indeed cultivated the body of chaos. Lin Fei thought to himself. Yudu, Devil Emperor's knowledge wasn't bad, and he could even recognize the body of chaos. It is indeed the body of chaos. No wonder my secret technique is useless against you. Yudu, Devil Emperor sighed. Back then, the body of chaos appeared and fought against the heroes. Never did I expect the body of chaos to appear again. One eye-opener. I admit my defeat in this battle. Dao friend Lin, if you don't mind my old age, I'm willing to run around for you. In great metropolis world, as long as I say the word, those people will have to give me face. Everyone knew about the body of chaos. The cultivation of the body of chaos was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was already not bad to be able to cultivate a part of it, much less the entire corporeal body. It was such a good thing. Lin Fei naturally accepted Yudu, Devil Emperor's good intentions without hesitation. Old ghost, come out quickly. In great metropolis world, a loud voice came from a dark space filled with the chirping of birds and fragrance of flowers. It startled all kinds of immortal birds and beasts, and they flew everywhere. God damn it, old ghost Yudu, you are here to cause trouble again. In the distance, a stream of light came over, and a scolding voice came from it. Not long later, an elder that had gone through the vicissitudes of life appeared. Old ghost Yudu, why didn't you stay at your place and came over to my place? You want to freeload again? Why did you bring young person? You know my rules. Immortal Emperor Zheng Xian was precisely this elder. He scolded, but he was curious. This good friend of Yudu, Devil Emperor, didn't take in disciples and was alone. Would he bring someone over? It was rather inconceivable. Old ghost, your temper is still so bad. Isn't it just one person? Yudu, Devil Emperor, said unhappily. He isn't an ordinary person. Not long ago, this emperor lost to him, and I couldn't even break his corporeal body. Immortal Emperor Zheng Xian stared with his eyes wide open, and he sized up this young man. Are you joking? Lin Fei introduced himself. Senior Zheng, I'm Lin Fei, the Dean of Holy Heaven Academy. You are the devil Lin that caused a commotion outside? You are indeed young. Whoosh. I heard that Senior Gu is about to cross the tribulation and become a fourth-step Devil Emperor. Everyone knows that this step is very dangerous. One wrong step, and all the other steps will be wrong. What if Senior Gu obtains a powerful physical cultivation technique? Very good. You successfully piqued my interest. That's right, it was just an interest. 3,000 years ago, the Bone Emperor was ready. He had not gone through the tribulation to become a great emperor, so he was not confident. When Devil Emperor Chu Feng heard this, he knew that there was hope. He hurriedly explained Lin Fei's situation, emphasizing his physical body. Everyone in the great celestial realm knew that Lin Fei had a powerful physical body. This fleshly body was terrifyingly powerful. It was unknown how many people had been defeated by this body. If it's really as powerful as it is said to be, this emperor will go and get it back to study. Bone Emperor thought to himself. This emperor was born with a powerful body, but unfortunately, it has a flaw. The lightning tribulation of a fourth-step Devil Emperor can destroy the heavens and earth, a total of 9,999 bolts. If Lin Fei's cultivation technique is really that heaven-defying, this emperor's chances of crossing the tribulation will increase by 10%. Just in case, this emperor has to experience this cultivation technique no matter what. The Bone Emperor would not give up any opportunity to improve his tribulation. You've convinced this emperor. The Bone Emperor said indifferently. If it's not as heaven-defying as the legends say, you know the result. He casually glanced at them. With this glance, Devil Emperor Chu Feng and the others immediately fell into an endless abyss, shrouded in death. A third-step Devil Emperor was truly terrifying. He was very strong, But Devil Emperor Chu Feng still couldn't withstand a glance from a third-step Devil Emperor. Senior Gu, you can rest assured. This junior can guarantee it with his head. Devil Emperor Chu Feng gritted his teeth and patted his chest to guarantee that Lin Fei's physical body cultivation technique was definitely a technique worth fighting. This emperor will personally make a trip. Immortal Emperor Zheng Xian pointed at him. It's really the same as what the Yudu Devil Emperor said. Lin Fei had already known about this move. On the way here, he had heard the Yudu Devil Emperor mention it. He didn't dodge. Lin Fei allowed the other party to do as they pleased. He learned many secrets of the great celestial world from the Yudu Devil Emperor. For example, a third-step Immortal Emperor. In the great celestial world, there were as many experts as there were clouds. Unfortunately, the Realm Master had fallen, and a large amount of wealth had been plundered. In addition, the experts had fallen, leading to the current situation. The Yudu Devil Emperor had once said that in the entire great celestial world, there was not a single fourth-step Devil Emperor. A third-step Devil Emperor was at most. At the mention of this, the Yudu Devil Emperor felt a wave of sorrow. A small world, it was indeed a small world. The other worlds had at least a fourth-step Immortal Emperor, but the great celestial world didn't have a single one. It was innately weak. There are also very few third-step Immortal Emperor realm experts. They either died of old age or forcefully transcended the tribulation. In the end, they failed at the last step and died under the lightning tribulation, or they were attacked by the heavenly Tao Supreme Treasure. The Yudu Devil Emperor had said that as long as he displayed his strength, with his and the Zhongxian Immortal Emperor's help, Lin Fei wouldn't have to do anything. Everything could be resolved. Clang! This finger landed on the heart of his brows. The sound of a bell exploded. That finger couldn't move an inch. What a strong corporeal body. No one dared to take the finger of the Zhongxian Immortal Emperor head-on. Even the Yudu Devil Emperor didn't dare to. It contained an attack of the great Tao. Defeated, the Yudu Devil Emperor laughed loudly. The Yudu Devil Emperor couldn't do anything to Lin Fei's chaotic body. Such a person was a headache for all the Immortal Emperors and Devil Emperors. If his corporeal body was strong and his abilities were average, they wouldn't care. If they really wanted to deal with him, there were still ways. Unfortunately, not only was Lin Fei's corporeal body strong, but his power was also unfathomable. The Yudu Devil Emperor didn't know how to deal with such a person. Seeing his old friend defeated, the Yudu Devil Emperor was in a good mood. Again, the Zhongxian Immortal Emperor's finger failed. Seeing his old friend's expression, he tried to be brave. I don't believe that a young man can be so strong. You must be lying. If you don't listen to your elders, you will suffer. Ha ha ha. The Zhongxian Immortal Emperor glared at the Yudu Devil Emperor, and his aura rose. The aura of a third-step Immortal Emperor was no weaker than that of the Yudu Devil Emperor. He was another powerful third-step Immortal Emperor. Young man, once I attack, there is no chance for me to stop. Senior, feel free to attack. There is no need to hold back. All right. One had to admit that as a third-step Immortal Emperor, the Zhongxian Immortal Emperor's abilities weren't just for show. Powerful secret arts and divine arts were endless. His abilities had already reached the peak of the third-step Immortal Emperor. Lin Fei was as still as a mountain, allowing the attack to land on his body. At the beginning, the Zhongxian Immortal Emperor was aggressive. Back then, he was also a prodigy and had the pride of prodigy. When had he seen a young man more arrogant than him? Even the Yudu Devil Emperor didn't dare to boast. He unleashed all his divine arts and secret arts without holding back. He planned to teach this youth a lesson, but he wouldn't really kill him. He still had to give face to Yudu Devil Emperor. As time passed, the Zhongxian Immortal Emperor was stunned. With his strength, it was extremely easy for him to kill a third-step Immortal Emperor. Last time, when the third-step Immortal Emperor came to ask for the sacred medicine, he severely injured the other party in 3 moves. The other party was even wearing a top-grade immortal armor. That scene was still vivid in his mind. I have no choice but to admit defeat. After a series of attacks, Lin Fei didn't move at all. Ripples spread out from the other party's body and easily dissipated the attacks. The Zhengxian Immortal Emperor was shocked beyond words. He stared with his eyes wide open and retracted his divine arts. He stared at Lin Fei from head to toe. Your corporeal body is too terrifying. How can there be such a terrifying defense in the world? Although I'm not a fourth-step Immortal Emperor, I believe my abilities can fight against one without losing. But you, even though the Zhengxian Immortal Emperor was a third-step Immortal Emperor, he couldn't help but be shocked in the face of such a situation. Now you know, Dao Friend Lin's defense can't be broken unless it's a fourth-step strong practitioner. The Yudu Devil Emperor attacked. You won't be able to guess that Dao Friend Lin cultivates the incomparable immortal body, the body of chaos. The body of chaos. The Zhengxian Immortal Emperor dragged out his voice. Everyone in the universe knew about the body of chaos, especially the immortal emperors and devil emperors. I admit defeat. After a long time, the Zhengxian Immortal Emperor said with a serious expression, Dao Friend Lin, I shouldn't have asked this. If I don't ask, I won't be at ease. May I ask if you have any more Chaos Divine Stones? After saying that, he revealed an urgent expression. The Yudu Devil Emperor's eyes flashed. Old Ghost, are you thinking of? Lin Fei didn't answer in a hurry. No one knew the importance of the Chaos Divine Stones better than him. Back then, the Ji Kuan Devil Emperor emphasized that it couldn't be leaked. Looking at this fellow, the Zhengxian Immortal Emperor panicked and hurriedly explained, Dao Friend Lin, I can guarantee that no one other than you and me will know about today's matter. I can even swear a heavenly Dao oath. The Yudu Devil Emperor took the initiative to say to Lin Fei, Dao Friend Lin, I actually know about the old ghost. He probably wants to repair an Emperor Divine weapon in his hands. Repair an Emperor Divine weapon? That's right. The Yudu Devil Emperor and the Zhengxian Immortal Emperor often quarreled, but they knew each other's situation. To be able to cultivate the body of chaos, he might be holding back. The Yudu Devil Emperor had to help his old friend no matter what, so he briefly explained the situation. It was actually very simple. The Emperor Divine weapon encountered great terror in a secret realm and was partially damaged, causing the power of the divine weapon to be reduced by 30%. If he wanted to completely repair it, he would need some special materials, and the Chaos Divine Stones were an important part of it. The Zhengxian Immortal Emperor wanted to buy the Chaos Divine Stones. An Emperor Divine weapon had a huge impact on one's abilities. Dao Friend Lin, I don't need a lot, just half the size of a fist. I'm willing to use all kinds of materials to exchange for it, even if I have to go bankrupt. As long as it's in the great celestial world, we'll help you. The Zhengxian Immortal Emperor really needed the Chaos Divine Stones. They were priceless. Chapter 1250. On this day, a few uninvited guests arrived outside Holy Heaven Academy. Senior Gu, this place is the Elysium, and that kid Lin Fei is the dean of this place. He holds great authority in the academy, and he's already secretly hailed as the #1 power in the great metropolis world. Following the destruction of the 3 great sections, the influence of Sacred Heaven Academy was advancing at a rapid pace. Every day, there would be a large number of genius disciples trying to become a disciple of the academy. Back then, the Holy Heaven Academy had been expanded by a great divine ability. Looking down from above, one could see a continuous chain of buildings and students flying in the sky. It was full of vitality. It does have some tricks up its sleeve. The person in the lead wore a white robe, and a monstrous aura of death gathered above his head like a black cloud. A cold aura of death instantly enveloped the sky above the Holy Heaven Academy as gales whistled. This white-robed man was the Bone Emperor whom Devil Emperor Chu Feng had spent a lot of time persuading. He was a third-step Devil Emperor and had a notorious reputation in the great metropolis world. Devil Emperor Chu Feng chimed in. It's rumored that there are all sorts of treasures in the academy. How can a person like Lin Fei possess such treasures? In my opinion, these treasures should belong to a peerless expert like Senior Bone. Yes, we think so too. The other immortal emperors and devil emperors agreed. Ha, I like those words. The Bone Monarch had been here before. Back then, the Saint Sky, immortal emperor of the Academy, was a powerful character, but the scale of the Academy was far from what it was now. With a casual glance, the Bone Emperor knew that the Holy Sky Academy had many good things. Devil Emperor Chu Feng's words were exactly what the Bone Emperor wanted. You've done a good thing. Devil Emperor Chu Feng was overjoyed. This is what I should do. Everyone knew that the Bone Emperor was not easy to serve. He was ruthless when he turned hostile, sinister, and cunning. He killed people like flies. In recent years, he had curbed his infamy, but it had not been forgotten. Devil Monarch Chu Feng signaled to a Devil Monarch. That Devil Monarch was pleased and quickly walked out. The peerless expert Bone Emperor has personally arrived. People of the Divine Heaven Academy, why are you still not coming out? The Demon Emperor's voice resounded in the sky above the Holy Heaven Academy. Devil Emperor Chu Feng thought to himself, Lin Fei, I wonder what your expression will be like if I take over your lair. I'm really looking forward to it. In the great metropolis heavens, who didn't know of the news that Lin Fei had released? If his lair was captured, he would become the laughingstock of the world. It's the Bone Emperor. I've seen him before. This is too frightening. The Bone Emperor has actually appeared. Get out of here. Outside the academy, many of the factions dispersed. The Bone Emperor's ferocious reputation had been built up over a long period of time. He was 10,000 times more ferocious than Lin Fei. More importantly, he had been famous for a long time. The Bone Emperor's name was like a terrifying demon king that spread like the wind. In just a short while, the originally bustling entrance of the academy was completely empty. No one was willing to offend this terrifying demon king. Logically speaking, apart from immortal emperors, no one else could withstand the Bone Thearch's aura. At this moment, something unexpected happened. Other than being astonished at the beginning, the disciples of the Elysium Academy returned to normal after that. They went back to whatever they were doing, and no one stayed behind. Disapproving, truly disapproving. Was the Bone Emperor amazing? Ferocious reputation? These were of no interest to them at all. Which disciple of the Academy hadn't seen a grand scene before? During the ceremony, the dean had gone on a killing spree. He had killed the high and mighty immortal emperors and demon emperors with a wave of his hand. His heroic spirit had shocked the world. They would never forget that scene. The disciples of the Academy were fanatical. Another blind person has come to court death. Not far away, two disciples passed by. After taking a glance, they revealed disdainful expressions. Their companion nodded and said seriously, "That's right. He only dares to come when the dean isn't around. I heard that the Bone Emperor has a great reputation, but it seems like he's just a coward." The other person sneered. "Great reputation? What's the use? He's just a coward. When the dean comes, he'll probably be the first to run. This kind of person is the most promising." "That's right. I hate this kind of person the most." The two of them didn't hide anything. The high and mighty third-step demon emperors were like ordinary people in their eyes. Demon Emperor Chu Feng peeked at the Bone Emperor's expression. The latter was expressionless, as if nothing had happened. Those familiar with him knew that the Bone Emperor was enraged. The people of the Elysium Academy were too daring. They even dared to disregard the Bone Emperor. Even Demon Emperor Chu Feng didn't have the guts. Now, there was no need for him to bewitch them. Just based on what he said earlier, the Elysium Academy would have to face the wrath of a third-step Demon Emperor. They asked for it. Demon Emperor Chu Feng was immensely proud. The Elysium Academy was finished. I haven't refined blood in a long time. His words were filled with killing intent. The air instantly turned cold. Everyone, including Demon Emperor Chu Feng, had goosebumps as fear spread from the bottom of their hearts. The Bone Emperor walked forward. With a step, the void collapsed. "Senior Bone, you can't go any further. If you go any further, you'll be crossing the boundary. The Academy has the right to suppress you." Saint 33 walked out of the void and said to the Bone Emperor, "A first step immortal emperor. You dare to suppress me?" The Bone Emperor swept his cold gaze across. A cold gleam shot out from his eyes. White bones were like mountains, wailing for thousands of miles. A casual glance from him could kill a first step or second step immortal emperor. A first step immortal emperor dared to stop him. He was simply courting death. It didn't matter if he killed such a person. Senior Bone, you're old. It's better for you to leave. After taking another step, Saint 33's voice came from the front again. He stood in the sky with a slightly pale face. However, he had withstood a casual attack from a third-step Demon Emperor. He actually didn't die. Demon Emperor Chu Feng and the rest behind him also widened their eyes and kept saying that it was impossible. How could a first-step Immortal Emperor withstand a gaze attack from the Bone Emperor? This didn't make sense. Since when could a first-step Immortal Emperor be this strong? So it's the Immortal Robe on you. It can actually withstand my attack. Good stuff. The Bone Emperor took a casual glance. His gaze landed on the Immortal Robe on the other party's body. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. I like this Immortal Robe very much. From now on, it belongs to me. A bone spear pierced through the sky and pierced towards Saint 33. Facing this domineering attack, Saint 33's expression didn't change. He endured the immense pressure and said coldly, "How dare you cause trouble in the Elysium Academy? I don't care who you are. I'll suppress all of you." Ha ha ha. You think you could suppress me? I should say that I'm going to suppress all of you today, including Lin Fei. The Bone Emperor laughed loudly. Just a few people in the academy? In the entire great metropolis world, apart from those few who would dare to suppress him. You dare to act tough? Boom, in the depths of the Elysium Academy, a terrifying aura soared into the sky. The bone spear instantly turned into dust. In the void, a giant finger covered with runes flew out. The color of the sky changed. The finger pressed down on the Bone Emperor's body. The Bone Emperor's expression changed drastically. Impossible, impossible. Bang. Chapter 1251. An aura burst out from the depths of the Holy Sky Academy. The Bone Emperor, who was flaunting his prowess earlier, exploded with a single finger. With just one finger, the powerful third-step demon overlord exploded. The onlookers outside were stunned. No one could react in time. Everyone knew that the strongest person in the Holy Sky Academy was Lin Fei. His combat strength was unfathomable. Until now, no one knew what realm Lin Fei was at. Apart from Lin Fei, there were very few immortal emperors in the Holy Sky Academy. Since when did the Holy Sky Academy hide a powerful demon emperor? How could the ferocious demon emperor suppress the Holy Sky Academy just like that? Luckily, we weren't naive enough to think that the Holy Sky Academy would collapse at the first blow without Demon Lin. Demon Lin is too calculative. Who would know that there is a terrifying demon emperor hidden within the Holy Sky Academy? He is at least a third-step demon emperor and is several times stronger than the Bone Emperor. When we return, we must arrange for disciples to join the Holy Sky Academy. With such a hidden, peerless demon emperor, the Holy Sky Academy will definitely be the overlord of the great metropolis world. Demon Emperor Chu Feng and the rest were all dumbfounded by this sudden scene. The Bone Emperor exploded? It was unbelievable. If it hadn't happened in front of them, they would have doubted if it was real. How could this be? Didn't the information say that the Holy Sky Academy only has 2 to 3 immortal emperors, and all of them are first-step immortal emperors? How could there be an expert who is at least a third-step demon emperor? Let's go. If we don't leave now, we won't have another chance. These devil emperors and immortal emperors realized how terrifying this was. They cursed Lin Fei for being so shameless, hiding such a devil emperor and almost causing them to be crippled. We were tricked. After his flesh was pierced, the bone arch reassembled his body. His face was filled with fear. He glared at Demon Emperor Chu Feng. Who could guarantee that the Holy Sky Academy didn't have any experts? Who could guarantee that the Holy Sky Academy would collapse at the first blow? Who could guarantee that the Holy Sky Academy didn't have any opponents? Devil Emperor Chu Feng felt a chill down his spine. He knew that this savage devil emperor bore a grudge against him. This was a matter of life and death. He said anxiously, "Senior Gu, listen to me. I really didn't know." The Bone Emperor didn't listen to him. He sent out a palm strike, and a white bone mountain came crashing down. Devil Emperor Chu Feng's strength as a second-step Devil Emperor wasn't enough. He was instantly suppressed under the white bone mountain and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Why is my life so bitter? Demon Emperor Chu Feng's resentment was very deep. With this move, the huge finger jabbed out again. "Sir, let's talk things out. This emperor isn't targeting the Holy Heaven Academy on purpose." The Bone Emperor had only spoken halfway when the white bone mountains crumbled. Another finger poked his body. "This emperor is dead because of you." The powerful bone monarch's body exploded for the second time. This emperor was wrong. After the second reconstruction, the Bone Emperor used his divine ability to escape. He never dared to come to this nightmarish place again. It was truly terrifying. "He's here. You don't have to leave." The third time, the bone arch was pierced through once again. This time, the powerful bone arch didn't come back to life. The terrifying finger obliterated all vitality. The ancient bone arch died just like that. Unimaginable. Quick, send the news back. The death of a third-step Devil Emperor was definitely shocking news. The Holy Heaven Academy was suspected to have a fourth-step Devil Emperor, or at least a third-step Devil Emperor. Devil Emperor Chu Feng shook off the white bone mountain. When he saw that the powerful bone arch was pierced to death with 3 fingers, his scalp went numb and his body trembled. A third-step Devil Emperor died, just like that. You guys don't have to leave either. In the void, a huge hand reached out and covered the heaven and earth. Devil Emperor Chu Feng and the other immortal emperors and devil emperors all fell into the palm of the other party. Junior brother is really amazing. You left behind such a great god. The Holy 33 had seen many big scenes, but they were still deeply shocked. The Bone Arch, a third-step Devil Emperor, died just like that. Devil Emperor Chu Feng and the others, who were second-step Devil Emperors, couldn't even block one move and were all captured. In the depths of the Holy Heaven Academy. "Master, you're so amazing," a young girl said in adoration. Devil Emperor Chu Feng and the others, who were showing off just now, were trembling in someone's palm. With a flip of someone's hand, they fell out. "They're too weak." Although that was what he said, Devil Emperor Silence Earth was still very proud. "You will become an expert of this realm in the future. Let's build a good foundation." Devil Emperor Silence Earth said kindly, "Master, these fellows are too evil. They purposely came to cause trouble when my father wasn't around. They're simply too despicable. Why don't you kill them?" Devil Emperor Chu Feng and the others had just come out. They were so scared that their limbs went soft. A terrifying aura enveloped them. When they heard that this girl wanted to kill them, they instantly broke out in cold sweat. "Don't kill us. We were wrong. It was Bone the Arch who forced us. We are all immortal emperors and devil emperors. As long as Senior doesn't kill us, we are willing to become your servants." In order to survive, they said that they wanted to become servants. Even Bone the Arch was dead, let alone them. Devil Emperor Silence Earth said, "They're all second-step devil emperors and can be used to guard the gate. Killing them will be letting them off too easily." With a single sentence, their fates were decided. As long as they didn't die, they all regretted it now. It was so good to be free and unfettered. Now, they had become gatekeepers. Lin Fei didn't know about this. At this moment, Lin Fei was accompanied by Immortal Emperor Zheng Xian and Yuta Devil Emperor. They went to visit a few third-step Immortal Emperors and Devil Emperors. That day, Lin Fei agreed to Immortal Emperor Zheng Xian's request. Third-step Immortal Emperors were the older generation of great metropolis world. With their help, he could save a lot of trouble. Lin Fei really didn't care about a small piece of chaos divine stone. Of course, Lin Fei didn't need anything. He gave it to Immortal Emperor Zheng Xian, which surprised Immortal Emperor Zheng Xian. He was very grateful. With his identity, he couldn't do that. Immortal Emperor Zheng Xian, Yuta Devil Emperor, how can I reject your invitation? In a dark space, another Immortal Emperor accepted the invitation. Two third-step immortal emperors and devil emperors came together, along with the mysterious Lin Fei. They didn't give him a chance to reject. Lin Fei didn't go to the second step immortal emperors and devil emperors. He went to find the third step immortal emperors and devil emperors. If they agreed, it was easy. If they rejected, Lin Fei's request was very simple. He wanted them to swear to Heaven Tao that they wouldn't lay a hand on Holy Heaven Academy. If they didn't swear, Lin Fei wouldn't be courteous and would just suppress them. Lin Fei didn't have any information on the older generation of Great Metropolis World. With the help of Immortal Emperor Zheng Xian and Yudu Devil Emperor, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. In less than 3 months, the top-notch Immortal Emperors and Devil Emperors all fell into Lin Fei's control. Half a year later, shocking news came from Holy Heaven Academy. Third step Immortal Emperors and Devil Emperors, ancient existences, took the initiative to join Holy Heaven Academy and become guest elders of the Academy. Once the news came out, it shook Great Metropolis World again. Holy Heaven Academy's overall strength soared and became the #1 power in Great Metropolis World. Everyone knew that such a day would come. The time was too short, and it was beyond their imagination. They couldn't help but admire Lin Fei's methods. With the ancient existences joining them, no one would be able to shake their position. Holy Heaven Academy would become a terrifying existence. Among them, the most terrifying one was Lin Fei. Other than the Heaven-cracking sect, the rest of the 6 sects took the initiative to congratulate Holy Heaven Academy. Now we can finally heave a sigh of relief. On Invincible Peak, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, his long hair fluttering in the wind. Outsiders will always be outsiders. I still have to nurture a batch of experts. Lin Fei mumbled to himself. No one knew what he meant. With the help of the third step Devil Emperors and the chaotic reincarnation formation, Holy Heaven Academy wouldn't have to worry about anything for a short period of time. Anyone who dared to attack Holy Heaven Academy would have to think twice. Heaven-cracking sect. It was once the #1 sect in Great Metropolis World. Now that they had fallen from the top, the sect's influence had shrunk, and they had given up a lot of territory. They were no longer as arrogant as before. They seemed desolate, a beauty in her twilight years. No one would have expected that the once mighty heaven-cracking sect would lose so much in such a short period of time. The sects that were on good terms with them had started to drift apart. Currently, the heaven-cracking sect was cold and cheerless. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. The Duanyan Immortal Emperor, the Immortal Emperor of the Tongtian sect, said 2 unexpected words in one breath. He really didn't expect Lin Fei to be so generous. He really didn't expect Lin Fei to have the ability to form such a powerful force. Even though this power was nothing in the face of the Tongtian Gate, it could at most raise its strength by a significant margin. Sect leader, what should we do now? According to Demon Lin's personality, he'll definitely attack our sky-cracking sect after he gathers all these forces. The elders didn't have such a good attitude. They couldn't bear to see the rise of Holy Heaven Academy. It was as disgusting as eating a fly. Calm down. Duanyan Immortal Emperor stood up, dissatisfied with these elders. No matter how powerful Holy Heaven Academy is, it is still limited. It won't be able to achieve anything great. You should know that Heaven-cracking sect has the Heaven-cracking sect behind it. That is enough. After saying that, he turned around and left. Lin Fei's force is getting bigger and bigger. I have underestimated him. Duanyan Immortal Emperor underestimated Lin Fei's ability. There are still a few years before the battle of the Sector Lords. I can't let Lin Fei have it so easy. Duanyan Immortal Emperor thought. I should go and find them. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He really needed to take action. On the world bridge, a figure walked over and disappeared at the end of the world bridge. That person, why does he look so familiar? Not long after, another person appeared on the world bridge. He looked at the figure in the distance and blinked. He looks like Duanyan Immortal Emperor. Lin Fei was curious. This guy didn't stay in the sect and came out instead. Did he go to get reinforcements? Forget it. I don't care if he is reinforcements or not. I'll just go and do my own things. Lin Fei had a lot of things to do on this trip. If not for that, he would have been interested in following them to take a look and get rid of that fellow. Even if he died, he wouldn't know who did it. Wow. Chapter 1252. The information I collected is not accurate. I have to make a trip to the Tianyan Tower. They will have the corresponding information. In a desperate situation, a stream of light came out from the abyss. Looking at the abyss below, he shook his head gently. Lin Fei was not satisfied. Only then did he realize that the information he had collected was far from what he had imagined. Ancient mutated beasts are really hard to find. He couldn't help but think of the demon snake he had killed in the abyss. That demon snake was very strong, at the Immortal King level. It was terrifyingly powerful, but it was still not satisfied with Lin Fei's words. Tianyan Tower. It existed in every world. Its power was unimaginably terrifying. After coming out of the abyss, Lin Fei went all the way to the Tianyan Tower. This time, Lin Fei's purpose was very simple. He wanted to hatch some powerful mutated beasts. The current him couldn't be compared to the past. His target was at least ancient mutated beasts. Others might not be able to cultivate powerful immortal beasts in a short period of time. Lin Fei was different. After inheriting everything from the insect queen, Lin Fei would be able to cultivate a group of loyal and devoted warriors. The grade had become incomparably important. Only ancient mutated beasts could unleash their strongest strength. Unfortunately, after coming out, he didn't encounter any ancient mutated beasts according to the information. After a long time, it was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Lin Fei put on his cloak and walked into the Tianyan Tower. This wasn't the first time he came to the Tianyan Tower. Every time he came, Lin Fei was still shocked by the terrifying power of the Tianyan Tower. It could open a branch in the universe. Fellow Taoist, do you need any service? Lin Fei covered himself with his cloak and ancient divine power. His every move released a majestic aura. As soon as he entered, people immediately noticed that he was extraordinary and took the initiative to greet him. I want information about ancient mutated beasts. The price is not a problem. After destroying the 3 major sects, Lin Fei's net worth was high and he was full of confidence. A big customer. The person was quite excited. Sir, this way please. The information about ancient mutated beasts will definitely satisfy you. As long as this customer was satisfied, it would definitely be a big business. Not long after, Lin Fei came out of the Tianyan Tower with satisfaction. As expected of the Tianyan Tower, as long as you can pay the price, you can buy anything. It's a pity that ancient beasts are hard to find. Even if they exist, once the news spreads, they'll be bought immediately. They won't wait for you. After paying a considerable amount of true essence, Lin Fei obtained the information about the ancient beast as he wished. After seeing this information, he realized that there was a huge gap between the information he had collected previously. There's no time to lose. I'll head to the nearest world to check it out. If there really is an ancient beast, I can suppress it and hatch it. It was a dusky space. Gusts of black wind blew past, and wherever it passed, large chunks of rocks would be turned into fine powder, dissipating in the air. This is it. In the void, a figure appeared. His powerful divine sense swept out, and in the end, he nodded. After confirming this was the place, he dived in. Whoosh, a black wind blew. Lin Fei allowed the black wind to fall on his body, as if he had entered an uninhabited land. As he went deeper, the power of the black wind increased greatly. It was no wonder that even celestial emperors didn't dare to barge in recklessly. Lin Fei chose to ignore all of this. According to the information, there was an ancient beast living in this desolate land. It had once swallowed a first-step celestial emperor, which was known by everyone. Unfortunately, since then, no one had seen this ancient beast again. Airball, you are from the primordial evil dragon clan. You scared the ancient beast out. Lin Fei pulled Furball out. The fellow was still sleepy and extremely displeased at being disturbed, so it flew out in a sullen manner, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Roar, not long after. A strong gust of wind swept over like a huge army. Lin Fei's expression changed. The ancient beast has appeared, while Lin Fei broke through the wind array. In front of him, a beast the size of a mountain with black skin was squatting on the ground. Its long tongue kept lashing at the void, and it looked very angry. Hairball was a primordial evil dragon and had the ability to control the void. It kept devouring immortals and became stronger. This ancient beast was very strong, but it wasn't an immortal emperor yet. Every time its tongue lashed, it missed. Ancient beast, golden toad. This was the ancient beast recorded in the information. Croak, croak. When Jinha saw that someone had come, he opened his mouth and spat out a black wind. His vision was filled with pitch-black darkness and a pungent smell. Poison and corrosion. No immortal dared to underestimate it. Hairball was very unhappy that this fellow attacked her master. Her body enlarged and grew with the wind. In the blink of an eye, she turned into a horrifying primordial evil dragon that was hundreds of thousands of meters long. Huff! Hairball opened her mouth and blew, and the black wind was torn apart. Her long tail whipped and landed on Jinha's body. Jinha cried out in pain, and his huge body was sent flying. I don't need to do anything. Hairball can handle it. Just as expected, Hairball's huge body and terrifying strength. Jinha was an ancient beast with great strength. Facing Hairball, he was at a disadvantage due to the innate suppression and was whipped and beaten by Hairball. After a while, Jinha begged for mercy. Hairball's huge body sat down and pinned Jinha down. Fortunately, Jinha was an ancient beast and had strong vitality, so he didn't die. Huff! Lin Fei landed beside Jinha. Hairball, you did well. An ancient beast is indeed an ancient beast. This trip wasn't in vain. Lin Fei liked ancient beasts like Jinha very much. After hatching, it would be an immortal emperor expert and had unlimited room for growth. Go! Lin Fei released his power and wrapped Jinha. No matter how Jinha struggled, it couldn't escape. Golden Beetle greets Master. A few days later, the huge cocoon broke open and a sinister-looking middle-aged man walked out. Ancient beasts were ferocious and terrifying. After transforming, they looked sinister. Lin Fei wasn't surprised. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to give it a name. Since it already had a name, it would be easy. From today onwards, you will follow me. Lin Fei was in an exceptionally good mood now that he had obtained an expert transformed from an ancient mutated beast. Yes, Lin Fei asked about the situation. After hatching, Jinha's strength wasn't affected. He already had the strength of a half-step immortal emperor. Lin Fei immediately understood that the other party was an ancient beast. After hatching, it wouldn't lose much of its strength. According to the Golden Beetle, they could fight against a first-step immortal emperor by relying on the powerful defenses of the ancient mutated beasts. If they had a suitable weapon, their strength would be even more terrifying. With an ancient beast in hand, Lin Fei was looking forward to the next ancient beast. For this information, Lin Fei had paid a huge price. Of course, he hoped that the stronger the ancient beast, the better. It would be worth it. More importantly, ancient beasts had the most room for improvement. Chapter 1253. Guiling greets Master. Usi greets Master. Ikong greets Master. According to the information he bought from the Tianyan Tower, Lin Fei broke into the forbidden mystic lands one by one, suppressed the ancient beasts, and hatched them, turning them into the generals by his side. Just as he had guessed, the ancient beasts themselves had extremely high potential. Once they transformed, their strength did not decrease much, and they inherited all the abilities of the ancient beasts. In just half a year, there were a total of 6 generals by Lin Fei's side. These 6 generals were at least a half-step immortal emperor. If they transformed into their original forms, their strength would increase by another level, reaching a first-step immortal emperor. 6 generals, plus Snake Demon and Long Tian, there are a total of 8 generals. As long as I gather 12 generals, the formation left by the Insect Queen will have a place to use. He had brought 6 generals with him. Lin Fei almost did not encounter any danger along the way. Although those forbidden mystic lands were dangerous, they could not stop Lin Fei's footsteps. With 6 generals clearing the way, the pressure of the ancient beasts saved him a lot of trouble, scaring the ferocious beasts into not daring to move. Lin Fei was very simple. They could do whatever they wanted. He specially taught them a set of cultivation techniques to devour all kinds of flesh to increase their strength. Every forbidden mystic land began to suffer. The 6 generals, equipped with the Chaos Armor and Chaos Divine Sword, swept across the entire forbidden land. Wherever they passed, there was only emptiness. Since then, news spread from many worlds that some forbidden mystic lands had inexplicably become empty, and all kinds of ferocious beasts had disappeared, causing an uproar. Many people went to watch. Many people were perplexed when the news of these miraculous events spread. What happened in the forbidden mystic lands? Lin Fei swept over. He also obtained a lot of treasures. Most importantly, the 6 generals were devouring powerful flesh, and their strength was increasing. It would not take long for them to break through to first step Immortal Emperor. Only this last general is left. A year later, Lin Fei now had 11 generals by his side. Relying on the information he had, Lin Fei didn't stop, barging into forbidden lands one after another in search of ancient beasts. Unfortunately, there were some forbidden lands where ancient beasts didn't exist. In the end, it was all for naught. In a year's time, he had suppressed 11 ancient beasts. Lin Fei was very impressive. Right now, they only lacked the last ancient beast. Among the 11 generals, there are 2 immortal emperors, 7 half-step immortal sovereigns, and 2 first-step immortal sovereigns. The last general must be the strongest. With this decision in mind, Lin Fei set his sights on the strongest ancient mutated beast mentioned in the information. That's it. The Tuyun Great World. The Tuyun Great World. It was a great world with considerable influence. Lin Fei brought 11 battle generals with him, but he did not keep a high profile. He chose to keep a low profile. In a city, he bought a map and arranged for 11 battle generals to inquire about the specific situation. Now that he had a battle general, Lin Fei didn't have to do it himself. Master, there's news. Very soon, the battle generals returned. Lin Fei obtained general information about the Land of Destruction. The Land of Destruction was the place Lin Fei wanted to go. The Tianyun Tower's information stated that there was a destruction beast in the Land of Destruction. The information also stated that this destruction beast was at least a peak 2nd step Immortal Emperor. Its battle strength was equivalent to a 3rd step Immortal Emperor. The destruction beast usually lived in the depths of the Land of Destruction. There were unimaginable destructive winds in that area. Any immortal that came into contact with it would immediately turn into a pile of white bones. The Land of Destruction became one of the 6 great forbidden lands of the Tuyun Great World. The Tuyun Great World was huge. Even an expert at Lin Fei's level had to spend half a month on the way to the Land of Destruction before he finally arrived at the Land of Destruction. When he neared the area of the Land of Destruction, the cold and gloomy aura made one's hair stand on end. This was a horrifying place. In the Land of Destruction, Lin Fei's battle generals discovered town. People came and went, and it was very lively. There was a constant stream of people going to the town. Master, I'm back. Not long after, a skinny young man flew back. This skinny young man was an ancient mutated rat with terrifying talent. He was best at gathering information. Master, the people below said that the Land of Destruction that opens once every 500 years is about to open. These people are going there to search for treasures. Rumor has it that after the destructive winds pass, some sacred herbs will grow with the immortal chi of heaven and earth. The heavenly rat battle general knew everything about the Land of Destruction. With his eloquence, he learned some secrets that no one knew about. Master, I've also heard that many major sects are going to the Land of Annihilation to exterminate the beasts. It's said that the annihilation pearls inside the beasts are about to mature. If you take them, you'll be able to cultivate a powerful secret magic. Lin Fei frowned slightly. I'm not very lucky. So many people are eyeing the destruction beast. I'm preparing to set up the 12 battle generals formation. The importance of the destruction beast was beyond Lin Fei's imagination. Let's stay in the city and observe the situation first. Lin Fei took the battle generals to stay in an inn. The Heavenly Rat went out every day to gather information and bring back the information. One had to admit that among the 9 battle generals, no one was better than the Heavenly Rat in this aspect. The other 8 battle generals weren't happy about this. He stayed there for a month. The land of destruction is about to open. Cheers came from outside the city in the morning. Sounds of people flying through the air could be heard. Let's go. During these days, Lin Fei had learned about the situation. It was more serious than he had imagined. Not only the elders of the big sects were coming, but the Realm Master's disciples were also coming to compete for the destruction beast. Outside the land of destruction. 2 extremes. Outside the land of destruction, the sky was clear without a cloud in 10,000 li. The area 1 million li away from the land of destruction was a barren wasteland. There was no life, not even a blade of grass. That was because the aura of the destruction wind had shrouded this area. Within the land of destruction, dark clouds covered the sky. The wind was like waves, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. It was rumored that the land of destruction not only had the destruction wind, but also a lightning immortal realm that nurtured terrifying lightning. These people didn't dare to get too close. The land of destruction contained great treasures. No one dared to underestimate them. It was unknown how many immortal sovereigns and devil sovereigns had fallen in this land of destruction. As for immortal emperors and half-step immortal sovereigns, there were countless of them. The land of destruction is indeed terrifying. Even immortals would feel their scalps go numb. When Lin Fei arrived with his men, he knew how terrifying it was with one glance from afar. This was one of the top 3 forbidden lands he had seen. Outside the land of destruction, an opening gradually appeared. Whoosh, 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 the black destruction wind blew out. The immortals closest to it didn't have time to scream before they turned into white bones. Within 10,000 li, there were only white bones. Reckless fools. Who doesn't know how terrifying the destruction wind is? How dare they stand within 10,000 li? 10,000 li away, in a central area, a sinister middle-aged man sneered. It's best if all of them die. That way, they won't die in there and embarrass themselves. Brother Hua Tian, the land of destruction is about to open. You look so calm. Do you have the confidence to suppress the destruction beast? Not far away, there was another group of people. The leader was a middle-aged man in green clothes. He had an arrogant expression as he spoke indifferently. Immortal Emperor Hua Tian was one of the elders of the Tuyun Great World's Purgatory Earth Palace. This time, he was the leader of the group. Brother Zhou, of course I have confidence. Don't tell me your 1,000 Machines sect doesn't. Immortal Emperor Hua Tian sneered. Of course our 1,000 Machines sect has full confidence. When the time comes, we'll see who's more powerful. Immortal Emperor Zhou Buwei, an elder of the 1,000 Machines sect, said indifferently. 1,000 Machines sect and Purgatory Earth Palace were both large sects of the Tuyun Great World. Both were enemies. The Tuyun Great World was overseen by the Realm Lord. Usually, there would only be small fights, but not extermination. The loss of any one of these large sects would have a huge impact on the Tuyun Great World. The Realm Lord would not allow that. Roar, roar, roar at this moment. The roars of beasts resounded through the air. Everyone's expressions changed. Between heaven and earth, 8 immortal Lord-level golden flood dragons rode on clouds and pulled a golden carriage towards the land of destruction. It was a sea of gold. The King of Darkness is here. Even Immortal Emperor Hua Tian and Immortal Emperor Zhou Buwei, who had been bickering, stopped. One of the 3 disciples of the Realm Lord had finally arrived. Master, those 8 golden serpents are all ancient species. If we eat them, our strength will definitely increase greatly. Heavenly Mouse, Golden Beetle, and the other battle generals all rubbed their palms together. Stay here. No one is allowed to attack without my permission. Lin Fei was really worried that they would act recklessly, so he added, "We'll talk about this when the time comes." Lin Fei was not afraid of anything. Even if the Tiyun Great World was overseen by the Realm Lord, Lin Fei would not be afraid. Lin Fei was indeed very interested in the 8 ancient golden flood dragons. Hairball, you're not allowed to attack either. Lin Fei gave Furball another warning before turning his attention back to the situation on the battlefield. The carriage finally stopped in the middle of the crowd. The 8 ancient golden flood dragons' auras soared into the sky. Their sharp eyes made people not dare to look at them. Apart from the Realm Lord's disciples, no one in the Tiyun Great World would dare to use these ancient beasts to pull a carriage. "Greetings, King of Darkness. Greetings, King of Darkness." One by one, the big shots of the sex came up to greet him. The Realm Lord had accepted a total of 3 disciples: the Light King, the Darkness King, and the Destruction King. They were known as the 3 Great Emissaries. At the same time, all 3 of them were heaven-defying immortal emperors. The King of Darkness' arrival at the Land of Destruction was a huge matter. The curtains of the carriage were drawn up, and a young man could be vaguely seen sitting inside. On both sides of the carriage, there was a beautiful fairy pouring tea and water. Chapter 1254. Along with the voice, a black vertical eye appeared between heaven and earth. The black vertical eye was boundless at first, then it turned into a huge black mountain. In the middle of the mountain, there was a vertical eye: misery, resentment, love, and hate, the 7 emotions and 6 desires, all gathered together. "Not good. This is the demon eye. Everyone, don't look. The demonic highness is here." The older generation was greatly alarmed, revealing fear. Not far away, an immortal emperor, handsome and confident, had an abnormal expression on his face. "Fairy, don't go, don't go. Immortal King Fu Tian, today I will perish together with you." Another immortal emperor lost his cool. More and more immortals were coming. These immortals charged towards the demonic eye, and a ball of black fire ignited on their bodies, instantly turning them into ashes. In the blink of an eye, thousands of immortals had fallen to the black flames. "King of Darkness, the people of your world are too weak. This young master has helped you clean them up. Don't thank this young master too much, haha." On Demon Eye Mountain, the black-robed young man looked down from above. "Young Master Mo, your strength has grown. Do you want to fight 300 rounds with me?" The King of Darkness didn't move as he coldly spoke. 300 rounds. This young master is very willing. The 2 of them stared at each other from a distance. "Master, that young noble demonic is rumored to be the disciple of a certain realm lord. The mount he's riding on is the demonic eye. It's rumored to be an ancient mutated beast that contains the 7 emotions and 6 desires. If an immortal were to look at it, they would definitely die. This subordinate feels that the golden flood dragon is more delicious. When I look at the demonic eye, it looks like the meat is very hard. It doesn't feel chewy at all." Lin Fei was sweating. Were all ancient xenogeneics that greedy? Little did they know that Lin Fei was not a good person himself. Ever since he saw the golden flood dragon and the demonic eye, he had been thinking about them. The Realm Lord's disciples really don't need to rely on a big tree to enjoy the shade. Even their mounts are so awesome, Lin Fei thought. However, compared to my pet hairball, it's still too far off. Lin Fei was in no hurry. The disciples of these 2 world overlords were clearly extraordinary and extremely terrifying. How can we, the immortals of ice and fire, miss out on such a good deal? 2 streaks of light, one red and one green, flew over. One cold, the other hot. The ice and fire immortals under Sword Immortal by D. The appearance of these 2 people caused another uproar. In order to destroy the ferocious beasts, the disciples of the 3 world overlords came one after another. Immortals of ice and fire, weren't you 2 in seclusion? Why are you still thinking of coming out? Rumor has it that you 2 stumbled in a lesser world. I wonder if that's true? The demonic prince sneered. "Demonic highness, can I take this as a provocation?" Shui Bing laughed coldly. The sword sheath behind her trembled as she stared straight at young noble Missouri. The King of Darkness didn't like young, noble demonic. That fellow was a heaven-defying devil emperor of the devil race world and was extremely arrogant. The King of Darkness admitted that he was arrogant, but the other party was even more arrogant than him. This made him feel even more annoyed. He couldn't wait for the Ice and Fire Immortals to fight. It would be best if both of them were heavily injured and he could kill them all at once. Even though everyone here was the disciple of the World Overlord, and the World Overlord was from the same faction. The World Overlords were all from the same faction. The World Overlord Master of the Darkness King and the World Overlord Master of Young Noble Devil were not on the same mountain peak. Hence, every time they met, they would clash. The Realm Lord also silently allowed this. The matters of the younger generation were naturally sparring between the younger generation. Of course, it was impossible for him to kill her. The Realm Lord would never do that. Ha! The disciple of Sword Immortal by D, I have long wanted to spar with you. Legend has it that Sword Immortal by D is unparalleled in the world. It's just that he has lived longer than me. One day, I will definitely pay him a visit and learn from him. Young Noble Missouri said arrogantly. The Ice and Fire Immortals were defeated in a small world previously and had to use their immortal talismans. Initially, Zhang Xian had intended to find Lin Fei for vengeance and wipe out the entire Holy Sky Academy. However, it just so happened that he heard about the Destruction Ferocious Beast. As such, he decided to put aside. The Destruction Ferocious Beast was more important than killing Lin Fei. Last time, they lost their Emperor's divine weapon and suffered great losses. If they could get their hands on the Destruction Bead, they could exchange it for an astronomical number of true spirits to make up for their losses. Big words. When we get to the land of destruction, we will definitely let you have a taste of our power. Schwebing's killing intent was cold. She had already made up her mind to kill the young, noble Missouri. With the disciples of the three realm lords present, the rest of the sect elders did not dare to interrupt. The realm lord was someone they did not dare to offend. I didn't expect them to come. Lin Fei's eyes darted around as he thought to himself, looks like they have recovered from their injuries and are going to take revenge on me. I might as well choose another day. Today will do. I'll kill the two of them. Last time, Lin Fei had wanted to get rid of them. However, he was not strong enough, and they used their immortal talismans to escape. Lin Fei believed that they would not be able to escape this time. Those expensive immortal talismans might not exist anymore. Even if they did, with his strength, he could still kill them. Whoosh, a strong gust of wind blew in the land of destruction. For some reason, the wind stopped spreading after traveling for thousands of li. At this time, the land of destruction was really open. The land of destruction is finally open. Rumor has it that in 500 years, the wind of destruction will be at its most stable, without the chaos of the past. Everyone charge. The people present could no longer hold it in. The land of destruction not only had the destruction beast, but also some holy grass and medicine. If they could gather one or two of them, they would also be valuable. Whoosh whoosh, someone was faster than them. The immortals of ice and fire were the first to charge in. King of darkness, this young master is going. The huge demonic mountain crashed into dozens of immortal kings and immortal emperors, smashing them into pieces. After laughing loudly, they entered the land of destruction. Damned young master demon, I will kill you sooner or later. King of darkness cursed, and urged his mount to charge in with a group of Jingguang. As for those who suffered, no one dared to say anything. They were the disciples of the Realm Lord. They had the right to die, or they could only swallow their anger. Let's go. After half of the people had left, Lin Fei led them in. The moment they entered the land of destruction, a black wind blew. The immortals put on their immortal armors to resist the wind of destruction, but there were still some who were blown away by the wind of destruction, leaving only white bones. The ground below the land of destruction was filled with white bones. Master, can we eat them? The ancient mutant warriors hatched by the insect queen all showed fierce expressions as they faced the immortals who were struggling to resist the wind of destruction. Do you want to die? Wait until we go in before you act. It's best if you don't get discovered. To become a warrior, one needed to devour immortals and immortal beasts. Lin Fei had known all of this a long time ago. Lin Fei had no pity in his heart. In this world, strength was the only guarantee. Ancient warriors needed to devour and kill, so he naturally wouldn't stop them. In a place like the Land of Destruction, with a terrifying existence like the Wind of Destruction, it didn't matter if some people died. Even if someone suspected something, without evidence, no one would say anything. They could only say that they were unlucky. Master, this is great. These immortals have rich blood qi. They are great nourishment. Because Lin Fei and the others had monstrous physical bodies, they quickly put some distance between themselves and the others. When there was no one nearby, they let the 9 warriors out. Chapter 1255. I hope it won't cause too much trouble. After letting them leave, Lin Fei shook his head. At their current realm, if they wanted to improve, it would definitely take a few thousand years or even longer. There were very few ancient beasts that could become immortal emperors, and their cultivation time was also extremely long. Using the insect queen to hatch them would increase their potential. They could continuously devour flesh and absorb energy, speeding up their cultivation time. Once ancient beasts became immortal emperors, they could instantly kill those of the same level. This was a path that Lin Fei could not stop. Whoosh, 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 the destructive wind was said to be stable. But it was still extremely dangerous. It's been 500 years, and I heard that there was only 1 month where it was stable. This stable destructive wind is also terrifying. In the destructive wind, the few of them flew forward. This is much better. Normally, when the destructive wind blows, you will be left with bones. Someone at the side said seriously. Everyone looked carefully. Don't miss anything. These people had all formed groups, and they were specifically here to search for sacred medicines and some treasures. At this time, a figure flew past them. Damn, that person is not wearing immortal armor. He's just using his physical body. The guy who complained earlier widened his eyes. He really isn't wearing it. Who is he? He's not afraid of the destructive wind. The others also noticed it. They all knew how terrifying the destructive wind was. If anyone dared to travel with their physical body, they would be left with a skeleton in no time, adding another part of the Land of Destruction. This person was naturally Lin Fei. This destructive wind is really powerful, not inferior to the wind source astral wind at all. Lin Fei thought as he flew. The wind source astral wind's sword river divine ability was now a terrifying divine ability. When the river swept over, even immortal emperors would be severely injured or even killed. Not long later, a long river lay in front of Lin Fei. This long river was turbulent, waves rolling up and down. When Lin Fei arrived, many people stopped by the river, not daring to barge over. This long river stretched from east to west, with no end in sight. If it was wide, it would be about 10,000 zhang. For an immortal, they could fly over with a thought. At this time, they all stood still. This river is too strange. Just now, Hai Qing Immortal Emperor was swallowed by a sea monster halfway through his flight. With this river here, it won't be easy for everyone to cross. Most of them were immortal emperors and immortal kings. That's easy. Another figure tore through the air, and with a grab, more than 10 celestial kings were caught and thrown into the river. The great river surged. The immortal kings struggled to sink down, producing bloody bubbles. That person moved through the air, rushing past everyone's faces just like that. The river monsters on the great river didn't take action again. Everyone's eyes lit up. Good idea. These immortal emperors and half-step immortal emperors didn't hold back as they threw people in. Other than a few unlucky ones, the rest of them rushed in. Kid, get over there. A huge hand swept across the sky, and a sharp voice rang out. It turned out that a ferocious-looking fellow had somehow set his eyes on Lin Fei and wanted to throw him inside to feed the monsters inside so that he could break through. Lin Fei saw that the great river wasn't ordinary, and he was thinking. Suddenly interrupted, he didn't even look, and with a grab, he pushed the other party away, rushed in front of the other party, and grabbed his neck. You've got guts. While Lin Fei casually threw the person into the great river. Kid, you're courting death. The immortal emperor was shocked. He couldn't accept being thrown into the river by a junior. In the next second, fear spread, and he soared into the sky. Below, a big mouth opened and swallowed the other party in one gulp. What abundant lifeblood! Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This river monster not only had a lot of lifeblood, but it also gave a lot of experience. Before everyone could react, Lin Fei took a step forward, appeared above the great river, and fell into the great river. Is that kid crazy? Why did he go down by himself? He was in the river. The destructive force blew over, and it hit Lin Fei's body, but it was all bounced off. A 300-meter-long fish with teeth that gleamed with cold light opened its mouth, which was like a bottomless pit, and bit down on Lin Fei's legs. Damn, even a fish is so bold. Lin Fei was furious. He punched the weird fish's head, and its huge head exploded. Immediately, another weird fish rushed out, opening its mouth to bite. Good fellow, not simple. This bite would give even celestial emperors a headache. That weird fish was quickly dismembered. At this moment, there were more than 100 weird fish charging over. Kill! Lin Fei slashed with his sword, and blood spurted out, and a corpse floated up. Thick lifeblood, good stuff. The heaven and earth furnace flew out, collecting the weird fish. These are all good stuff. Destruction beasts shouldn't be so easy to deal with. Let me refine more of them. Lin Fei himself was overpowered. The monsters beneath the river were all in trouble. These weird fish, over the years, absorbed the destructive force and became violent and violent. Their strong bodies would be bitten off, turning into white bones in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei's chaotic body was at large success, and his entire body was terrifyingly tough. The monsters beneath the river couldn't break through his defense. At the start, Lin Fei used a sword to kill them, but later on, he took out the heaven and earth furnace and sucked them in, refining them on the spot. A large amount of experience points rose rapidly. Lin Fei was just farming monsters. His speed was really quick. No matter what kind of monster came, Lin Fei sucked them in. These monsters and weird fish came one after another, making Lin Fei so happy that he didn't know what was going on. Only when the place he passed by was empty was he satisfied. Good fellow, I actually collected so many God Power Pills. The heaven and earth furnace was huge. God Power Pills piled up like a mountain. Beside the God Power Pills, Lin Fei was shocked to find black pills. These pills were one by one, and this was something that hadn't been seen before. Lin Fei took one out and sliced his palm with the power of a wind blade. This power, isn't this destructive power? Lin Fei's mouth was agape. He cultivated the destructive power from the weird fish. This was the first time that Lin Fei had come across such a thing. A moment later, he regained his composure and understood what was going on. That should be the case. That weird fish monster must have absorbed a large amount of destructive energy. That's why it was extracted by the heaven and earth smelt. This destructive energy might be able to help me cultivate a terrifying mystic skill, right? Lin Fei didn't hesitate and took out all the black pills. Keep, with the experience of refining the wind source astral wind. This time, there wasn't much trouble. Lin Fei easily cultivated the new skill. A black river that looked like a black ribbon appeared in Lin Fei's hand. This was a river formed from Lin Fei's destructive power, and it contained a terrifying destructive power. That's right. If any immortal emperor has these two divine abilities, their strength will increase greatly. With the river covering his body, there were no longer any obstacles in the land of destruction. I'm just too smart. He was just testing it out. Lin Fei didn't expect it to work. A few 100 million miles later, there were fewer and fewer people appearing. The wind of destruction became chaotic and wasn't as calm as before. Lin Fei didn't think much of it. He headed deeper and wasted some time. Someone must have met a destructive beast, right? After all, in the land of destruction, apart from sage herbs, there were also destructive beasts. Not long later, an energy wave spread out from the void ahead. In the land of destruction, there were very few who could be as fast as Lin Fei. When he was close, Hairball started shouting. Lin Fei saw a golden shadow moving and recognized it immediately. Wasn't that King of Darkness's ride? No wonder Hairball was so excited. Hua hua hua, the waves continued to spread out. Not a single person could be seen within the perimeter. Young noble demon, you are shameless. King of Darkness's voice could be heard. Then, young noble demon's voice could be heard. He who is shameless. The destructive beasts are terrifying. It is normal for you to die here. Ha ha. Very quickly, all sorts of voices could be heard. Lin Fei laughed. The disciples of the three sects are plotting against each other. No wonder they can't get along. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to enter. The disciples of the three sects were very powerful. Of course, Lin Fei wasn't afraid of them. The destructive beasts were very important to him. It would be best if he could take it away without anyone noticing. Sort of Mortal by D's disciples were there too. Lin Fei had long wanted to deal with them. It would be best if they didn't find him. Got it. Deep in, the disciples of the three sects, along with hundreds of immortal emperors, were attacking a huge beast. Waves of destructive wind covered the sky and shot towards the hundreds of immortal emperors. Logically, when hundreds of immortal emperors work together, they should be able to suppress everything. But here, it was extremely taxing for them, and they could only restrain the destructive beast. King of Darkness, we have underestimated the destructive beast's strength. It is so strong in the second step. Purgatory Earth Palace's immortal emperor Hua Tian blocked a wave of destructive wind. Its destructive wind is too strong and endless. Our immortal force is being consumed too quickly. If this drags on, we won't be able to hold on. Thousand Machines, Sex, Zhou Buwei said. King of Darkness had already gotten off the carriage. His fists were covered with Emperor Divine weapon gloves. His fists broke through the air and blocked the destructive wind. Useless things. You can't even deal with a Step 2 realm ancient beast. King of Darkness's face was gloomy. The ancient beast was too strong. More importantly, the destructive wind was many times stronger. Many of the hundreds of immortal emperors were already bleeding and suffering heavy injuries. Looking at the destructive beast, its body was 100,000 feet long. It coiled on the ground and opened its mouth to release destructive wind. Their attacks couldn't land on it at all. King of Darkness, I asked for a Sex Lord treasure specially used to suppress the destructive beast. Why didn't you take it out? Young Master Emo laughed. Are you afraid that I will snatch it? Chapter 1256. Hoo, the beast's huge body bobbed up and down as black destructive winds blew out from the abyss. The second step beast was able to fight against hundreds of immortal emperors, including 3 heaven-defying immortal emperors, and it wasn't at a disadvantage. At this rate, it would be difficult to kill the beast. Shio, the destructive winds formed a black river that crashed into the hundreds of immortal emperors, causing them to spit out blood and their attacks to stop momentarily. The other immortal emperors weren't having a good time either. Young noble demonic, everyone has seen how strong the beast is. Without using treasures, don't even think about killing it. King of Darkness punched out. If this drags on, it won't be good for anyone. Barging into this region, the wind was like knives, and with their immortal armors, it was tough for them to block it. Young noble demonic predicted that King of Darkness would speak up and said proudly, "You are the disciple of the Realm Lord. Just use your treasures. Why do you need my help to suppress the beast? I don't have that ability." King of Darkness was extremely unhappy. If young noble demonic wasn't here, he could use his treasures because no one would dare to snatch it from him. But young noble demonic was different. This fellow was born bad, and there was nothing he wouldn't do. If he took out his treasures, he might be robbed. Set up the formation and delay young noble demonic. King of Darkness gritted his teeth and decided to take action. A few more immortal emperors were heavily injured, and time waited for no one. Ice and fire mortals, if you don't interfere, I will owe you a person. King of Darkness transmitted again. With his identity, they would definitely give him face. As long as they didn't interfere, no matter how arrogant young noble demonic was, he would still suffer today. Should we attack? Shuebing asked. I heard that King of Darkness and young, noble demonic aren't on good terms. The rumors are true, and the beast is indeed an ancient mutated beast with incredible strength at the second step. It seems like King of Darkness wants to use treasures to suppress it. It is good that they owe us a favor. Shuewa thought about it and said. The two of them retreated from the battlefield and revolved their sword intents to defend against the destructive winds. King of Darkness heaved a sigh of relief. Hua hua hua, hundreds of immortal emperors formed a huge array and trapped Mr. Demonic within it. Young Master Devil, don't blame me if you don't give me face. After I suppress the beast, I will find you and have a good spar. The King of Darkness rushed towards the beast and punched out. Phew! The King of Darkness took out an ancient black stone bowl. As soon as the stone bowl appeared, a terrifying aura covered the entire region. The black light shot towards the destruction beast, and a large area of the destruction wind was pierced through. Roar, 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 roar. In the blink of an eye, the destruction fierce beast was covered in blood, its huge body a bloody mess. Under the terrifying black light, the destruction ferocious beast's injuries worsened. It could no longer recover its flesh and dispel the black light from the bowl. Young Noble Devil was surrounded and attacked by over 100 immortal emperors, but he was still as calm as the wind. As expected, the Realm Lord bestowed a treasure to you, allowing you to easily suppress the destructive beasts. King of Darkness had used up a lot of his immortal energy in order to activate the stone bowl. However, he was extremely happy that he managed to suppress the beast. Young Master Mo, I'm sorry. The beast belongs to me now. As long as he continued to deplete the life force of the beast, his strength would be greatly affected. You have to use all your strength to activate the treasure of the Realm Lord. I wonder how much strength you have left. Young Noble Devil laughed and disappeared. A black pearl appeared in midair, emitting a destructive aura. The expressions of the 100 immortal emperors changed. Not good. This is the Pearl of Destruction. Hurry up and leave. They couldn't leave in time. A destructive power burst out from the black pearl and spread out like a wave. The formation formed by over 100 celestial emperors was knocked away. This terrifying power continued to spread. Bastard! King of Darkness couldn't care less. He was a heaven-defying immortal emperor, and he didn't dare to face the Pearl of Destruction head-on. He placed the stone bowl on top of his head and gave up on attacking the beast. Hua hua hua, hua hua hua, the black power was mercilessly wreaking havoc. Time seemed to have passed. In reality, everything happened in the blink of an eye. Outside, everything quieted down. Young Noble Devil suddenly appeared amidst the chaotic destruction wind. One pearl of destruction to get a beast. It's not a bad deal. Young Noble Devil had already predicted that King of Darkness would target him. He purposely acted weak to trick him. Beast of Destruction, this young noble is here. The Beast of Destruction, due to its huge body, had long lost the ability to fly. It could only stay in the ground. The stone bowl and the Pearl of Destruction were so powerful that the Beast of Destruction would definitely be heavily injured. Looking in the direction of the Beast of Destruction, young Noble Devil frowned and exclaimed, "Where is the Beast of Destruction? Is it dead?" At the place where the Beast of Destruction was, there was only a bottomless pit. The beast was gone. According to his calculations, this shouldn't be the result. Ha ha, young Noble Devil. It seems like there are times when you get schemed against. King of Darkness laughed coldly at young Noble Devil. Being schemed against, he was naturally unhappy. Young Noble Devil was cruel and used the Pearl of Destruction. Now that the Beast of Destruction was gone, if he didn't mock him, he wouldn't be the King of Darkness. It belongs to this young noble. No one can take it away. Shio, young Noble Devil, dashed through the sky. Until now, young Noble Devil still couldn't believe that someone could withstand the destructive power of the Pearl of Destruction. Even he had to use treasures to hide. After being schemed against by young Noble Devil, I was schemed against by someone who stole the Beast of Destruction right under my nose. I sure want to see who that person is. Plus, the Beast of Destruction is huge. I can't take it away. That kid won't be able to get far. king of darkness, chased after him. The annihilation bead in the annihilation beast body was too valuable. Unlucky. So unlucky. Ice and fire immortals were affected. Though they weren't heavily injured, they weren't feeling good either. Young noble devil is unscrupulous. He even dared to use the pearl of destruction. Shuai was said coldly, "Let's go." To be able to steal the beast of destruction right under our nose, he isn't weak. There's no need for us to join in the fun. We can't go. Shuai Bing nodded. Let's find a place to heal. After we recover, we'll go find Lin Fei. There's no need for the two of you to go. Lin Fei, am already here. Lin Fei walked out of the crater unhurriedly. So you're the one who stole the beast of destruction. The two exchanged glances and immediately understood what was going on. The powerful enemy in their eyes was Lin Fei, the genius from the small world. Unacceptable. Die. After killing you, the beast of destruction will be ours. After suffering a loss, the two unsheathed their swords. Sword chi surged, and their minds were connected. For the first time, they attacked. Two sword rivers, one left and one right, swept over. Same old trick. Boring. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. He pounced towards the two sword rivers. His left and right palms slapped at the sword rivers. The sword rivers rippled and split into pieces. In the blink of an eye, he was already before them. Bang bang. Chapter 12:57. All the attacks were too fast. A casual sword in 10 attack from the ice and fire immortals was not something an ordinary immortal emperor could block. After witnessing Lin Fei's terrifying divine power last time, they joined forces right from the start, attacking from afar, not giving the other a chance to attack. The most perfect combination was to injure Lin Fei's body. Regrettably, they had underestimated Lin Fei's speed of growth. The sword intent river split apart. Lin Fei rushed up and slapped with two palms, hitting their chests from afar. The two were sent flying tens of millions of li, smashing into a barren hill. We couldn't even block one palm. The two thought that they had lost because they underestimated Lin Fei last time. This time, they were confident and had simulated it in private. If they met Lin Fei again, the one who lost would definitely be Lin Fei. There would not be a second result. The current situation was no less than another slap to their arrogant faces. How can he be so strong? My body is still shaking. Even the immortal armor cannot block the recoil of power. The two's expressions changed. They could not accept this result. You two not bad, right? Lin Fei's voice followed. Two more palms came. A torrent of divine power slammed into the two. Crack, crack. The immortal armor was covered in cracks. How can your strength rise so quickly? Shuai pointed at Lin Fei and said shakily, "Why not?" Lin Fei strode over and said, "Do you think I will sit here and wait for the two of you to kill me? Let's go." The two knew that they were not Lin Fei's match. The situation was disadvantageous to them. Even though they were very unwilling, they also knew the gap between them. Their strength was like that of a child in front of Lin Fei. It was best to go back and find their senior brothers to fight. Swoosh, swoosh, the sword intent was easily dispelled by Lin Fei. "I will kill you today. No one will be able to leave." With the true self-apocalypse sword in hand, terrifying divine power poured into it. He slashed out, leaving a ripple in the void that swept past the two. The current Lin Fei was terrifyingly powerful. This was especially so after his divine power broke through to the primordial divine power. His divine power contained the primordial divine power, which was the most terrifying destructive power. Coupled with the invincible sword art's blood splatter, he was no longer at the same level as before. "If you didn't come to die, I wouldn't have been able to find you. This is your fate." The immortals of ice and fire were not as lucky as last time. They encountered Lin Fei, whose strength had greatly improved. They died in less than a few rounds. This sword strike was more than 10 times stronger than the previous one. For parts of the corpse, fresh blood dripped down. Lin Fei charged forward and snatched the two storage rings. He believed that the disciples of the two sword immortals would definitely have a bountiful harvest. The fury of sword immortal by D? Lin Fei didn't really care. Kill them all. Lin Fei turned around and left. Not long after, two silhouettes rushed back. We've been fooled. The King of Darkness and the demonic prince returned at the same time. However, the two of them did not look happy. They had painstakingly schemed against each other, but in the end, someone beat them to it. The immortals of ice and fire are gone. Suddenly, young noble demonic flew in a direction. King of Darkness's expression changed again as he followed closely. The corpses of the immortals of ice and fire appeared in front of him. Their eyes were wide open as they died with grievances. What a domineering sword strike. Even the immortal armor couldn't block it. This is really troublesome. Young noble demonic frowned. Sword immortal Baidi's disciple died here. King of Darkness looked up and down and realized that trouble was coming. The immortals of ice and fire were dead, just like that. The surrounding battle aura was not obvious, and it happened in a short period of time. Indeed, we are in big trouble. The death of Sword Immortal Baidi's disciple in Tian Great World was definitely a huge matter. The first to bear the brunt of it was the Realm Lord who would face the wrath of Sword Immortal Baidi. King of Darkness, we suffered a huge loss this time. No one got the upper hand. I will remember the mastermind. One day I will find him. Young noble demonic turned around and left. Sword Immortal Baidi's disciple was dead. Young noble demonic did not want to provoke Sword Immortal Baidi, who had insane combat power. King of Darkness's face fell. It's all this guy's fault. Otherwise, how could this happen? We have to seal the exit and not let that guy out. I finally got it. So, when the destruction bead exploded with destructive power, Lin Fei used his primal chaos body and true self body to take the risk and collect the destruction beast. Then, he hid in the crater and misled them. After choosing a safe place, Lin Fei stopped. Within the heaven and earth smelt. The gigantic body of the destruction beast was a mess of flesh and blood. It was torn from top to bottom, revealing its bones. Lin Fei did not hesitate. He turned the destruction beast into a huge egg and waited for it to hatch. I killed the immortals of ice and fire. Someone will definitely be angry. I have to leave the land of destruction immediately. The 9 generals hunted immortal emperors and even immortal emperors in the land of destruction. With the 9 of them working together, along with the ancient beasts and the primal chaos armor, they were invincible. Gradually, there was a group of people who were hunting down immortal emperors and immortal emperors in the land of destruction. Everyone was shocked by the news. Why was there such a group of people in the land of destruction? When Lin Fei saw Tian Shu and the others, he was shocked. In a short time, their auras had grown a lot stronger. After asking, he found out that many immortal kings and above had fallen at their hands. It was hard to see any lone cultivators anymore. You guys, Lin Fei shook his head slightly, but he had to admit that devouring powerful existences could increase their strength. This speed, other than their physique, was due to their terrifying cultivation method. According to them, even a first-step Immortal Emperor and a first-step Demon Emperor were no match for them when the 9 of them worked together. They were instantly killed. After keeping them in the heaven and earth smelt, Lin Fei rushed to the land of destruction. In a space filled with sword intent, tens of thousands of immortal swords danced in the air. Each immortal sword was a supreme grade. They emitted boundless sword intent as they flew around a sword-shaped mountain. On this day, a sword intent flew out from the sword-shaped mountain. Shuehua and Shuebing are dead. Order the human sword team to investigate. If they find anything, kill without mercy. The sword intent dissipated. Lin Fei didn't stop along the way. The wind of destruction that he came with had mostly disappeared. Some people were even collecting them. Lin Fei even saw some fighting over sage herbs. As for lone cultivators, he didn't see them. They were all in teams. Lin Fei couldn't help but admire the deterrence of a battle general. How many people had they killed? It must be an astronomical number. Continuing on his way, the exit of the land of destruction was far away. Why haven't these people gone out? As they neared the exit, Lin Fei suddenly frowned. There were many people gathered at the exit, and there was a commotion from time to time. So fast, Lin Fei's heart sank. He was glad that he had kept the battle general. Otherwise, he would be suspected if he said anything. Fellow Taoist, what's going on in front? Are they not letting us out? Lin Fei asked a middle-aged man in front of him. The middle-aged man was an immortal emperor. He looked back and saw a young man. He whispered, "Don't you know? Something big happened inside." Lin Fei feigned ignorance. "What happened?" "I've been at the periphery recently. I heard that a group of murderous maniacs appeared inside." The middle-aged immortal emperor purposely showed off. "That's right. I heard that the ice and fire immortals under Sword Immortal White Emperor were killed." Realm Lord Tu Yun was furious and sealed the exit. "Now, everyone who goes out will be investigated. Moreover, the Sword Immortal team under Sword Immortal White Emperor is here. They killed many immortal emperors and a few immortal emperors." Lin Fei regretted not keeping the corpses. Now, even the Realm Lord was involved. What sort of mortal team was there? Outside the land of destruction, it was filled with an oppressive aura. In the sky, 8 golden flood dragons were pulling the carriage. King of Darkness stood motionlessly on the carriage. He was shocked by Sword Immortal White Emperor's attitude. He had mobilized the Sword Immortal team. The Sword Immortal team had a great reputation. Their purpose was simple. They specialized in cleaning up the matters of the sect. For example, traitors, those who attacked White Emperor's disciples. The outside world liked to call them the punishment team. No one who was targeted by the punishment team would survive. It was said that this time, they had mobilized a 5-man punishment team. King of Darkness didn't dare to look down on such a team. It better not be done by people from our world. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. King of Darkness thought. He didn't get the destruction beast. At the exit, a sword gate stood tall. Those who came out had to be checked by the Sword Immortal White Emperor before they could leave. Hearing that it was Sword Immortal White Emperor's punishment team, no one dared to go against them, even if they were unwilling. Back then, the punishment team once chased after a 4th-step Immortal Emperor for 100 years. In the end, they killed that 4th-step Immortal Emperor in a great world. From then on, no one dared to underestimate the punishment team. It was said that even the world overlords of that great world lowered their heads, not wanting to attract trouble. They were very impressed. Who was so daring to kill the ice and fire immortals? During this time, there were people who were unwilling to be checked. The Sword Immortals of the punishment team didn't stand on ceremony and killed them. Many corpses lay on the ground, especially some immortal emperors. They wanted face and didn't think that the punishment team would dare to kill them. But in the end, they were all killed on the spot. Next, at the exit, there were Sword Immortal disciples standing. Their sword chi was so strong that no one dared to look at them directly. Not far from the sword gate, there were 5 or 6 Sword Immortal disciples surrounding a young man in a brocade robe. "Leader, will he run away?" The young man in the brocade robe was like an immortal sword. He hadn't even unsheathed his sword. "He won't." A very cold voice. Chapter 1258. Sword Immortal Bai's men are so domineering. That's right. That Celestial Emperor just showed some reluctance and was killed on the spot. That was in Celestial Emperor. Everyone better behave. Sword Immortal Bai is the #1 Sword Immortal. Who dares to offend them? It's just a check. They won't lose anything. I won't come here again. Everyone in the land of destruction was talking among themselves. They were extremely wary and fearful of Sword Immortal Bai's men. Through the exit, they could clearly see that those who weren't convinced were killed on the spot. Everyone was furious but didn't dare to say anything. King of Darkness and Realm Lord's disciple were there personally, giving face to Sword Immortal Bai's disciples. But to someone this wasn't good news. Sword Immortal Bai's men are really domineering. Lin Fei observed for a long time and realized that they were going to find him. Kill my way out? Lin Fei was wary of the Sword Immortal's door outside. He heard that it was a tracking treasure used by the punishment team. When there were fewer and fewer people, they would find out sooner or later. How to get out of this place had become a big problem. Should he start a massacre? Sword Immortal Bai's disciple and Realm Lord Tu Yun's disciple were outside. If he went out and started a massacre, he would be hunted down unless he could kill them all. He had even snatched the destruction beast. Lin Fei wasn't willing to expose himself. There were fewer and fewer people in the land of destruction. Lin Fei had already left the exit of the land of destruction and returned to the depths. The destruction beast was about to be hatched. Things were different now. Hatching an ancient beast didn't take as long as in the past. Boom, 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 within the heaven and earth furnace. 9 generals gathered. In the face of the giant black egg, the 9 generals all felt a great deal of pressure. If it weren't for Lin Fei, they would have fled immediately. Ancient mutated beasts like the destruction dire beasts were stronger than them, and their bloodlines were also noble. Beams of light shot out. In just a moment, the black egg was riddled with holes. A black wind blew past, and the egg broke into pieces. It's out. What a terrifying aura. A mountain-like black shadow walked out, and gusts of black wind surrounded him. Exploding destruction greets Master. That mountain-like shadow, with its imposing aura, knelt on one knee in front of Lin Fei. What a terrifying aura, even stronger than these generals. Lin Fei sensed that the other 9 generals were trembling from the depths of their souls. Get up. The black wind dissipated, revealing his true appearance. He was a muscular bald man with demonic runes all over his body. He looked sinister and terrifying. Thank you, Master, for allowing me to take human form. Explosion Destruction's voice was cold, and a cold light flickered in his huge pupils. Shockingly, the destructive wind was spinning. From now on, you are their boss. Lin Fei was in a good mood. Now that violent destruction had successfully transformed into a human form, he was much stronger than he had imagined. Master, we're not convinced. If you want to be our boss, you must defeat us. Ikong, Husi, and the others disagreed. Ever since they hatched, they had human intelligence and were very competitive in front of their master, Lin Fei. All of them wanted to be the top general. Now, Explosion Destruction had appeared. Although his aura was strong, their aggressive nature made them unwilling to give up the position of the top general, so they proposed to fight with Explosion Destruction. Lin Fei frowned. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. After thinking about it, he agreed. All of you attack together. Explosion Destruction, don't kill them. Explosion Destruction's eyes were cold. Attack together. Attack. Ikong was an ancient giant crocodile. He directly returned to his original body, and his huge body turned into a black light that collided with Explosion Destruction. With this move, he shattered a first-step immortal emperor on the spot. A long black rod appeared in Explosion Destruction's hand. It was actually formed by the destructive wind. He smashed the rod on Kong's body, knocking him to the ground. Then, he charged at the 8 generals. Block it, block it. Lin Fei was shocked by Explosion Destruction's strength. Previously, the destruction ferocious beasts could only rely on the destructive wind to form a forbidden land to prevent outsiders from entering. In the end, their combat strength was not particularly strong. After hatching, Explosion Destruction's strength was unfathomable. With the black rod in his hand, he danced up and down with great strength. When he hit the generals, they cried out in pain. Not long after the 9 generals joined forces, they were completely defeated. Be it in their original bodies or in their transformed forms, they were no match for Explosion Destruction. I'm convinced. We're convinced. When Lin Fei asked them, the hot-tempered Ikong and the others all expressed their admiration. They were all ancient mutants with strong defense and attack power. Facing Explosion Destruction, they were no match for him even if they joined forces. They suffered a crushing defeat. In the future, Explosion Destruction, you will be the top general. The top general was out. Lin Fei took advantage of this opportunity to rearrange the ranking of the generals so that they would not fight again in the future. From the 2nd general to the 12th general, he arranged them all. The 1st general, Explosion Destruction. The 2nd general, Ikong. The 3rd general, Broken Axe. The 3 of them were the strongest, and the rest were basically at the same level. Naturally, the Snake Demon and Long Tian were at the bottom. Is he really gone? The land of destruction was still sealed. It had been 2 years. The treasure hunters had basically all come out. But the killer of the ice and fire immortals did not appear. Some said they left. Some said they were still in the land of destruction. All kinds of gossip were spreading. Everyone in the Tuyun great world wanted to know who did such a big thing. They did not have the guts to offend several major forces at once. Until the last person. The punishment team still did not find the killer. Captain, it seems like there's no one inside. The young man in embroidered clothes looked at the land of destruction. The culprit is really patient, enduring until now. I can guarantee that he is still inside, watching, waiting for us to leave. Should we kill our way in? The young man in embroidered clothes said, "No rush. We cannot lose anyone in the punishment team. That guy is hiding inside. Naturally, there will be people who will fight for us." The King of Darkness had always been there. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. The killer had not been found, and the King of Darkness was not in a good mood. The Realm Lord had left him here to help the other party. Search the land of destruction? I suspect that the person is still inside. Since we do not have many people, we can only trouble the King of Darkness. As long as that guy appears, he will not be able to escape. The young man in embroidered clothes said, "Small matter. I will arrange it immediately." The King of Darkness was disdainful, but he still had things to do. He summoned his subordinates and gave a few orders. Not long after, a team of 1,000 people appeared outside the land of destruction. This was the King of Darkness' own force. They were all immortal kings, and the leader was an immortal emperor. Search the land of destruction from top to bottom. Chapter 1259. 1,000-man team. Close-style search. This action caused quite a stir. Sword Immortal by D's punishment team really wanted to find the culprit behind the scenes, and the King of Darkness took the initiative to cooperate. This was unprecedented. Many forces sent spies to check from afar. Close-style search. Deep in the land of destruction. Lin Fei received this news immediately. 1,000-man team. Aren't they just cannon fodder? Lin Fei really looked down on this 1,000-man team. The real powerful ones were the punishment team. If they took the initiative to come in, it would be easy to catch them all. "Master, let me go and destroy them." Yikong, the second general, took the initiative to volunteer. This fellow's killing intent was already very heavy. "They dare to encircle us. It's only right to destroy them." The third general also said, "The 3 of you go." Lin Fei had a certain advantage. After all, no one knew who he was. If they wanted to find him, they had to pay the price. Not here. Not here either. 1,000-man team, a carpet search. Everyone kept their distance and moved forward carefully. After the destruction beast disappeared, the destruction wind also gradually dissipated. These immortal kings could only search carefully. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared in front of them, as fast as lightning, rushing over. "Who are you?" Another immortal king shouted. The 3 black figures did not react. In a few breaths, they rushed in front of them and sent an immortal king flying with a palm. After landing on the ground, they were already dead. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The 3 black figures were not afraid of the attack. Their fists whistled, and no one could stop them. Someone attacked. The King of Darkness received the news immediately. When ordering them to search, the King of Darkness had ordered them to inform him immediately if there was any news. "My people were ambushed inside. 3 people. I don't know if they're the people you want." The King of Darkness told the news to the young man in embroidered clothes. "Thank you." The young man waved his hand. "Let's go in." The news so quickly surprised the young man in embroidered clothes. He felt strange. Were there 3 people? The entire punishment team, except for 2 people, went in. "Young master, are we going in?" The King of Darkness also wanted to know who did it. Perhaps the destruction beast was with the other party. When they arrived at the place, the desiccated corpses of 1,000 people were strewn all over the place. It was a ghastly sight. The King of Darkness furrowed his brows, but he quickly recovered. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. "How dare you kill my men?" Although a 1,000-man team wasn't much, it was still under the King of Darkness' control. Now that all of them had been killed, it was akin to slapping his own face. The King of Darkness, who originally didn't want to interfere, was now filled with resentment. Young master, I heard that there's a group of people in the land of destruction. They're very strong, and they specialize in attacking experts. They even killed a few first-step immortal emperors and first-step demon emperors. The King of Darkness was surprised. There's such a thing. Yes, it should be true. These celestial kings have lost all of their essence. It was indeed done by them. If it's them, the punishment team has probably met their match. An immortal emperor was powerful, but he was besieged and fell. No one would underestimate the strength of this team. Let's go up. Captain, that person killed 2 junior brothers. He's still in the land of destruction. It's a pity that he doesn't know that we have the Gate of Sword Immortals. A Sword Immortal gate was released and turned into a stream of light, heading straight for the depths of the land of destruction. The entire punishment team revealed angry expressions. The young man in embroidered clothes wasn't surprised. Get ready. No matter who the other party is, kill without mercy. Speaking of which, Bout Extermination and the others killed 1,000 people and returned to their original spot. Master, those guys can't even withstand a single blow. It's really boring to kill them. Crocodile Space licked the corner of his mouth. It's not as exciting as killing immortal emperors. Broken Axe Battle General followed. They were all ancient mutated beasts. The attacks of immortal kings and immortal emperors couldn't even break through their defenses. It was a one-sided battle. Suddenly, Lin Fei's expression changed slightly. The experts are here. Everyone get ready. The 10 generals didn't change at all. Instead, they revealed fighting spirit. I like this. I can already smell their auras. These generals were all ancient mutated beasts. They could all sense the terrifying auras. Lin Fei ordered them to cover their faces. It wasn't suitable to reveal their true faces at this time. At the same time, he knew that he had underestimated the punishment team. Swoosh, a sharp aura tore through the air. An immortal sword flew out of the void. Without anyone controlling it, it slashed at Lin Fei, bringing with it a stream of light. Bout Extermination tore through the air. The black iron rod violently hit the immortal sword, causing the void to shake. With such power, the immortal sword wasn't damaged and blocked Bout Extermination's attack. Bang, 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 after a series of attacks, the immortal sword was smashed away. Bout Extermination's eyes revealed a serious look. Even immortal emperors didn't dare to take his power head-on. It was really rare for an immortal sword to be able to take continuous attacks without being damaged. This made Bout Extermination very unhappy. Wait, the 10 of you, set up the formation. Before they arrived, Lin Fei realized how terrifying the punishment team was. That immortal sword was extraordinary. It was indeed from Sword Immortal by these people. The young man in embroidered clothes arrived with his men. He saw 10 people covered in black masks. These people all gave off a fierce aura like ancient beasts. Did you kill Shui Bing and Shui Hua? The young man's gaze landed on the person in the middle. Do you believe me when I say that I didn't? You dare to kill Sword Immortal by these people. You're really bold. Unfortunately, bold people are destined to die. Kill them, the young man said arrogantly. Hua hua hua, the team members behind the young man got into formation. A black immortal sword appeared out of nowhere and slashed towards where Lin Fei was. Formation. Bout Extermination revealed a strong fighting spirit. The 10 generals got into formation for the first time. The main attacker was Bout Extermination. With a black iron rod in hand, he charged into the sky and slashed towards the black immortal sword. The two powers clashed, and a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. The moment they clashed, both sides knew that the other's formation wasn't simple. Bout Extermination raised the black iron rod and attacked the black immortal sword. Rod after rod, the void shook as it smashed onto the black immortal sword. This was the first battle. Bout Extermination couldn't afford to fail. He definitely couldn't embarrass his master. Fortunately, they had trained for the past 2 years. This formation could be used with a thought. Moreover, they all had chaos battle armor. Their defense was very strong, and they weren't afraid of the recoil at all. Once they started fighting, Bout Extermination was the main attacker. Were they stronger, or were they stronger as ancient beasts? On the other side, the punishment team had always had a smooth journey killing people. Once their name was mentioned, everyone sucked in a cold breath. They would lose 30 to 40% of their battle power. When they clashed just now, they felt immense pressure. A formation formed by 10 people was strong enough to fight them. This was unprecedented. In the sky above the land of destruction, the black iron rod and black immortal sword exchanged blows. They seemed to be fighting intensely. However, if one looked closely, the punishment team was on the defensive. As the leader of the group, the young man had chased and killed many experts. There was no lack of immortal emperors among them. Seeing someone fight the formation head-on and not be at a disadvantage, he was shocked. No wonder you are so bold to dare to kill Shui Bing and Shui Hua. You do have some ability. The young man said, "You have the right to know my name. Remember it, Kong Qiong." Hua Kong Qiong moved. The immortal sword that was blasted away flew back and landed in her hand. She slashed, and the sound of waves came. It was clear and pleasing to the ears as it pressed towards the masked man. Lin Fei wasn't worried about Bao Extermination's side. If there was no Bao Extermination, the formation's power would be limited. However, with Bao Extermination, it was enough to fight the punishment team. He was shocked at how strong the punishment team was. Those fellows were all first step Immortal Emperors. There were a total of 21st step Immortal Emperors. After setting up the formation, their strength would increase by several levels. No wonder everyone was wary of them. Looking at Lin Fei's side, besides Bao Extermination, the other generals were all different in strength. Let's get rid of this fellow first. A black iron rod appeared in Lin Fei's hand. It was formed by the wind of destruction. He swung it at the boundless ocean and used brute force to break everything. As for using the black iron rod, it was to conceal his identity. The rod smashed into the ocean. The tough power was held back by the gentle power. The ferocious ocean became gentle. This was clearly a combination of tough and gentle power. The ocean shook and a powerful force was reflected back. The iron rod was about to fly out of his hand. You only know how to use brute force. You will only be defeated by me. Kong Qiong laughed. After probing, she knew that the other party was a brute. She heaved a sigh of relief. At the very least, he wasn't an amazing beauty. Kill! Lin Fei purposely shouted. Brute force can still kill you. Hoo, the sound of the wind could be heard. Many black shadows smashed over, covering the sky. When the black shadows hit the waves would explode. Then, they would recover and explode away. The combination of tough and gentle was displayed vividly in Kong Qiong's hands. In the distance, the King of Darkness was here too. When he saw the battle, he frowned once more. There was actually someone who could fight on par with the punishment team. Young Master, the formation of those 10 is really strong, especially that burly man. He attacked Mengda fiercely, and the punishment team was suppressing him. They couldn't gain any advantage at all. The King of Darkness naturally saw the formation of those 10. The chaotic combination of the formation was so strong that even the King of Darkness didn't think that he could block it. This was the first time the King of Darkness had seen something like this. I've never heard of an expert using a rod. The King of Darkness pondered. Why? That black rod gives off a familiar aura. That's right. That's the wind of destruction. Could it be related to the destruction beast? The King of Darkness couldn't think of an answer. His gaze turned and landed on Kong Qiong and the masked man. I've really seen a ghost today. Kong Qiong's sword technique is already a combination of tough and gentle. The might of a single sword can heavily injure a third-step Immortal Emperor. That brat's brute force is actually able to neutralize all of it. This was the first time the King of Darkness had seen such a ferocious force that could disregard any sword technique. Kong Qiong's sword technique couldn't gain any advantage at all. Chapter 1260. King of Darkness, who had been chasing, was secretly shocked. Even King of Darkness himself did not dare to underestimate the punishment team under Sword Immortal by D. Now 2 rod users had appeared, and they could actually fight against them. This was really rare. Young Master, should we go and help? Asked his subordinate. King of Darkness understood his subordinate's intention. If they help now, they could definitely suppress the other party and do them a favor, alleviating the matter of ice and fire immortals dying in the Tuyun Great World. No need to help, you don't understand. King of Darkness naturally would not interfere. Any sword immortal was arrogant and would not allow others to help them. If King of Darkness acted rashly, he would not be able to get a favor. Instead, he would be hated. He had already decided to watch from the sidelines while searching his memories to find out where these two rod users had come from. In the void, Explosion Destruction's attacks became fiercer. Rod after rod smashed onto the black sword, forcing the punishment team to take the attacks head-on. The rebounding force made their faces pale, and their immortal power was constantly being depleted. Damn it, this guy is too strong. The sword immortals and immortal emperors were all shocked like never before. Someone's formation could contend against them. Secret killer move. The leader knew that they could not take it head-on. Their people could not withstand the waves of attacks. As time went on, they would be the first to collapse. Ordinary sword might could not do anything to them. The black immortal sword's aura rose again. Whoosh, the black immortal sword slashed forward, and a black light swept across the sky towards the black metal rod. Secret art, dissipate. This sword slashed forward, and space-time and space became chaotic. Explosion Destruction's rod smashed forward, and space-time slowed down, clamping down on the rod, preventing it from moving forward and suppressing the attack. A black light swept over, blocking the formation. Damn it, such a powerful secret art. Luckily, Master led us where the chaos armor. The terrifying sword strike crushed everyone's body, leaving a white line on the chaos armor. Explosion Destruction snorted. See that? We almost died. What will Master think of us? He thinks we are useless. We have to eliminate these guys. Angry. They were all ancient mutated beasts, and that sword had almost taken their lives. The ancient mutated beasts were angry. You deserve to die. Extermination was thoroughly enraged. His black rod turned into a sky full of shadows. The chaotic time-space and space collapsed as he charged out. Secret technique, destruction. This time, explosive destruction used all the power of the formation. Between heaven and earth, there was only an enormous black rod left. It smashed towards their heads, smashing into the black immortal sword. The destructive wind seized the opportunity to blow over. They actually blocked our secret technique. The leader of the group was shocked. He activated his black immortal sword to avoid this powerful strike. Clang, clang, clang. With this strike, sparks flew on the black immortal swords, and the black immortal swords they controlled were sent flying. Blind fool, eat another stick. Exploding Destruction appeared out of thin air and smashed the black immortal sword with his staff again. The sword immortal of the punishment team couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The power of the recoil finally injured them. Again, Brutal Destruction was the strongest, and he was an expert in rod techniques. Rod after rod smashed down, taking advantage of their weakness and not giving them a chance to catch their breath. Leader, we can't hold on any longer. After more than 100 strikes, they were in a bad situation. They were forced into a desperate situation, and their lives were in danger. We can't hold on any longer. Kong Cheong was shocked. He looked over and saw that his punishment team was in a desperate situation. How long had it been? They were already defeated. If not for the support of the formation, who knew how many people would have died? Who? A whistling sound rang in his ears. It's better to worry about yourself. Kong Cheong blocked with his long sword and retreated. The sword well in front of him shattered. His expression was solemn. Who are you? You don't have the right to know. Lin Fei charged up again, attacking fiercely like explosive destruction. Kong Cheong's heart was in turmoil. He thought, Sword Immortal by Dee's disciple, the leader of the punishment team, can't do anything to a small fry. What a joke. Even my subordinates are in danger. This guy's ferocious strength is endless. He's not easy to deal with. I have to use my treasure. Kong Cheong suddenly put away the immortal sword, and an immortal talisman appeared in her hand. She sneered, You are very, very strong, but you killed the disciple of Sword Immortal by D. No matter how strong you are, you will still die here today. This immortal talisman has a trace of Master's sword intent sealed in it. You will definitely die. Hua Kong Cheong tore open the seal of the talisman. The sky darkened, and a black sword will broke through the seal. The moment the black sword will appeared, a terrifying and sharp aura engulfed the entire land of destruction. King of Darkness, who was watching from afar, shouted. He quickly retreated, and an immortal armor appeared on his body. Bastard, he used the talisman. Sword Immortal by D's Sword Will. That kid is dead. No one can withstand a trace of Sword Immortal by D's Sword Will. Bang, bang, bang. The black sword will surged over like a wave. Lin Fei's expression suddenly turned solemn. Sword Immortal by D's disciple was indeed not simple. He used a treasure like the talisman. Kong Cheong knew his own strength. The masked man's strength was ferocious. He could destroy anything with his strength. It was unprecedented. Even if Kong Cheong used a secret technique, she might not be able to kill him. Thus, she used the talisman. A trace of Sword Immortal Patriarch's sword will. You're dead, Kong Cheong said proudly. This is the result of going against us. Sword Immortal Patriarch's sword will could kill anyone he wanted. The black sword will rippled. The hair-like sword will shot over. What a strong sword will. It's filled with killing intent. No wonder they say that sword immortals are filled with killing intent. The hair-like sword will was blocked by a layer of energy. Even so, it caused his blood and chi to be in chaos. After all, this was Sword Immortal by D's Sword Will. You want to kill me with just a trace of sword will. Lin Fei picked up the black iron rod. With himself as the center, it turned into a huge black storm. In the end, it became a black whirlpool that swept towards the opponent. The hair-like sword will fell into it. An ancient divine power surged out like a flood. How arrogant! How dare you fight against my sword will? Let's see how you die. Kong Cheong was very confident. Back then, a third-step demon emperor was killed with one sword. She was not afraid of this guy in front of her. Hua, 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 the black whirlpool swept over. There was only the black whirlpool left in the world. Swoosh, the black sword will broke the black whirlpool and slashed at the person in the center. One sword of reincarnation. In the black whirlpool, Lin Fei used the black rod to use the second move of the invincible sword technique. The strongest defensive move. The black sword will rushed into the whirlpool, and the ancient divine power was shattered. The ancient divine power behind it surged up again and again, obliterating the opponent's sword will. What a condensed sword will. It contains endless killing intent. With the sword will in front of him, Lin Fei felt like he was facing a killing field. The killing field alone could make people collapse. Break, break, break! The black reincarnation whirlpool rushed up, and the ancient divine power opened a path to destroy the sword will. Now it should be dead. Chapter 1261. This was the first time Kong Cheong had met someone who could destroy everything with brute force. The sword techniques that he was proficient in were both hard and soft. At his realm, it was rare for him to meet someone like this. Today was the only time he had met someone like this. Only when the punishment team was in a desperate situation did Kong Cheong use the talisman. It was totally worth it to kill such a powerful existence. Sword Immortal by D's disciple wasn't someone anyone could kill. One had to pay the price. The black storm continued to spin and didn't stop. Instead, it spun at a terrifying speed, turning large pieces of rocks into dust. Is he not dead? Kong Cheong had a bad feeling. If the person in the storm was killed, everything would stop. The current situation was completely different from what he had imagined. Could he still be alive? Hua hua hua, the black storm exploded like a water bag, and towering waves surged up. Kong Cheong sensed great fear, and the sword landed in his hand once more. His aura rose, and his sword intent surged forward while he retreated. The waves were too fast, like ripples. Those sword intents disintegrated the moment they met. What kind of power is this? Kong Cheong hesitated for a moment, and the waves washed over him. Bang! 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 The terrifying power of the ripples exploded on his body, and he was sent flying. The second wave rushed over, and Kong Qiong was completely shocked as he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. King of Darkness, what are you waiting for? After 2 consecutive attacks, Kong Qiong's vitality was greatly injured, and the third wave came. Death. Boundless death aura. He couldn't block this wave of power anymore. King of Darkness, I advise you not to be a good person. A cold voice rushed towards the King of Darkness. The King of Darkness had been watching from the side. Who would have thought that the situation would change so drastically? The sword intent left by Sword Immortal by D couldn't kill the masked man, and Kong Qiong himself was in grave danger. To help or not to help? The King of Darkness hesitated. If he helped Kong Qiong, he would immediately become a target. Kong Qiong was heavily injured, and he had less than 10% of his combat strength left. He had become a burden, and he didn't have the confidence to deal with the masked man alone. King of Darkness, you saved me. I owe you a favor. Kong Qiong kept using secret techniques to resist the black ripples, but he couldn't block them. King of Darkness, you're a smart person. If you help him, do you think you'll have a chance to leave this place? That voice came again. As the third disciple of the Realm Lord, when had the Darkness King ever been threatened like this before? He spoke in a low voice. Sir, are you threatening me? This is the Tuyun Great World. If you kill me, you won't be able to escape from Master's wrath. King of Darkness, stop talking nonsense and help. The black ripples drew closer and closer. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't do anything. If he dies, then so be it. When the time comes, I'll just shift the blame to someone else. No one will know. Could it be that Sword Immortal by D will personally come to investigate? The King of Darkness wasn't confident that he could defeat the fellow in front of him. If even Sword Immortal by D's sword could not kill him, how could he not be terrifying? The moment the King of Darkness hesitated, the black ripples swept past Kong Qiong's body once more. The immortal armor on Kong Qiong's body started to crack inch by inch, and the pieces of armor started to dance in the air before being drowned by the black ripples. Captain, Kong Qiong's tattered body fell from the sky. The punishment team of the Black Immortal Sword cried out. Their captain had been killed. They were originally at a disadvantage, but now that they were distracted, the black cudgel smashed down, and the sky was filled with shadows. The 21st step Sword Immortal Emperors were sent flying, and the entire formation collapsed. Ha, all of you are dead. Explosion Destruction charged towards the nearest Immortal Emperor and smashed his black cudgel down. Before that first step Immortal Emperor could react, his body was smashed into a pile of mud. Kill, kill, kill. These fellows are too weak. The formation formed by Explosion Destruction had terrifying strength. With a single cudgel, no one could block its sharpness. The Immortal Emperors of the punishment team felt their scalps go numb. Their proud identities were useless at this moment. They fled in all directions, but they were unable to escape from Explosion Destruction's pursuit. One Immortal Emperor after another was killed. Satisfying, this is really satisfying. Explosion Destruction killed the last one, kept all the corpses, and walked over. Master, should we beat this guy to death? Blitzkrieg, who was holding his black iron rod, looked at the King of Darkness. It seemed as though he would beat the King of Darkness to death as soon as Lin Fei gave the word. Sir, you killed the punishment team and Captain Kong Qiong. You can't possibly start a massacre and kill me too, right? The King of Darkness's brows twitched. What was the background of these fellows? Why were they all like this? They were filled with dense, killing intent. King of Darkness, you're the host here, so why would I kill you? I'm afraid that you will chase me all the way. After killing the punishment team under Sword Immortal by D, Lin Fei was already satisfied. King of Darkness was the disciple of the World Lord, and he had a high status. There was no need to offend the World Lord for now. Chase, you even destroyed the punishment team, so there was no need for you to treat this young master as a threat. This was the first time the King of Darkness had seen such an arrogant fellow. In his heart, he regretted not bringing more experts with him. He had been careless and fallen into Lin Fei's trap. Sir, you are strong, so why would you be afraid of being chased? The King of Darkness didn't want to have any relations with these people. You killed the punishment team, so you better find a place to hide. You killed the punishment team, and above them, there are still Earth and Heaven Realm experts. Their combat power is terrifying. Many thanks. In the future, if I have the fortune to fight with them, I will definitely thank you for what you said today. Lin Fei waved his hand. Let's go. The King of Darkness's face sank. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have said anything. The King of Darkness wasn't happy with Sword Immortal by Dee's disciple. Young master, should we inform our men outside to kill them? One of his subordinates asked in a trembling voice. Let them go. The King of Darkness waved his hand. From the earlier battle, how could he not tell that regardless of whether it was the dark-skinned man or the fellow with the iron rod, both of them weren't people to be trifled with? Even if he were to make a move himself, he would have to pay a huge price. With his men outside, it wouldn't even be enough to stop them. 21st Step Immortal Emperors, including Captain Kong Xiong, had died in the hands of the other party. The King of Darkness didn't want to pay a price, so there was no need for him to do so. Send someone to the Tianyan Tower to investigate the origin of this group. The King of Darkness really wanted to know where these people came from. Right now, the King of Darkness was at a loss on how to resolve this matter. Could he say that he had been watching from the sidelines, but the other party was too strong and he could only watch as they were killed? If he really said that, it would be a problem whether the other party would believe him. Big trouble. This is really big trouble. Master, how do we kill that guy just now? One look and I knew that he was up to no good. Lin Fei didn't take off his mask. It's enough for us to kill the punishment team. As for the King of Darkness, there's no need to deal with him. He has a headache now. So many people have died, and they are all disciples of Sword Immortal by D. There's no way he can explain himself. The exit of the land of destruction. Lin Fei rushed out, and 2 members of the punishment team rushed over. Stop. You're not allowed to leave. Just as he said that, Bao Mie and the others rushed forward and killed the 2 members of the punishment team. Killer Samsara. No one dared to stop Lin Fei from charging out with his men. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him, and he tossed out a name and swaggered off. During this time, some people tried to attack, but were killed, leaving a bloody trail. Not long after, a shocking piece of news spread. It was like a heavy bomb had been dropped on a flatland. The punishment team had been annihilated. The person who killed them even left his name. Samsara. This news spread like the wind in the Tuyun Great World. The upper echelons were shocked. For a world controlled by a realm lord, such a big thing hadn't happened in a long time. But someone really did it right under their noses. How audacious! The upper echelons of the Tuyun Great World were furious. Soon, there was a bounty on Samsara's head, offering a high bounty for their capture. The Tuyun Great World was too slow. By the time they issued the bounty, Lin Fei had already left the Tuyun Great World. After coming out, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to return. Instead, he sent a message saying that he would stay outside for a few more days and would return later. After killing Sword Immortal by Dee's disciple, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to return. He didn't want to be targeted and attract trouble. Master, where are we going now? After devouring the corpse of a first step immortal emperor, they felt extremely refreshed. Their strength had increased again. Master, I suggest that we find a place to increase our strength. Broken Axe said fiercely, but he pointed out an important point. Indeed, we need to increase our strength. Regardless of what the King of Darkness meant, Lin Fei already knew that he would be facing the Earth-rank punishment team. Their overall strength would be even more terrifying. Lin Fei also discovered that this formation wasn't perfect. There were 12 people and only 10 of them. There was indeed an impact. There was a difference in everyone's strength, and some of them had yet to become immortal emperors. In order to deal with them, he had to increase their strength. Snake Demon, Sky Dragon, they had to be summoned and integrated into the formation to increase their strength. As long as they all became immortal emperors, the formation's strength would increase greatly. There's a difference in strength between us. It isn't balanced. Bao Extermination nodded. The power of my staff technique hasn't reached its limit yet. If they were all first-step immortal emperors, we would have broken their formation long ago. Killing them would be as easy as flipping our palms. Lin Fei didn't doubt this at all. This was a formation specially targeted at the 12 battle generals. Who would dare to underestimate it? After this battle, Lin Fei was even more confident. Chapter 1262. The commotion in the Tu-Yun Great World could not be hidden. The punishment team under Sword Immortal White Emperor was completely annihilated. There was even news that the killer was Samsara, causing many forces to secretly keep an eye on this Samsara, especially at the exit. 2 members of the punishment team were brutally killed in front of everyone. The punishment team was made up of first step immortal emperors, and all of them were sword immortals. Their battle prowess was several times higher than others of the same level. Realm Lord Tu-Yun was furious and personally issued a warrant for Samsara's arrest. In addition, Sword Immortal White Emperor also released news to hunt down Samsara. The bounty was so high that it made people jealous. Imperceptibly, the myriad worlds were in chaos. When Sword Immortal White Emperor released the news, everyone realized that this was a chance to curry favor with Sword Immortal White Emperor. As a result, everyone became even crazier. Unknowingly, the black market also issued a warrant to hunt down Samsara. The target was also Samsara. Unknowingly, this Samsara was known by everyone. Everyone knew that capturing Samsara would benefit them. Just as everyone was in an uproar, the Samsara mask and the others disappeared. No matter how many people they sent out, Samsara disappeared without a trace. In the next few years, there was news of Samsara appearing from time to time. Every time they appeared, they were in danger. The most recent appearance was said to be in the Endless Sea region. They hunted sea beasts and massacred them, causing the experts of the Sea Clan to chase after them. 5 years. In a space, young Master Sword God sat in a pavilion by the lake. A maid stood beside him, pouring tea for him. "Young Master, we did not do our job well. Please punish us." Opposite the young man, a few young people knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling slightly. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this young man in white was the sword god that he had killed in the lower realms. Compared to before, the sword god today had a sharp sword intent. The sword intent around him rippled. Useless, a bunch of useless people. You can't even follow one person. The cup in front of the young master sword god exploded. The tea spilled everywhere. With a flick of his hand, water droplets shot out. The few young people in front of him groaned and were all sent flying. "Young master, being angry is not good for your health. You don't have to be angry over such a small matter." The maid at the side said softly, "They're a bunch of good-for-nothings. In 5 years, they haven't even found the shadow of Lin Fei. What use do I have for them?" Young Master Sword Divine's face twisted. "The elder brothers and elders of the sect aren't satisfied with me. Some of them even blamed the death of the Immortals of Ice and Fire, the Punishment Squad, and Kong Qiong's death on me. Bunch of old fogies. In the past, one of his clones in the lower realm had been destroyed by someone, causing his almost complete cultivation technique to be crippled. Sword God Prince hated Lin Fei to the core. When Lin Fei ascended, young Master Sword God had secretly sent people to kill him. Who would have thought that Lin Fei would escape? Coupled with the fact that young Master Sword God was in seclusion, a mere heavenly immortal coming to the great metropolis celestial world was simply courting death. The moment he came out of seclusion, the Sword God young master heard a piece of bad news. In just a few years, not only did Lin Fei not die, but he also made breakthroughs and reached a terrifying height. In the end, he destroyed the Nether Palace with his own hands. This was a slap in the face to the arrogant sword god young master. Thus, even with the help of the Immortals of Ice and Fire, they were still defeated. This made the sword god young master grit his teeth. How could Lin Fei, who was in the lower realm, grow to this realm? The sword god young master was unwilling to accept this, so he once again arranged for his subordinates to deal with Lin Fei in the dark. Who would have thought that in 5 years, Lin Fei would never appear? He didn't see Lin Fei, but the Immortals of Ice and Fire were destroyed. Instead, the flames of war spread to him. "Sword God, come over." In the air above the lake, a face appeared and said something to Sword God before disappearing. Master is looking for me. The Sword God young master's twisted face returned to normal. Continue to keep an eye on him. The Sword God young master stood up and flew into the sky, crossing the void and landing in a small courtyard. Under a celestial tree in the courtyard stood an old man with a sage-like demeanor. Master, you're looking for me? In front of his master, the Sword God young master was very respectful. I heard that you have always wanted to deal with Lin Fei. The Sword God young master said, Yes, disciple can't take this lying down. Sadly, that guy's like a mouse, never appearing again. Sword God Qingyun looked at his disciple. Among all the disciples, this disciple was the most favored. He almost cultivated a great secret technique, but sadly, he failed at the last moment. You really want to deal with Lin Fei? The Sword God young master was overjoyed. Disciple and Lin Fei have an irreconcilable feud. Disciple must kill him. If I don't kill him, disciple can't rest easy. That's fine too. There's a big matter recently. If you can obtain the qualifications, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with your enemies in the lower realm. Sword God Qingyun said, In the entire universe, there will be a total of 18 realm lords fighting for it. Your hometown, great metropolis world, just happens to have one. The Sword God young master's eyes lit up. Disciple is willing to go. His master was under Sword God White Emperor, one of the 3 sword immortals. He was also known as one of the 3 giants. With your qualifications, Master actually plans to arrange for you to fight for the qualifications in the other worlds. Your hometown, great metropolis world, is too weak. Sword God Qingyuan said, You have to think carefully about this matter. The mortals in the lower realm will wait for you to become the realm lord. It will be a simple matter. No, disciple wants to go to great metropolis world. The Sword God young master's expression turned malevolent. Back then, if it wasn't for Lin Fei, disciple definitely wouldn't have failed at the last moment. He has already become disciple's heart demon. Disciple must kill him personally, as well as the Holy Heaven Academy under his name. Disciple must destroy everything that belongs to Lin Fei. Sword God Qingyuan sighed lightly. Fine, I'll give you 3 days to think about it. 3 days later, your senior brothers and sisters will fight with you for the qualifications. The Sword God young master's eyes flashed coldly as he thought, Lin Fei, just you wait. This time, I will take back all the hatred from back then. I will let you know what despair is. I will destroy your strength bit by bit. Haha, great metropolis world. Skycrack sect. This was the #1 sect in the past. In recent years, it had always been holed up without any movements. It seemed like it was recuperating. The Skycrack sect's reputation was far from what it was a few years ago. Junior brother Duan, you sure are enjoying yourself. On the mountain behind the Skycrack sect, Duanyun, Immortal Emperor, was drinking wine. In the void, loud laughter could be heard. Immortal Emperors with powerful auras walked out. There was a total of 12 Immortal Emperors. Senior brothers, you are finally here. I have waited so long for you. Duanyun, Immortal Emperor, stood up and said excitedly. Chapter 1263. When the senior brothers saw junior brother Duanyun's appearance, their expressions couldn't help but change. Junior brother, what happened? Is it really that Lin Fei? The leader of the 12 senior brothers had a stocky build and sharp eyebrows. When he raised his eyebrows, he could see his junior brother's exhaustion and powerlessness. They had a good relationship with Duanyun. They knew junior brother Duanyun's personality very well. In the sect, he was very arrogant. When they heard that he had gone to a small world to be the sect leader, they were all envious. At least he could enjoy the breeze for a while. Once he did his job well, his status in the sect would immediately rise. But who would have thought that in just a few years, Immortal Emperor Duanyun would complain to them? This kind of thing was rare. Immortal Emperor Duanyun invited the senior brothers to sit down and arrange for people to serve immortal wine. After some small talk, he poured out his grievances. He told them about how he had dealt with Lin Fei a few years ago. Junior brother Duanyun, I was wondering why your Sky Fisher sect is so quiet. It turns out that it's Lin Fei's doing. This Lin Fei is too bold. Who doesn't know that junior brother is from the Sky Piercing sect? He still dares to strut around. Senior brother, let's go and destroy that Lin Fei. Not everyone can bully us from the sky-piercing sect. Today, we're here to help you vent your anger. These senior brothers were also bored to death in their own world. This time, the higher-ups had asked them to help. In their opinion, no one dared to go against the sky-piercing sect. Hearing that the number one sect was holed up, they were the first to be unhappy. They shouted that they would go and teach Lin Fei a lesson. Stop! Who gave you permission to go? All of you stand still. The burly man from before shouted. They, who were rubbing their fists and rubbing their palms, felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. They were full of fear towards the burly man and really stopped. We can't let a bumpkin bully our junior brother, can we? Someone said unhappily. They were all immortal emperors of the Tongtian sect. Only the Tongtian sect could have so many immortal emperors. Duanyin, immortal emperor, was really worried that they would come knocking on his door. Fellow senior brothers, Lin Fei is not easy to deal with. If you want to deal with Lin Fei, you must think thrice before acting. Junior brother is right. The burly man said, if I'm not wrong, the reason why Lin Fei didn't attack you is probably because of the Tongtian door. Senior brother Zhuyu, you're the best. You saw through me with one look. Duanyin, immortal emperor, did not feel embarrassed. Lin Fei was not easy to deal with. Over the past few years, Holy Heaven Academy's influence had been expanding. It was hailed as the number one academy in the great metropolis world. The meaning behind their words was clear. The number one power. Since we're already here, there's no hurry to deal with Lin Fei. Immortal Emperor Zhuyu tried to calm everyone down. Junior brother, the reason we are here to help you on this trip is actually to help you obtain the position of Realm Lord. This way, we can expand the influence of our heavenly sect. The higher-ups are very concerned about this matter. They were all from the heavenly sect. They all knew the importance of a Realm Lord. Once one became a Realm Lord, one would be qualified to participate in many great mystic realms, forbidden grounds, and other places. This was a privilege that belonged to a Realm Lord. The great metropolis realm was just a small world. In their hands, it could be of great use. Duanyin, immortal emperor's expression turned solemn. Junior brother is also preparing for the matter of becoming a Realm Lord. We will definitely not let the sect down. There's a prerequisite, and that is to get rid of Lin Fei. Only with him in the great metropolis realm will he be a terrifying enemy for us. Some senior brothers were dissatisfied. Junior brother, it's just one Lin Fei. Don't boost their morale and diminish our own. How strong can he be? Coming from the heavenly sect, they looked down on outsiders. Duanyin, immortal emperor, wanted to remind them, but he also knew that they were arrogant and could not be reassured with a few words. He forced himself to say, Junior brother, it's better to advise everyone to be careful. Zhuyu, immortal emperor, shook his head slightly. Where was the arrogance of this junior brother? A mere Lin Fei scared him to this extent. Wasn't this diminishing the prestige of the heavenly sect? Once things had stabilized, he must teach Lin Fei a good lesson. To dare bully people from the heavenly sect, they must be tired of living. Young master, you're finally back. It was a dark and windy night, in a forbidden ground of the great metropolis realm. The ferocious beasts that were seen as a flood by golden immortals and zenith immortals had long disappeared out of fear. A white-haired young man stood with his back facing the crowd. Behind the young man, on the left and right sides, stood men in black. They were brimming with murderous intent and traces of sword chi. The pebbles exploded. There were many people kneeling on the ground. They were all looking at the white-haired man with fanaticism. My sword god is back. The white-haired man turned his head. His white hair draped over his shoulders. Sword intent swirled in his left and right eyes. He was the sword god young master who had won the qualification and returned. That day, the sword god young master defeated his senior brother and chose the great metropolis realm as his goal. Everyone was shocked. He gave up the opportunity to become a great realm lord and chose to become a minor realm lord. Was it worth it to kill a lower realm kid? Who knows how many people were discussing in private. Young master, you're back. You will definitely be able to kill Lin Fei and avenge the Netherworld Palace. Lin Fei is just a lower realm guy. How can he be the young master's opponent? These people were all the people from the Netherworld Palace who retreated in advance. They didn't die in that battle and kept in touch. They only showed up when they came back. Young Master, what should we do next? Are we going to kill the Holy Heaven Academy? These people thought about the young master for a long time. The sword god young master sneered. Don't worry, since this young master is back. Dealing with Lin Fei is only a matter of time. Now we should go visit the old people. Visit the old people? The remaining people of the Netherworld Palace didn't come back to their senses. Holy Heaven Academy. In these few years, with the expansion of its influence, the overall strength of the Holy Heaven Academy was improving. Junior brother Lin, you're really good at running. You've already left for a few years. The World Overlord battle is going to start in another 2 years. You mustn't delay, or things will be bad for you. At that time, I'll pick a world and inform everyone. Saint 33 stood at the lakeside and looked at the sky, at the figures flying past unceasingly. He couldn't help but mutter. Regarding the current development, Saint 33 was very satisfied. In these few years, he went from initial first step Celestial Emperor to intermediate first step Celestial Emperor. His combat strength had increased by a lot. This was something that he didn't dare to imagine in the past. Vice-Dean, this is bad. A streak of light charged over from not far away. Vice-Dean Su landed with an ugly expression on his face. This fellow had been cultivating hard for the past few years, and with the resources of the Academy, his strength had reached the Celestial Emperor realm. It was already not bad for him to be a Vice-Dean. As the Vice-Dean, Saint 33 was the one with the greatest authority. Seeing Su-One's reaction, he felt that he should give him a reminder. Su-One, you are now the Vice-Dean and an immortal Emperor expert. You have to be steady when you do things. Even if the mountain falls and the earth cracks, you have to remain calm. Su, he lowered his head in shame. I understand. Saint 33 was very satisfied. Dean Saint, this is bad. Just as he said that, another person came. It was Elder Du Tao. His strength was also at the Celestial Emperor realm. He had the combat strength of a half-step Celestial Emperor. This was all thanks to the large amount of resources that Lin Fei had left behind. It was simply wishful thinking for anyone to break through continuously without cultivation resources. What's the matter? You guys. After Elder Du Tao came down, a few other elders rushed over. Saint 33 realized that this matter wasn't simple. Otherwise, they wouldn't have rushed over. What happened? Look at all of you. Saint 33's face turned black. Look at the Vice-Dean and the elders. The crowd didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They didn't say anything. After all, their status and actions were indeed different from others. Principal Saint, we just received news that 2 of the 6 great sect have merged. The 2 sect leaders have also fallen, and the higher-ups have all joined a new sect. As the vice principal, Su, he was still unable to remain calm and hurriedly spoke. Who did it? 2 sects merging? How is this possible? Could it be done by external forces? Saint 33 was shocked. This was definitely a big matter. Elders, you look at me, I look at you. Sword God Young Master did it. He rebuilt Netherworld Palace. This was what Sui said. Netherworld Palace? This time, Saint 33 finally understood their expressions. Sword God Young Master had made a comeback and annihilated 2 sections. He took in their people. His overall strength was many times stronger than Netherworld Palace. Dean Saint, should we inform the Dean to come back? These elders knew about the conflict between Netherworld Palace and the Dean. This was a great hatred that could not be extinguished. One side had to fall before it would end. Saint 33 realized the seriousness of the matter. Sword God Young Master came with such force. He will definitely gnash his teeth at our Saint Heaven Academy. Immediately inform all the students and elders to return to the Academy. Also, prohibit everyone from going out. At least before the Boundary Lord War ends, no one is allowed to go out. Elder Du Tao said, I will do it immediately. Go open the outermost layer of the Academy's array. From today onwards, everyone must be careful. Sword God Young Master is vengeful. He will definitely act against our Academy. Before the Dean returns, no one is allowed to act recklessly. Saint 33 warned. As expected of a sword immortal, his methods are extraordinary. Heaven Fisher Sect. Immortal Emperor Zhuyu and the rest receive the news. They had heard of Sword God, young master under Sword Immortal by D. He was cruel and vengeful. On top of that, he was a sword immortal. His battle strength was extremely strong. Immortal Emperor Zhuyu said, "For a Lin Fei, Sword God young master returned to his hometown and gave up on becoming a great boundary lord. This kind of person is the most terrifying. This boundary lord war will be very interesting." Duan Yun, Immortal Emperor, said, "What do you think we should do?" Chapter 1264. The Nether Palace had made a comeback. Such a big thing couldn't be hidden. The next morning, the news spread like wildfire. All the big and small forces were shocked. The Nether Palace that had been single-handedly destroyed by Demon Lin had once again made a comeback. They were several times stronger than before. The mysterious Sword God Young Master was in charge of the Nether Palace. It was shocking and terrifying. After the Nether Palace had been destroyed, some celestial emperors had called for a meeting to deal with Demon Lin. However, Demon Lin took care of them quickly, and a few sects were destroyed. It had only been a few years, and the Sword God Young Master was back. The two sects that were destroyed were usually close to Holy Sky Academy. Who would have thought that the situation would change overnight? There was going to be a good show. Many of the big shots shook their heads. The smart ones had already linked it to the upcoming fight for the Sector Lord. The Sword God Young Master had rebuilt the Nether Palace to fight for the Sector Lord. Apart from that, he had another intention to deal with Lin Fei of Holy Sky Academy. Everyone knew what was going on between the two. A few days later, just as everyone was waiting to see if the Nether Palace would make a move against Holy Sky Academy, something big happened in the great metropolis world. The Sky Cracking Sect, which had been keeping a low profile, took advantage of the fact that everyone was distracted by the Nether Palace to attack and destroy the other two sections. By the time everyone reacted, the Sky Cracking Sect had taken control of the situation. Their overall strength had increased once again, and they were now stronger than the Nether Palace. Back then, the Sky Cracking Sect had targeted Holy Sky Academy with the Tongtian Gate behind them. In the end, they were easily dealt with by Lin Fei. They lost face in many experts. In the next few years, they kept a low profile and gave up many territories. This time, they realized that they had underestimated the Sky Cracking Sect. The Tongtian Gate support was indeed not simple. First, it was the Sword God Young Master's domineering return. Then, the Sky Cracking Sect took advantage of when everyone was unprepared and bared their fangs, catching everyone off guard. A storm was coming. "Junior brother, you're finally back." Half a year later, Lin Fei, who had not returned for a long time, had finally returned. Saint 33 had lost a lot of hair these days. The situation in the great metropolis world was constantly changing. The Holy Heaven Academy was like a tall tree that attracted the wind, and it was already at the top of the waves. Upon hearing that his junior brother had returned, Saint 33 immediately rushed over. A relieved expression appeared on his exhausted face. With junior martial brother back, this old man can relax. Even though everything in the Elysium Academy was on track, Saint 33 felt that he had lost his backbone. Now that Lin Fei had returned, his heart was at ease. Especially with the recent situation, Saint 33 was having a headache. "Senior brother, what's wrong? You look like you haven't rested for a long time." Lin Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Saint 33's exhausted appearance. At the Immortal Emperor realm, one's essence, qi, and spirit should all be at the peak. Why would one feel so fatigued? It was as though something was pressing down on him. Lin Fei didn't understand. It's because of the battle between sector lords. Lin Fei slapped his forehead. How could I forget about this? All these years, he had been leading Bao Mie and the rest to hunt and increase their strength. He really didn't pay much attention to the battle between sector lords. After seeing Saint 33's appearance, he felt rather apologetic. What made Saint 33 tremble in fear in the academy was that he was incompetent as the dean. He had to reflect on himself. Rumble, rumble, just as Saint 33 was preparing to report the situation. A loud rumbling sound came from outside. At this moment, outside the Elysium Academy, two middle-aged men, who were first-step immortal emperors, were activating immortal artifacts and treasures and blasting them towards the Elysium Academy. Rays of light appeared in the sky above the Academy. Elysium Academy's bastards, you guys can really endure. It's already been half a year. One of the immortal emperors mocked, and his voice echoed in the sky above the Academy. Elysium Academy's bastards. What #1 faction in the great metropolis world? You guys only know how to hide in the array. Sooner or later, this emperor will charge in and kill all of you. Outside the Elysium Academy, two first-step immortal emperors were leading people and insulting Elysium Academy unscrupulously. Perhaps in order to let everyone hear them, the two immortal emperors activated their immortal energy. Their thunderous voice reverberated throughout the entire great metropolis world. After the two immortal emperors mocked for a while, they handed it over to their subordinates to continue. The insults continued, and the insults became more and more unpleasant. It was hard to imagine that these words came out of their mouths. It's already been half a year. The Elysium Academy can really endure. The Netherworld Palace's methods are also dishonorable. They directly blocked the Elysium Academy and prevented their students from going out and outsiders from entering. I heard that the Netherworld Palace did this to provoke Demon Lin and force him out. Who doesn't know that the Divine Sword Prince of the Netherworld Palace has an irreconcilable feud with Demon Lin? It's strange. It's already been half a year. According to Demon Lin's temper, he definitely won't swallow his anger and come out to deal with them a long time ago. Why is there no movement until now? Idiot, I heard that Demon Lin isn't in the Elysium Academy. The Netherworld Palace is purposely coming to the Elysium Academy. That's true. After all, there's at least a third-step demon emperor in the depths of the Elysium Academy. He's extremely powerful and has an extraordinary background. The Divine Sword Prince won't act rashly. Moreover, the competition for the Realm Lord is approaching outside the Elysium Academy. The scouts were discussing with their divine senses. Brother Qiuhua, I really don't know what the Palace Lord is thinking. Why doesn't he act against the Elysium Academy? Is there a need to provoke the Elysium Academy? Said a short, immortal emperor. Qiuhua's eyes were filled with fear. It's best if we don't say anything about the Palace Lord. Don't forget that day. The short, immortal emperor's body trembled as if he was recalling something. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Brother Qiuhua, for the reminder. Our mission is to provoke them every day. We'll kill every one of them that comes out." "How leisurely," said Qiuhua. "That's right. It's good as long as we complete the mission. It's a pity that Demon Lin didn't take the bait. Otherwise, with our strength, killing that guy would be equivalent to making a great contribution. The Palace Lord would definitely reward us greatly." The two immortal emperors chatted with each other. It had already become a daily habit. Since 3 months ago, no one dared to stand out in the Elysium Academy anymore. Their daily mission was to provoke the Elysium Academy. Once they were done, they could leave and report back. Do you people from the Netherworld Palace really think that there's no one in my academy? Within the academy, a towering evil aura erupted. A huge hand made of divine power flew out of the academy and slapped immortal Emperor Qiuhua and the others mercilessly. The bodies of the immortal emperors behind them exploded into blood mists. Go! When immortal Emperor Qiuhua and the others saw this, the complacency on their faces disappeared and was replaced with fear. Pung Pung. Chapter 1265. Pung Pung. The surrounding scouts were all dumbfounded. Even their divine senses stopped fluctuating. Who attacked? Could it be the third-step demon emperor of the academy? It seemed that only the third-step demon emperor had such terrifying combat power. He killed 2 first-step immortal emperors and the people brought by the 2 immortal emperors of the Netherworld Palace. Subconsciously, they retreated. They didn't want to be the target of the attack. The attack of a third-step demon emperor was too terrifying. They had to be careful. Scouts of the Netherworld Palace, please go back and tell your palace master to deal with these disgusting things. A sharp voice came from the academy again. There was indeed a scout from the Netherworld Palace among the scouts. They were also shocked by the sudden scene. 2 immortal emperors died, just like that. When did immortal emperors become so cheap? Oh no, the Elysium Academy is going to fight back. The scout didn't dare to stay, fearing that he would be killed. He turned around and ran. Haha, good job. It's so satisfying. They're just immortal emperors, but they're still going to die. I've been unhappy with them for a long time. I didn't expect them to die today. Oh, right. That voice sounds so familiar. It seems to be the dean's voice. It really is the dean's voice. The dean must have come out of seclusion. In the Elysium Academy, the disciples could finally vent the anger that they had been holding in for a long time. It was the first time that they couldn't sit still after being provoked every day. If it wasn't for the repeated reminders from the higher-ups and the activation of the Academy's formation, they really couldn't help but attack. With a large number of cultivation resources, many geniuses emerged from the Academy. Their strength was constantly breaking through, and with the help of the sky-defying formation, their growth was unimaginable. Hearing that it was the dean who attacked, the entire Academy cheered. Only their dean could speak in such a tone. No matter who the other party was, he would kill them without giving them any chance to speak. Satisfying. Really satisfying. Even though they hadn't made a move yet, that palm strike felt as if they were there. It was no different from making a move themselves. Senior brother, why didn't you activate the formation and destroy these pieces of trash? Lin Fei showed rare anger. During the days when he was not here, some people came to the Academy to do evil things. He killed them without any explanation. One palm, kill them all, and spread the word. Even so, Lin Fei was still full of anger. Also, what's with this nether palace? Saint 33 smiled bitterly. Junior apprentice brother, I'm doing this for the good of the Academy. When you weren't here, our world was in chaos. Lin Fei suppressed his anger. Back then, when he left, he handed the Academy over to his senior brother. If there were any problems that he could not solve, he would let Demon Emperor Ji Kuan take action. Together with the Chaos Array, no matter how many came, they would all be killed. Speak. Lin Fei had no idea what had happened in the past few years. Junior brother, the Nether Palace that appeared today is the same Nether Palace that you single-handedly annihilated. Their current palace master is young Master Sword Divine. Saint 33 quickly explained the situation to Zhang Xian, including the fact that he had signed up to wipe out the 2 great sects and make a comeback. It's him. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed. I didn't expect him to come back and rebuild the Netherworld Palace. He even subdued 2 major sections. It's indeed good to have a strong backing. After hearing this, Lin Fei was also surprised. Then why didn't you report it before? Saint 33 explained, originally I wanted to report it, but I thought that junior brother must have something important to do since you haven't returned for a few years. So, I didn't inform you. I was afraid that it would affect your matters. Moreover, the Nether Palace wouldn't dare to attack. At most, they would do some disgusting things. Anyway, it's nothing much. What a nice guy. Lin Fei sighed in his heart, but he had to admit that this method was very appropriate. The Nether Palace's actions were nothing more than provoking the Academy to achieve their goal. Maybe it was because of Demon Emperor Ji Kuan's presence that they were afraid and didn't dare to act recklessly. From today onwards, this kind of thing will never happen again. Lin Fei said in a deep voice, it's fine if young Master Sword Divine doesn't return. Since he is back, we have to fight. Lin Fei didn't say anything else. Senior brother did the right thing. Saint 33 was relieved. He wasn't a violent person. Plus, his realm hadn't increased. When dealing with such matters, he always pursued stability. Let's talk about other things. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that young Master Sword Divine had returned. He admired that guy's methods. He destroyed 2 large sects in one go. It was just like his ambitious methods in a lower realm. The Sky-Cracking sect has reinforcements and destroyed 2 large sections. Their strength has increased greatly. Hearing senior brother say that the Sky-Cracking sect had devoured other sects, he was a little surprised. Back then, the Sky-Cracking sect had kept a low profile. Lin Fei believed that they would show their fangs sooner or later. Unexpectedly, they had the Heaven Connecting sect behind them. With the support of large sects, the sects of the great metropolis world were nothing in front of them. After the sky-cracking sect devoured the two large sects, they didn't do anything and went into hibernation again. I heard that the sky-cracking sect and the Nether Palace fought secretly a few times. They were evenly matched. Saint 33 added, "It's normal for them to fight each other. One of them is Sword Immortal by D's backing, while the other is Heaven Connecting Sect's backing. Neither side is willing to submit to the other. It's normal for them to fight." Saint 33 continued to talk about other things. Some sect from other worlds brought people to invade the great metropolis world. The heavyweight sects all arranged for their people to enter the great metropolis world. Some of them had great backgrounds and mountains behind them. Apart from that, some medium powers joined together and invaded. They gathered the sects of the great metropolis world and formed their own sect. They fought against the other powers and didn't fall into a disadvantage. Everyone is very concerned about the competition for the Sector Lord position. Sitting on the Sector Lord's position brings unimaginable benefits, even if it's just a small Sector Lord. Saint 33 revealed a helpless expression. Our great world hasn't had a Sector Lord for too long. The other worlds are all tempted. Lin Fei understood the importance of the Sector Lord position. In the end, it was the great metropolis world's weakness. Otherwise, there wouldn't be anyone fighting for the Sector Lord position. These are the strongest powers that have entered the great metropolis world. There's still a year before the Sector Lord battle. I believe they will make a move against our Holy Heaven Academy. Saint 33 took out another jade scroll. Go and rest first. As long as I'm here, they won't be able to do anything. That's good, that's good. After sending off Saint 33, Lin Fei checked the information in the jade scroll. Ever since he heard about the Sector Lord battle, he knew that such a day would come. The importance of the Sector Lord made all the powers want to take a bite out of it. The information in the Jade Scroll was very detailed. Sky-cracking sect represents heaven-reaching sect. Netherworld Palace represents Sword Immortal White Emperor. Pill Cauldron sect. Brahma Immortal sect. Fire Alliance, Medium Sect Alliance. 12 Palaces, Water Palace. A total of 6 powers. Lin Fei saw the unexpected powers with a glance. Water Palace of the 12 Palaces, I didn't expect them to come as well. Lin Fei had come into contact with these powers before. For example, Golden Palace and then Thunder Palace. He didn't have a good impression of them. How could he not be surprised to see Wind Palace? There's still a year before the Sector Lord battle. There should be many powers that have entered. I wonder who will be the first to find trouble with the Academy. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. It should be Lin Fei. Netherworld Palace, Main Hall. Sword God Young Master was dressed in white, sitting on the throne. In the empty main hall, a scout was kneeling and reporting the situation during the day. Continue to watch. Sword God Young Master sent the scout away. Ever since the reconstruction of Netherworld Palace, Sword God Young Master's face became more and more dignified. Especially Sword Immortal, he could kill an Immortal King level Immortal with just a glance. Young Master, Lin Fei has appeared. Just as you imagined, that guy should have rushed back from afar. Otherwise, with Lin Fei's temper, he wouldn't allow Qiu Hua Immortal Emperor to discuss them outside. A young maid appeared beside Sword God Young Master. It's good that he's back. Sword God Young Master smiled sinisterly. This young master was afraid that he would be a coward. If it wasn't for Lin Fei, a mere Holy Heaven Academy wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from this young master. Even if that third-step Demon Emperor wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be difficult. Why wait until now? Sword God Young Master stood up. It's been so many years, it's time to meet an old friend. Outside Holy Heaven Academy, there was a fluctuation in the air. Then, a white-clothed, white-haired young man appeared. As soon as this person appeared, Sword Chi danced and traces of sword intent cut through the air. The sword intent behind him formed a throne, and a golden blade horse sat on it. To the left and right of the sword intent throne, all black-armored people lined up in a row. Lin Fei, your good friend is here. Aren't you going to come out and meet him? The surrounding scouts recognized the person. Netherworld Palace Master. They were all shocked. This powerful palace master took the initiative to come to Holy Heaven Academy. Was he going to make a move on the academy? They had to report it as soon as possible. Lin Fei was accompanying his wife and children. He had already noticed the fluctuation in the air, but he didn't pay much attention to it. After hearing the voice, he stopped. I'm going out to meet my friend. In the next second, Lin Fei appeared outside the academy. Sword God, young master, long time no see. Your hair is all white. It seems like you've had a hard time. As soon as Lin Fei appeared, he laughed at Sword God, young master, as if he was very familiar with him. Sword God, young master's gaze landed on Lin Fei and said word by word, hard. It's indeed very hard. This head of white hair has been urging this young master to complete what I've never been able to complete. This guy was too patient. Lin Fei thought that Sword God young master would make a move. After all, he was his mortal enemy. The surrounding scouts were even more shocked by his appearance, especially when they heard Lin Fei's words. They couldn't help but admire this demon's courage. Facing the powerful Sword God young master, he actually dared to say such words. Lin Fei smiled. Then you have to keep up the good work. I'm looking forward to it.